Thou, Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, guys, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the season finals, baby. It's season 4 of Total Tavern, and we are here with the top 4 players in the world. We have Tim the Wilder facing off against Charix in our first round, and the top side of the bracket is still being decided. The earlier rounds are going, but Houseplant has, of course, no surprises there. Previous season champ making it to top 4, and he'll be playing the winner of one of the matches that is still ongoing. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Yes, let's get this party started, man. Let's have some fun. We're going to be jumping into the first match. Tim the Wilder versus Charix. Players are doing their picks and bans right now as we load on over. Let's see if the power of technology allows us to see. And it looks like it is going to be the case. Yes, go time. Go time indeed. All right, perfect. So we'll get the banners up and we should be all set from there. So quick update. A couple things about today's tournament. The Ogre Kingdoms are banned from the tournament because they're just bugged. And also just, I mean, obviously if the faction was just overpowered, we'd probably let them slide. But the faction has some issues with being immune to staggering and knockdown effects, among other bonus DPS that they do with fall damage. So ogres are going to be banned from the event. And honestly, I'll be banning them from most of my events until CA fixes them, which hopefully will be sooner than later. On top of that, another issue we found is that Malagor the Dark Omen, the Beastmen Lord, has capture weight even though he's flying. So he can fly over objectives and capture them. So that was pointed out mid-event, so I did have to make a quick adjustment. And so if you're wondering why you're not seeing Malagor in the event, even though he's a very good Beastman Lord, the reason why is because he's bugged and he can capture objectives with 100 speed, fly around. It is incredibly broken, so he is banned. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's it. There's not too many other issues, really just that. So let me go ahead here and do this. And it is going to be Charix versus Tim the Wilder. 2 of the very, very strong players in the community. Wesley, can you please give let's see. I'm just reading it because whenever anybody says to give a shout out to someone, it can get that's usually a sign somebody's trying to trick you. I hope you're doing well. Let me just get the scoreboard set up and then I'll take a look at your message. All right. So there we are. And here, looking good. And one more. Perfect. So best of 3 series between these mighty champions. Wesley, shout out to your brother. Hope he's doing well, to Gerald. And we're going to have some fun. All right, man. No, Malagor is actually really good. Yeah, he's a very good lord because, the Bray Shamans are usually on Chariot, so they're pretty vulnerable to things like cannons and can get caught and killed. Whereas Malagor can kind of just fly around very unimpeded, and he's very cheap and pretty disruptive as well. He's got a little leadership aura, which is quite good on top of that, so... Yeah, I mean, there was a time when Malagor couldn't fly, so I have a feeling the issue with Malagor is like a leftover thing from, Warhammer 2 when he was a ground-based unit, so he kind of got classified with ground units. But flying capture weight is brutal. The entire game mode was designed, I would imagine, with, imagine if things like Fellbats and Furies and Harpies had capture weight. Vampire accounts could just spam 4 Fellbats, okay, and get whatever it would be, 3, 6, 9, 12 capture weight, and then they would just sit over your infantry on the objective and steal it from you, and they have 100 speed. I mean, that is just pure broken. So, yeah, it is nasty, nasty indeed. But yeah, Daniel. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I've been caught with that before. People have tricked me into shouting things out that are, obviously trolls. So the players are doing their picks and bans right now. Tim the Wilder is going to be playing Greenskins, Lizardmen, and Kislev, banning Bretonia. And now we're going to see what the counterplay is for his opponent here, Charix. Charix is very much a Wood Elf player. I know he likes his Elves, so I'll be curious to see if he picks any Elves. I could see in this situation maybe banning Kislev and trying to pick some Elf action into this. would be very curious. Checking to see if the other side of the bracket has been decided yet. Doesn't look like it. And we got time. So best of three with the best of 5 grand final. The prize for today's tournament is going to be $300 for first place and $200 for second place. So that is going to be the jam. And if we get a really inspired performance from somebody, even if they lose, maybe we'll send them an Applebee's gift card. I think Tim, Houseplant are both living in the United States. Charix, I believe, is Polish. So I believe, yeah, he wouldn't have much need for an Applebee's gift card. But, you know, it's all good, man. It's all good. How you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. So there will be a little bit more downtime in between games today. So hopefully you guys don't mind just hanging out and chatting. What are the current top 5 factions if we drop ogres? Ooh, that's an interesting question. So we have some decent data on that. Granted, it's still kind of early on in the season. But regardless, we found the issues with the capture weight with Malagor and stuff. So I'm going to use our map pack mod to just like fix issues like that, because that's not even a balancing thing. That's just like something that's going to make him unplayable in tournaments. So I'm going to see if we can get our map maker, our mod makers to help me with that. So heading on over to the website. So Beastmen definitely are top tier. They're really strong. The fact that they got Zangors just changed their whole dynamic of the roster, right? Wood Elves being top 5, I don't know if I would say they're top 5 despite their win rate. I think there's a couple of really good players who play them super well. I don't know, man. That's weird. I would say Beastmen are really up there. I definitely don't think Skaven belong here either. I would say Greenskins, Beastmen, Kislev, and would be my top 3 probably. I don't know though, man. That's what's cool about Warhammer. Like, there's a despite having so many factions, we still have reasonably okay balance. Like, if the Chaos Dwarves and Nurgle, and Vampire Council will come back up when people start playing them, I think. When Chaos Dwarves and Nurgle get some like minor buffs, like when Nurgle gets its DLC, and if Chaos Dwarves get some cost reductions on their infantry, I suddenly think you're going to have almost every faction in the game between 40 and 60%, which for 24 or 23 playable factions, whatever it is, that is an incredibly impressive feat. I know we do give a lot of grief to the bouncing, but that's really good. I mean, point to another RTS game that has that kind of balance, right? Maybe Age of Empires 2 might, but that game's also been out for like 100 years. So, yeah, Wood Elves are doing good now, man. We might even see them here in this game. Players still wrapping up the picks and bans here. That's pretty funny. All right. Okay. Checking it out. All good. Just chatting with one of the players real quick, answering a question. Okay. Cool. And chatting it up with the players here real quick. Outstanding. And yes. Casting all semis today. Gonna see who his opponent is so I can update the bracket. So we have an update from the other side of the bracket here. Yeah, Beastmen are really good. I mean, Zangors, I think eventually Creative Assembly is going to need to add like Chaos Marks to Beastmen, so they can only bring like 3 of them or something. Because eventually they're going to have Pestigors, Corngors, they're going to have Slangors, and I think you're going to have to like probably find some way to restrict, like make it so they can only bring a couple from the different gods, just like Warriors of Chaos. Copy that. Copy that. Cool. So we don't have the winner of the other side yet. And we got Wood Elves versus Greenskins. Oh, this is a fun one to open up with. All right. I dig it, man. I dig it. Tim the Wilder was just telling me, he's like, this has been a rough one as somebody who was an ogre main before. He of course practiced a lot of ogre kingdoms, but we're not going to have people winning tournaments with buggy broken things, right? It's not fun. I say my wife here in chat, I say send a shirtless photo of Turin to the people deprived of Applebee's. There you go. All right. Outstanding. Would you say the overall skill cap in Total War has increased or decreased? I would say it's increased. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, overall, I think the players have gotten better, and there's more good players now. Whereas, like, back in Warhammer 2, I don't think there was as much of a range of, like, really, really high-level players. Whereas now, I would say there's a lot of people who are really good. At least in domination. I'm not sure what the land battle scene looks like. I don't know if there's like 1 or 2 people who just perpetually dominate land battle, but overall, yeah, there's a ton of good domination players, and like on any given Sunday, they could come out and do some work. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, guys. The Wood Elves coming in with a Forest Dragon, some Deepwood Scouts. That's exciting. Obviously, Greenskins going to be rocking a Wurzag build with some Orc Boys and Squigs and Gobos, so that looks like fun. So Ogres have a couple issues. Yeah, I know there's some people in chat, so I'll explain this one more time here. Ogres are immune to knockdown effects. If you shoot a Kroxigor in the face with a cannonball, it's going to fall over, and it's going to have a stand-up animation where it's standing up for, 3 to 7 seconds, whatever it is, and it's not going to be doing DPS in that window. All Ogre units, all the infantry in the Ogre Kingdoms are immune to being knocked down. They used to. In the early days, they would be able to be knocked down, but then there was an update that made them immune to knockdown effects. So Ogres have no mitigation of their DPS due to knockdown effects, and this also counts for staggering. So staggering is when a unit gets hit in combat, it takes a step back or it has a reaction to being hit, and during that window of time, it's not going to be doing DPS. But Ogre units are immune to this. Therefore, Ogres are always doing DPS, nonstop. Secondly, when Ogre Kingdoms units hit infantry, they send them flying, but there's a weird thing with the coding on the Ogres where they cause the units they hit to take fall damage. So Ogre Kingdoms units are also doing bonus DPS that they shouldn't be doing based on the fall damage that they're incurring on units. One Ton Hammer, thank you for the donation. Oh my god, Eledron, it's been so long. The Forbidden stream will come someday. Yeah, it will. It will, man. Thank you. Remember, for 36 months, dude. And Micro, thank you for the 44 as well. That was before the stream started, so I did miss that, but thank you so much. And you guys get it. Alrighty. Yeah, but the entire roster for Ogres does that. It's like, it's pretty brutal in that case. Pretty brutal. Obviously not. No, Noblars don't have those issues because they're not, the Noblars are fine. It's just the Ogre Bull units. My day's going good. Thank you for asking. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here in Game 1 of the Total Tavern Season 4 Grand Finals, we have Charix versus Tim the Wilder, and as of now, it's looking like the top 4 players are all going to be from RTK. There's still one game yet to be decided. We have a Houseplant waiting for his opponent, which is either going to be Hadries or Housecat of War. If Housecat of War wins, it's going to be a clean RTK run where all 4 of their champions will be making it to the top 4, which is pretty brutal. But up in the sky, we have a Glade Lord on the Dragon, Prey of Anathema, so it's going to be able to net things down to allow the Deepwood Scouts to shoot, and we do have a Forest Dragon on the other side as well, looking to get some terror routes and breath attacks and just be incredibly cool looking. Couple spears in the bushes, Eternal Guard, not a bad choice. We'll trade relatively poorly into Wurzagged Boys and Savage Orcs and things like that, but against Squigs and some of the mass, and they do also have good melee defense they can certainly hold. Spellsinger of Life with Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood. Going to be trying to trigger Life Bloom as much as possible, so every time you awaken the wood, that's what she said, you are going to be able to get a percentage-based healing on all your units, which certainly can add up here. So that is pretty much it. Now on the other side here, we do have Ye Old Greenskins. This is going to be Tim the Wilder. Tim the Wilder, of course, mighty champion. He has done well and won many tournaments, as has Charix. Orc Boys in the front, Goblins in the secondary, Savage Orcs in the back. Basically, the idea with Wurzag is you just want to be spamming out as many crappy units as you possibly can, and then using the force multiplying effects of the Bonewood Staff. So every time you cast a spell with Wurzag for 17 seconds, your entire army will get melee attack, which is obscenely powerful. And on top of that, you then use the Greenskin Wa ability, and that is going to be saucing up your army even more, making even the Pitiful Goblin into a unit that has relatively good combat stats. Over in the bushes, we do have Stone Trolls as well as Orc Boys and Night Goblins, and that looks to be it. So just a huge swarming Greenskin army. Am I playing today? No, I'm not. So I have qualified for my season finals in the past, but I won't play in my own season final events. I've ruled against that. So even if I do end up qualifying, I usually just give the spot up to somebody else. So, alrighty, Dragons moving up. Here they come, baby. They're going to be causing some disruption in the lines, I would imagine. The Greenskins don't really have any Daka to punish them out of the gates, but we do see a call-in from Tim the Wilder, which is a good choice. Morgub's Meiji Marauders. These guys are annoying, and they have armor piercing, and they're incredibly fast, so you can fly them under a dragon, and they are going to be able to get some pot shots down and put some hurt on them. But the 2 dragon characters looking for breath attacks. Tim the Wilder calling out a couple Goblin Archers, which is a very, very good tech. They're annoying and cheap, and they can fly around and troll you. You got to be careful, though. Tim the Wilder does have an effigy of Degit, so he can snare down one of these dragons, maybe call it Rusty Errors, and get some respectable DPS on them if things go his way. Looks like the dragon did a little bit of scouting, but opts to kind of leave the forest there. Doesn't want to get caught up, doesn't want to take any dives or anything like that. And now an effigy of the Git's going to go down. Interesting. So we do see the effigy being used. And now there's going to be a fair amount of focus fire coming in from Tim the Wilder. So Tim getting those nice pot shots on the forest dragon. And I don't know if that was really worth it. I mean, I guess he got like 20%, maybe 15% HP off that dragon. One dragon's going to be landing over here, picking off a couple of the Morgoth's Magi Marauders with the dragon attack. And now it's going to be retreating. But overall, I guess for Tim, that wasn't bad. That's a fair amount of HP off that big dragon there. And now it is going to be running back. So Chark's moving up with his Deepwood Scouts. We're going to see what the Wood Elves are made of. Obviously, Wood Elves have been doing pretty well in the meta so far. They are in the top 5 of the faction pool, so perhaps Charks will show us why. It's always nice to have people with different faction ranges. In some of the previous finals we've had players who pretty much all play the same thing, whether it be like Ogre Kingdoms or, OP Hellstriders with Chaos. But, Charks is very much an elf guy, so it's neat to see that variance in terms of the playstyles and seeing all that cool stuff there, so... Sisters of the Thorn throwing javelins in, and it's weird. I even had a bounty for these things on Total Tavern because I perceive them as such a meme unit, but we've actually been seeing pretty high-level players using Sisters of Thorn to good effect. Now, Squigs are rushing forward. Side objective going to be taken by the Greenskins. Tim the Wilder just kind of has a big, wide push going. You can see the battle line stretched pretty far, all the way like so, as the Greenskins do reach objective number 3. The boys and the Trolls now going to be heading towards objective number 2, and the Greenskins are probably going to triple cap the Wood Elves. Out of the gates, I would imagine. That is a lot of units, and we do see some Squigs getting pushed back. This focus fire has been nasty. Really good awakening of the woods right there. It does nail some of those Morgoth's Magi Marauders and also triggers a healing passer for the entire army. And now the Dryads have arrived to battle the Goblins. Dryads are pretty resilient. They don't want to be facing Squigs. Squigs are going to be munching on some tree bark tonight, that is for sure. Sisters of Thorn going to be countercharging the Squig herds, and Squigs are pretty terrible against cavalry. With their low melee defense, they're going to be getting pounded a little bit for sure. And in the backfield, the Hawkeyes of Drakira going to continue retreating while a big Earthblood does go down, healing them up. Objective number 1 under the control of the Greenskins, not really being contested. The Wood Elves are going to be losing objective number 2 for sure. They're playing a very cagey defensive playstyle with monsters, which of course don't have the best capture weight, so they're going to be trying to trade with value. But overall, it looks like Tim the Wilder is getting some good value trades. Somehow, Palpatine has returned, and his very expensive archers here have been compromised, which shouldn't be happening. That's definitely a big blunder. I mean, the Wood Elves have really cheap Glade Rider cavalry, which can crush Greenskin mobility. So I'm surprised we're not seeing some of those being called in. It looks like it's going to be more Dryads being called in here for Charix. Meanwhile, on the other side, Charix dropping a little arrow of Kurnus, but Wurzag, he's got the moves. And I do like this. Wurzag being on foot makes him a little bit harder to, snipe at times. Granted, slightly more vulnerable against like a dragon dive, but for missile sniping him, like archers, he's going to be way harder to kill. Big breath attack going down from a dragon right here on the Savage Orcs. And the Wood Elf archers now going to be getting back in position. Middle objective still firmly controlled here by ye old Greenskins. The big old Wah is looking mighty pissed off today, awakening the woods going down, triggering a bit of a heal, but the Sisters of Thorn do get pounded, absolutely taken to Pound Town here by these Stone Trolls and Goblins. Another AoE in the backfield on the Hawkeyes of Drakira. Good targeting by Tim. His magic has been very on point this game. And are the Wood Elves going to find a way to get objective number 1 here on the far side? We do see some Dryads moving over there. I definitely think that'd be a good idea. You got to get some points on the board. You got to hemorrhage the bleeding, which is going to give you more time to trade. Because, man, if you're playing a defensive missile build like this and you're still being out-traded on value, that is certainly going to be very tough. So more shots into the Squig herds. Those bad boys do get broken down. You have to remember the Wood Elves do have a lot of healing also. So that's something that's going to be coming into play. And terror routes, right? Units can get terror routed off the battlefield. Trolls here do get netted down by the Prey of Anathrema, getting absolutely pounded by the Hawkeyes of Drakira, which are an awesome unit. They discourage leadership by 16 when they hit you, so against like low leadership units like Greenskins and Skaven, well, not so much Skaven, but factions that do have low leadership, they can really nuke units off pretty hard. On the far side, looks completely under the control here of the Greenskins. The Eternal Guard getting routed back by the sauced up Night Goblins and Trolls. Trolls laying a bit of a beat down here. Some of the Stone Trolls being shot, archers maneuvering, and it looks like a little bit of focus fire on these Savage Orcs, which have dove into the enemy backfield. The Wood Elves have pulled the value back, and now it looks like they have a little bit of a play towards objective number 1. The Dryads and the Glade Riders, some of the best light cavalry in the game, do move in, and they might be able to actually win this fight. Stacked on top of one another, Dryads will outtrade Orc Boys and Savage Orcs pretty hard, and then the Glade Riders can mitigate the effectiveness of the Squigs with their mass, right, which is quite nice indeed. So Charix playing a very patient game, but Tim the Wilder does have that hard press and is approaching the 500 points here. So he's getting in there, man. And we do see objective 1 maybe going to be flipping to the Dryads. Dryads do make their way over to the point, but the Greenskins are coming in, baby. It's crumping time. We got more Savage Orcs and Goblins emerging from the woods, pouring in, looking to try and cleave through those Dryads, which in their tattered state, they might be able to get them down. I mean, they still do have about 80% HP. Now, Treekin being called in as well. So this is very typical Wood Elves in domination mode. Oftentimes, they will yield the objectives initially, and they'll just kind of pick you apart, and then they just take the objectives in the mid-game or the late game and try and roll that way. Tim the Wilder chasing. He's got his Orc Boys and his Goblins hunting down there. Nice little AoE. That's going to be a Brain Buster, which is going to be saucing the entire Greenskin army with the Bonewood Staff, making their stats that much better, as the Dryads do reach combat with the Savage Orcs, but I do think that the Greenskins might be able to just win this flank engagement over here as well, as now we have Broken Boar Boys coming in, or no, just the regular ones, Orc Boar Boy Biggins. Still anti-large, armor piercing, pretty good against the Wood Elf Cavalry, and a very good target for the missiles. And Charax, of course, in any Wood Elf main worth their salt, is going to be very efficient at shooting down cavalry units as they try and dive into the backfield. Wood Elves really need to get a Pravenoth Raymer or some sort of a stun on these Orc Boar Boys, because, man, they're going pretty ham into this backfield. And, yep, there it is. Just like clockwork, man. Pravenoth Raymer coming down, and all three objectives still very firmly under the control of the Greenskins, though. Do we see any Vanguards coming in on this side? No, we do not. Over in the middle, Collins for the Wood Elves. Looks like it's going to be some speedy cavalry, so we do get the Glade Riders with spears. Going to be charging into Spider Riders, and they should win that. I'm not actually sure. I'd have to kind of monitor that engagement there. Big terror routes coming down. The Dragon's still very much on the battlefield. And remember, a lot of Tim's value is going to be tied up in this Forest Dragon, which still seems to be functional in fighting on the battlefield. Dryads and the Firebark Elders continuing to push up through the mid, and they might have an opportunity to get to Objective 2 if they can break this position. And Trolls here are weak to fire damage, so the Firebark Elders are kind of a cool tech. They do fire damage against Trolls, so that's going to be some extra DPS there. And will the Wood Elves find a way to get objective number 1? Maybe using the Dragons to get some big terror routes? We'll have to see. This Forest Dragon moving across. Savage Orcs here get pounded by the Firepower. And that's a really cool combo. Using the Hawkeyes of Drakira to tank the leadership of a unit, and then using the Dragon to come in and route them off with the terror route in tandem with the low leadership, I think is a really, really cool one. So, Morgulf's Mangy Marauders looking for their prize. Charax is so on point with his focus fire, though, man. He really, really does not miss a beat as it pertains to shooting the right targets, which, again, I think is a signature of high-level Wood Elf play. But Tim is also one of those players who's really, really good at playing those Horde not necessarily Horde factions, but factions that like to press you off the objectives, like Ogre Kingdoms. You know, he's always been very good at them, at Greenskins and Beastmen. He really likes that playstyle of just pushing in and getting aggressive, even at the cost of perhaps value at times. But what's crazy about Tim is he's able to maintain value while also being the one aggressing on the objectives, which is incredibly good. Now, it looks like the Dragon's going to be going after Wurzag. Killing Wurzag is a huge win con against Greenskins, because Greenskins don't really have the best leadership, so if you kill him, it's going to be tanking the leadership of the Greenskin army really substantially. And I mean, he's getting smashed by this Forest Dragon. He's gonna get the business. In the middle, a Dragon character trying to push through. Here we get Stone Trolls and Orc Boar Boys just trying to push him back as much as they can. And I do like this play on the other side. We got some Eternal Guard heading to the point. Savage Orcs on their way in. But this objective is going to be flipping to the Wood Elves. But he better hurry. I mean, he does not have a whole lot of time left. The Greenskin army's looking a little bit beat up. It kind of feels as if the momentum is starting to shift a little bit. But the question is there going to be enough time, right? Are the Wood Elves going to be able to get the objectives? Tim is going to be swarming all over the place and really not making it easy for his opponents here. Dragon going for the kill on Wurzag. Wurzag is at 1600 HP. So since we last looked, the Dragon did a pretty respectable amount of damage to Wurzag. Did about 1,000 damage, give or take. But now he does get trapped by Squigs and Spider Riders. Spider Riders are an excellent peeling unit. They don't have the craziest mass in the world, but they do have poison. So they can really drag down big monsters like a dragon and keep them from getting on the targets that they want to get to. Now, middle objective is going to go to the hardwood. Wow, mass route here. Is there enough time here for Charax to move up? Find out on today's episode, ladies and gentlemen. Find out today. So spears are here, spears on the other side as well. Savage Orcs and Moonhowlers and Squig Herds are on the way up. And on the middle objective, the Dryads and Treekin have gotten the anchor here. So now Tim the Wilder, he easily wins on just one objective. The question is Tim just going to Helm's Deep on 1 point, or is he going to keep kind of split pushing 3 points and trying to pull the Wood Elves with their Dragon build all over the battlefield? We'll find out here today. Now in the backfield, Wurzag getting hunted down. That Forest Dragon wants blood, baby. It's moving and it's hunting. And it looks like he was able to knock down Wurzag once again. I would imagine Charax is spamming the click button with all of his might, because if he gets the kill on Wurzag here, again, that is going to be a huge catalyst for potentially closing out the game. Wow, he hasn't flipped the middle objective yet. He's got to make sure he does get the flip on that. Dragon coming over to objective number 3. Objective 1 here is being pressed by Wood Elves also. We do see some Eternal Guard on the way up. And not really too many Greenskins to fight on the point. This could be the comeback of Charax. Tim the Wilder could be in a little bit of danger, ladies and gentlemen. The side objective, though, might get pressed. We do see Squig Herds and Savage Orcs, but the Dragon might be able to come in and get this. This is a really, really tight game, guys. Really, really tight one for sure. Savage Orcs will counter Eternal Guard, but with Earthblood and Dragon support, it could be a little bit of a different engagement there. And we do see the Prey of Anothrama going down to the Moonhowler, so the Arwar Goblins. Now Sisters of Thorn being called in. All right, gonna get some nice cap weight there for sure, and might be able to just punish the Squig Herds. And look at that, using the Sisters of Thorn to debuff the Squig Herds with the Curse of Honor is very, very neat. Side objective owned by the Greenskins, but just barely. Those terror routes are very punishing. Tim the Wilder pulling in some Spider Riders, no, Wolf Riders, to try and maintain a little bit of cap weight here to prevent them from getting it in a very expedient manner. One Night Goblin. Oh, look at this guy, the hero of the people. Here he comes. The Night Goblin's going to be heading onto the objective there. As on the back, we do see the Forest Goblin flying, or the Forest Goblin, the Forest Dragon. The Forest Dragon flying over, looking like he wanted to help out on the objective a little bit, but the Morgibbs Magi Marauders are just going to be able to chase him down. Man, this is a really, really tight game, guys. Holy shit, what a way to start today's tournament. So Wurzag has fallen, the Greenskin army in a little bit of danger. Objective 3 owned by the Wood Elves, Objective 2 owned by the Wood Elves, but the Greenskins and Tim the Wilder are holding on to Objective 1 like a dog with a bone here. He only needs to hold for another 80 seconds to get this, so a minute and 20 seconds, and the entire Wood Elf army is just rushing over here knowing they need to get this. Now, will this give Tim the Wilder an opportunity to snake the back objective? It looks like he's got his Savage Orcs here, a couple units coming in, no call-ins. I think all of his call-ins are going to be focused on objective number 1 here. But Tim is incredibly close to getting it. Incredibly close to getting this game. The objective's flipping back and forth. The Wood Elves going to be calling in their Dragon, who did come back from route. Dryad's coming out of Vanguard. Right now, he's only got about 50 seconds left until he wins the game. More Savage Orcs and Goblins moving in. Desperation, capture weight. The Wood Elves are going to be there with a lot of units. If this objective does get flipped, it's basically going to be GG. And I think if you're Tim the Wilder right now, you probably know you're not going to get any more infantry up to this objective. So maybe you start calling in towards objective number 3. Because if you can somehow flip this objective from the Wood Elves, if they delve too greedily and too deeply, you only need to hold it for like a moment, right? So here comes the Wood Elves. A lot of capture weight here, guys. We got 15. Oh my God, look how close this is, guys. They are so close. 1477. The Wood Elves swarm it. The Dragons tear out off the Greenskins. And it looks like Charix might be able to pull this out in the fourth quarter. The Greenskin army potentially going to be pushed back. And on the other side, though, Tim the Wilder not going quietly into the night as these Squig Herds and Savage Orcs start mulching up onto the point here. And in the backside, we do see some Squig Herds being called in. Goblin Riders in the back charging. Uh-oh, this is really tense. Is he going to be able to get some cap weight here? He's got plenty of time to work with it, guys. He only needs to hold an objective for another 18 seconds here to get this game. The Eternal Guard here being absolutely crushed by the full surround. Capture weight starting to flip. The Treekin hustling across. The Sisters of Thorn doing the same thing. But Tim the Wilder's also still pressing this objective. So this game is not quite over, ladies and gentlemen. We could see Tim come in, get these Savage Orcs up on the point. He's got 2 Savage Orcs, a lot of units here. But the Glade Rider probably is going to be able to handle this objective and get the terror routes down. Eternal Guard coming in to provide a little bit of capture weight there. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Greenskins look like they're going to be shut down. The Dryads do arrive out of the Vanguard deployment. They come from the trees, and overall, the Greenskins are going to get folded up here. And I think the hopes of Tim the Wilder here in this first game of today's major tournament are going to end. Yep, looks like on this side, the Dragons just going to get mass terror routes. Dryads are excellent against Savage Orcs because Savage Orcs have pretty terrible defensive stats outside of their physical resist, and Dryads do magic damage. They're going to be excellent at cutting through Savage Orcs. And I think Charix is going to get it, man, because Charix has got a massive value lead, too, of about 2,000. Killing Wurzag was really big. If Wurzag hadn't died, the Greenskins might have been able to hold on a little bit longer and win on some of the objectives. But overall, Charix showing why he is the king of the woods. And if you guys don't remember, Charix won our last faction war with Wood Elves. And as a matter of fact, the prize for that tournament, Lady Turin painted up a really cool Waywatcher model from Tabletop and sent it to him all the way in Poland. But yeah, neat stuff. Cool to see Wood Elves getting some dubs here against the very, very meta Greenskins. But apparently Wood Elves got some teeth too. And I think there's like 2 really high-level Wood Elf players, Charix and Serkia, who play them a lot. And I think that's the reason why the win rate is so good. But yeah, man, I understand Tim's still scrapping though, because if he can find a way to flip the objective somehow, even for just a second, he wins. So I completely get where he's coming from. Looks like Savage Orcs are going to be unsummoned, but we do see the triple cap really, really raking in those points. The Glade Lord on the Dragon currently sitting at 2,600 value. Very good. It's no Mother Ostankia, but certainly not bad as the Dragon does pounce around and do its thing. Glade Riders are nearby, also reinforcing. And I don't see any hope for the Greenskins at this point. I think the Wood Elves are going to be able to anchor down. And the thing is, Wood Elves are a really good rapid response faction. And what I mean by that is when there's like a threat on an objective, they're super good at bouncing across and defending it. So GG, well played, man. Look at that. Man, Charix with the Wood Elf W here in game 1. That was a closely contested match. I thought Tim was going to be able to close that one out when he was like 15 points away. But man, that Wood Elf army maneuvering across and the high speed on their units, it got it done. So that's game one between those two mighty champions. GG, well played. And oh, I got so excited I didn't even look at value. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, oh, let's find out with the next game. Let's get it. GG, well played. All right. So we have an update on the other side of the bracket, by the way. It is going to be House Cat of War. It looks like he had a win over Hadries, who's been very excited playing Baldur's Gate. I would imagine a little bit out of practice in Total War. And yeah, the topside matchup's going to be great too. Houseplant and Housecat were the finalists in last season of Total Tavern's Grand Finals, and they had a 3-2 series. So I'm expecting a really good series from the top side as well. Super excited for that. All right. Well, 1 second here. Perfect. Outstanding. All right, let's get it. And let's do it. We got it, baby. The game is on. And map number 2 in today's tournament. Let me find it here. Map number 2 for the best of 3 is going to be the Eastern Isle Colony. I really like this map. I don't know what it is about Eastern Isle Colony, but it's rapidly become one of my comfort maps that I just really, really enjoy. All right. What's that, guys? Just chatting with some of the players. Okay, perfect. We're all good, man. We are all good. Turin, if you concentrated on just playing for a season, where do you think you'd get into the ranks? So if I just played like sweaty tryhard factions and tried my hardest, I think I could get, top 5, top 10. I don't think I would be able to win against, like, in a best of 5 against some of these top players. Like, they just yeah, they're very good. They're very good. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So where are we? Yes, Eastern Isle Colony. Is it going to be a Tomb King's pick? Interesting. All right, all right. So they're doing their picks and bans in chat. Just going to be watching this. Now we got to see what Charix is going to pick. Tomb Kings on this map would feel pretty good. Nice choke points. Catapults can do some nice spray fire. Sepulchral Stalkers have good defensive shooting positions. Ushopti Grapos have good screening cover. All that kind of good stuff. All right. Some options being explored by the players as well. Do you know there? Yeah, I do like Baldur's Gate, but I've already kind of burned out on playing it single player. The only way I really enjoy Baldur's Gate anymore is playing with, friends in a group. I definitely prefer the RTS experience. Oh, this game is the best of 3. And let's switch back to the lobby so you guys can see what's going on. And yes, up on the scoreboard, you can see in the bottom right, it'll say if a series is best of 3 or best of 5. Yep, and that's going down, man. And that's going down. So I suspect there's going to be some Beastmen action. Although we did have to ban Malagor mid-event. A couple players found out Malagor was bugged earlier in the week. But nobody shared it with me until today. So we had to ban Malagor mid-event because having flying capture weight is extremely broken. Domination mode was designed so there was no units with flying capture weight. So we had to ban Malagor mid-event. So that's going to change up the Beastmen dynamic a little bit. But I mean, you still have Morkur, you have all your Bray Shamans. It's not like the Beastmen are helpless without, Malagor. So they'll be totally fine. How are our Sigmarites? I don't think we'll see too much Empire. Empire is like a low mid-tier faction. And this is the biggest, this is basically the culmination of competitive play. These are the highest level players in the world playing, for, substantial, not substantial. I mean, it's not terrible money, but, it's $300 for first and $200 for second. So you're not going to see people probably playing weaker factions as much. They're going to be playing the sweatier factions and factions that they think are top tier. So Yeah. Yes, Pone. Yes. But you know, if I'm curious to see what Empire is going to get. Empire is an interesting one because they can beat some meta factions for sure. Like Empire versus Greenskins isn't bad at all. Empire can actually go fisticuffs with the Beastmen if you know what you're doing and you're on the right map. There's a lot of weird builds, like matchups that Empire can be niche in, but they're not like practiced by a lot of people. Granted, I do think they're quite good. Yeah, I think in campaign, Malagor can capture objectives because he originally wasn't a flying unit. So I think CA just forgot to change his capture weight from ground base to be a flying unit essentially. Yeah, it'll be good. So waiting for the picks and bans here. Chark's going Skaven, Greenskins, and Tomb Kings. All right, fair play here. Fair play. Okay. It is. Cool. All right. Let's see what they're going to pick here. Are you ready for the Empire to become a 70% win rate Dreadlord faction? I hope they don't. You know, the health of the game is in terms of this isn't my number one priority. Like even if my faction that I'm heavily biased towards and is my favorite flavor wise, I don't want them to be stronger than other factions because then it's not fun. Like beating people when they're playing bad factions and you're playing like something OP is not fun. I don't think it's a good expression of skill, and it's it's just not fun for. I mean, I guess some people don't mind doing that, but yeah, I prefer there to be a degree of balance. What if Swordsmen got anti-infantry? They don't need it. No, that would not be good. Because they're so cheap already. Swordsmen honestly aren't terrible for their price point, for what is it, 375 gold or something like that? They have like stats in the 30s. Like Swordsmen are not a terrible unit. The Empire just needs like its big centerpieces to be buffed up, like Franz, and like if Franz and Boris were really good, that would be nice. Then yeah, a couple new units here and there. Maybe buff up some of their heroes, like the Witch Hunters and the Warrior Priests and Captains, and I think Empire could be in a good spot. Yeah. Absolutely. No, Malagor is good though. He's even, obviously the issue with him being withheld, it's he's got some problems. I have been using mortar wagons actually. I've kind of come around to them because the meta has changed. I don't think greatswords need to be buffed. I thought that for a long time, but I really just took like a week to practice with them, and I found them to be good in a couple of matchups. Because honestly, here's the thing. Greatswords head-to-head, they will beat a Chaos Warrior. They will crush a Zangor, which for their price point at 850 is pretty good, like for all purposes, right? I don't think greatswords need any changes. And like the Empire shouldn't have the best frontliners anyways. Like they should have frontliners that are decent, but they perform through synergy. They don't perform like individually as an OP unit. The Empire is about combined arms, formations, and like synergy between units, like working together. That's like how the Empire plays. So you don't want any of their units like to individually just go out and crush. Yeah. Give Morgr his Mortis engine in multiplayer. So there's a guy in chat, Morgr the Shadow Gave. He's like, give it to me. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, what's it gonna be? Okay. So is it gonna be? Tim is obviously gonna be on Greenskins here. Let's find out. Yeah, Skaven, Greenskins, and Tomb Kings banning Grand Cathay. Okay, so Cathay got banned out on this map. And now we're waiting for Tim's counter pick here. So we got a little bit of time, and then we'll start the top side as well. Yeah, so mortar wagons are good in matchups in which mortars are good, except you're worried about being dived. So let's say you're playing Vampire Coast. Let's say you're playing against Grand Cathay, any of the different Chaos... Well, you don't really use mortars against Chaos factions, but let's say like, Grand Cathay, Vampire Coast, where you're worried about your mortars being shut down. Like the mortar wagons can maneuver, and also they're kind of cool because when they run out of ammunition, they still are like 3 capture weight chariots that can block infantry. They can help you contest objectives, or you can unsummon them and get a refund of 450 gold or 400 gold, whatever it is, and then call in some infantry. So it's not bad. Greatswords just being gunned down is their weakness. Well, that same weakness applies to pretty much every armored great weapon unit, right? It's going to be the same. Like greatswords have more HP than a Chaos Warrior, but it's because they have more models. But yeah, overall, I think greatswords are fine. I think they're fine. Yeah, really, I don't think the Empire is close to is one of the most balanced factions in the game. Like, I don't think you want to do too many drastic changes to them. Just what I say is let's see what they get in the DLC and then go from there. Like, because really, Empire always sits around 50%, which is exactly what you want in the game. Like, you want your factions to be around 50%. Are you casting the other side as well? Yes, we're casting both sides. So for anybody just joining, we're in our first best of 3 series, so let's go to the bracket. We have Houseplant versus House Cat of War on the top side, and Tim the Wild are facing off against Charix down here. So that is the current run of show. Yes, yes. Is the meta already established, or will the win percentages? I think the meta will, the win rates will change a little bit. I think we'll see some action. Oh yeah, Tzeentch versus Tomb Kings, man. We're getting some fun matchups today, dude. Tim is a really good Tzeentch player. He's old school Tzeentch. He was playing Tzeentch back in the days of old when they were considered weaker too. But yeah, it's gonna be great, man. I like this one. Are we gonna see the dreaded changeling? A Kugath on the middle of the map, perhaps? That'd be absolutely hilarious. I don't think that's how Tim would play. Tim's probably gonna use. I could see a foot village, like village on foot to contest the middle objective with like a pink fire. To just roast the Tomb King's infantry, I think could be very strong. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the Empire is more balanced, but yeah, at the highest level of competition, people are typically going to be, using the strongest factions, the ones that are S tier, right? Empire is like probably a B plus faction. Right, so you're going to be seeing A tier factions and S tier factions at the highest level, unless somebody's really a specialist, right? Occasionally, like you'll see specialists come in and do well. Like, what is the Tomb Kings win rate right now? Let me see. So Tomb Kings are sitting at a hold up here. So Tomb Kings are sitting at 48%. Okay. And you know what? Like Empire can totally go fisticuffs with Tzeentch under the right circumstances. So yeah, some cool stuff indeed. Hey, random question. Who's your favorite Primarch? Oh, man. So the thing about 40k lore is I don't know too much about but like aesthetically speaking, I really like Mortarion. I love like the Grim Reaper aesthetic with like the giant scythe and like the Nurgle like green armor. Like to me, that's just my business, dude. So yeah. Yeah, I'm curious what the Empire is going to get. So one thing I probably would like be willing to bet money on is the Empire is going to get a Celestial Hurricanum, because that's a major centerpiece from tabletop that the Empire hasn't, does not have at the moment. So there's in tabletop, the Empire has like 2 big chariot. They have the Luminarch, and then they have the Celestial Hurricanum. The Celestial Hurricanum buffs mages typically, and it also shoots lightning. So it can do like, I would imagine they'll give it like a Wujing War Compass treatment. So the Empire is going to get like a Celestial Hurricanum, which will buff Winds of Magic reserves. Maybe recharge rate, and then it'll also have like a couple bound spells. Like it'll have like maybe chain lightning and something like that. Would be my guess. Yeah, Empire could be played tonight. I just don't think anybody who's playing plays the Empire. Houseplant might play Empire actually. So if we take a look at the top 4 real quick, Houseplant is definitely one of the best Empire players in the world when he does play them. He really has good grenade launcher cavalry micro, so I think we could see Houseplant whip out the Empire. House Cat of War, I know, is really, really good at Lizardmen, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we could see Empire. I do think it's possible on that subject. I do think it's possible. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what, like, low meta, low tier, like, of, like, maybe if we're looking at, like, the niche picks here. And again, sorry for the long pick times. It's a big tournament, so we're going to give the players some cushion there. Of like the really pit lord factions, I would say Nurgle would have the best chance of making an appearance today, because Nurgle has some weird niche applications on certain maps where they can be really nasty. And I do think Nurgle is still a good faction, even though they sit at 37%. Like I would feel very comfortable taking Nurgle into a lot of tournament matches and actually doing well, because like blob healing and mass poison, like they do a lot of things really well. Yeah, Nurgle really does get dunked on by Kislev. That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem for sure. But like, all this stuff is like Nurgle's close to winning a lot of these games, right? Like these ones. Like Nurgle could easily be brought up to 50% win rate. And if Nurgle gets any good units in the upcoming DLC, man, I think they're going to be absolutely tyrannical. So, Same with dwarves. Same with dwarves. Yeah, we have four RTK players. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're really good. I mean, they have a ton of just top talent in that clan, and they train together. I don't know the extent to which they share builds and scheme together, but ironically, they probably don't scheme together too much when the grand finals come around, since all of them are like competitors. I wonder what it's like amongst the RTK clan when like a grand finals comes around, if they're like, hiding builds from each other and training with people they know they won't run into. I think that's kind of fun. I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, Empire can do well. I mean, honestly, I feel the Empire can trade into anyone except Cathay and the dwarves and Kislev. Like those three matchups are really cursed for the Empire, but everything else feels pretty doable. And it's not to say the Empire can't win against those factions, but it's just really uphill. It's really, really uphill. What do you think Nurgle could have as a new unit in the DLC? They're going to get Toad Dragons and Pestigors would be my guess. So Toad Dragon will probably have like 60-something speed. It'll be a huge monster. Probably they'll give it anti-large or something. Maybe anti-infantry, who knows. But they'll get a big Toad Dragon, which will be cool. It'll probably have some sort of an aura, like a debuff aura. And then Pestigors. Pestigors are they'll be really good. They'll probably be like 700, 750 gold. Fast Vanguard deployment, armor piercing unit with poison. That would be what I would put some money on. Yeah, vampire counts could be higher up, I think. Hadri's raises a good point. Vampire counts are bottom tier because most of the VM guys who are vampire count players don't play Dom as much, yeah. Yeah, it's good times, man. Bile Trolls. There's a lot of fun units that could come. All right, let's ready up here. I'm going to take a look at the builds and see how close the players are to finishing, so give me 1 second. That build looks pretty complete to me, and so does that one. All right. Yeah, cool. Cool stuff. Tim making some last-minute tweaks to his build. Charix looks pretty set in his ways there. So overall, I think both players are looking like they're at the end of the road for the builds, and we will ready up. Yeah, the Toad Dragon will definitely be cool for Nurgle. I don't know if I think the Pestigor would be a more impactful unit in Dom mode. Like fast Vanguard units with armor is going to be super good for Nurgle, because Nurgle's pretty slow at getting up to the points, right? You usually have to Vanguard Nurglings for Desperation capture weight, but now they're going to get Pestigors. I honestly have no idea what dwarves are going to get either. I know some people have talked about like golems and getting a golem or something like that. I think it'd be kind of fun. Dwarves are a solid faction. We'll probably see some dwarves today. All right, question from chat. If Total War 40k releases, let's say with 6 factions like Warhammer 3, which ones do you think would be included? Okay. That's a good question. So they'll probably have like a generic like space. They probably, if CA was really business savvy with 40k, they would release the Space Marines based on their chapters and just like have like really, really predatory. Hopefully they're not listening. They would have very predatory DLCs for each of the different chapters, right? So I would say that they would release with the Ultramarines. They would have the Orcs. They would have Chaos, Eldar, Necrons, and Tyranids probably would be what I would think would be kind of a cool range of opening factions. And then they would have like the Black Legion would be like the main Chaos faction. So they would launch with Abaddon, and then they would launch with Rabute Guilliman in the Ultramarines. And then they would have DLCs for like each one. So there would be a Death Guard DLC, there'd be a Thousand Suns DLC, there'd be a World Eaters DLC, there would be something for each of those. And then for Space Marines, they would have like maybe packs, because Space Marines are more similar. So they would have, they would probably have like a bundle, like, oh, you get like the Black Templars, so you get like a couple characters and some unique units. Oh yeah, Imperial Guard too, probably, yeah, Imperial Guard. But they would launch with Space Marines before Imperial Guard, I bet. I bet you the Guard would be a DLC. Tau to appeal to anime fans. Oh, dude, I hate the Tau. God, they're the worst. Oh, God, I have some great stories about Tau players. Oh, man. I remember, oh, God. One of the most neckbeardiest people I ever played in tabletop was a Tau player. I was at a tournament down in Pasadena in Los Angeles, and this guy rolls up with his Tau army, and he's got one of those he's got like a t-shirt on that has like some, some disturbing anime content on it. I was like, oh god. Yeah, and then ever since then, you know, the reputation's always kind of been burned into my head. All right, guys. Let's get it. You want the we'll save the I'll go into more detail with that story, but today we're focusing on the tournament. Let the hate flow. All right, guys. Game 2 here. Tim the Wilder on the ropes, baby. It's time. So we got the Tomb Kings. It's going to be Grand Hierophant Kotep. Kotep is very, very good. And yeah, you want to know why he's good? Because he's got the Lich Staff. The Lich Staff is insane, especially against factions that like to spam magic. So the Lich Staff is an item that every single time you cast a spell with this bad boy, it's going to be applying a 15-second cooldown to all of your opponent's abilities and spells and all sorts of good stuff like that. So you got Skeleton Warriors and Tomb Guard going to be pushing up some decent quality infantry. Tomb Guard do lose to Chaos Warriors, but they hold pretty well with their 40+ melee defense, so they can do their things. Chosen of the Gods on the back, a great choice, gives you some solid armor piercing. Screaming Skull Catapult's also quite nice. There's a little bit of diving potential here. Tim the Wilder could do some nice flanking, like maybe get Zangors out of Vanguard in the trees and like dive those catapults in the back. So quite curious to see how that goes. But overall, yeah, pretty standard Tomb King's army. A couple catapults for crowd clearing. Also does have a leadership discouraging effect, so that's going to be able to punish some of those infantry and push them off objectives. And now for the forces of the wildest of Tims. Tim is going to be coming in with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch. So he's got blue fire and pink fire and the Sword of Change, which is really nice. So you can fly into your opponent's backfield and drop a Chaos Spawn Summon on top of, let's say, a Screaming Skull Catapult and completely kill it. I mean, that is value city right there. That is absolute value city. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch into the sunset, so not going to be using too many of the new Zangors in the opening build, which is smart. Typically, you would want to have these slower, armored, more durable units move up first, and then have the faster Vanguard units come in second, right? Not in all matchups, but I do like the opening of the Chaos Warriors. In the trees, we have the Chromatic Abominations, some Zangors in the bushes, Marauder Horsemen, and more Zangors looking to ambush. So they're probably going to be doing a big push like up and around, which I think is going to be cool, pressing all 3 objectives. Tim really does like that playstyle. He really likes to push all 3 objectives, which is a playstyle I've been trying as well. It's certainly very high pressure, high stress, but I think it's a fun time for sure. It's a fun time for sure. You're still talking about the dreaded Tau player. Yeah, I would say what faction in 40k is like the neckbeardiest faction? Nurgle players, I mean, I play a little bit of Nurgle. Usually Nurgle players are pretty jolly folks that I've met. Orc, I think the coolest, just like some of the best people I've ever met in 40k are Orc players. Like Orc players always are just in good spirits typically and just seem to have really good attitudes. Yeah. Tau definitely gets a little neckbeardy. Yeah, I think so. You guys let me know in chat. All right, the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The Tomb Kings are going to be moving up. Okay, Eldar. I can see Eldar being a little neckbeardy too. Okay, fair play. Although I know a couple Eldar players, and they're pretty cool. Okay, we're getting some different opinions here. I like this. But yeah, look at this. We do see an aggressive push here from the Tomb Kings. Going to be looking to contest the objectives as Tim the Wilder. Is he going to be sitting back? Looks like he's going to be playing pretty defensively out of the gates. He obviously doesn't want to get shot by the Chosen of the Gods and take any free damage. And now it looks like there's going to be some Skeleton Horsemen being called in. All right, look at that. So Skeleton Horsemen Archers, what utility do they have here? I'm trying to think. I guess they give you good counterplay against the Marauder Horsemen because they can outrange them and, pretty much mitigate their effectiveness at range, which is cool. Skeleton Horsemen here are going to be poking up. We do see Zangors pushing from the trees. More Zangors lurking in the back. And yeah, Zangors are really, really tough to stop for sure. Silver shields, high armor, very quick. They'll butcher a lot of Tomb King's infantry. Tomb Guard might be able to beat them. I'd have to, the stats are pretty similar though. And the charge bonus would probably determine a lot of that for sure. So Chaos Sorcerer Lord up in the sky, going to be getting some big pink fires, I would imagine, on the Tomb Guard. And here we have the Chosen of the Gods pushing up. Tim the Wilder actually pushing back and trying to stay out of range. He's probably trying to lure these things a little bit further forward, so then he can use some Screamers out of the point and maybe counterplay them and get a big jump on them or something like that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But the Ushabti Great Bows are now unleashing onto the Chaos Warriors. Should be able to penetrate through their shields pretty quickly. And the shields are now down for these Chaos Warriors. Tim might be able to pull them back before they take any substantial damage. Here we do see the Chaos Lord. He's just using a shield to absorb this damage. So remember, like when you look at Tzeentch, you have to remember they have a lot of healing on their roster with their shields. So like these Chaos Warriors just yielded a couple hundred value. And, they're going to be able to heal up to full health with their shields, depending on the circumstances. Obviously the Tomb Kings might be able to move up and put some Daka down on them, but yeah, we'll see. So Tim playing very defensively. It looks like he's going to be doing his classic build-up playstyle. Tim really, really likes to build up his army and then push all at once with like a huge critical mass, very much an Ogre Kingdoms playstyle. But the horn has been sounded, and now we see 2 Zangors emerging from the bushes with their silver shields, getting ready to pound town some of these skeletons. And in the backfield, what do we have? We have the Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. Oh, that's actually pretty funny. So every time Katep is casting a spell back here, it's adding 15 seconds to the Sword of Change, or the Staff of Change. Oh, wow. Okay, that's pretty funny. So it's mitigating the Chaos Spawn. And now we do see a call, and it's going to be Eyes of the Desert. They do have laser beams, and here comes the Spawn Summon. So the Spawn going to be popping out from the earth, and that's going to be probably 1 dead catapult, I would imagine. It depends on the micro here of Charix. Charix might be able to get them away, and okay, he detaches pretty quickly, and it looks like Charix is going to be able to get away with his crew while the Eyes of the Desert come up and take care of that Chaos Spawn. But now the old Beastmen, aka Tzeentch here, going to be charging in. We do see Zangors getting ready to crush some Tomb Guard, maybe. I'm really curious who would actually win that fight. I feel like the Zangor on the charge might have a bit of an advantage. They do have some really, really solid output. And here we get Zangors trying to engage against these Skeleton Warriors. Marauders of Tzeentch with spears moving up. Chromatic Abominations getting ready to put some hurt down, and Chaos Warriors as well. So Tim the Wilder's going in from every direction. Uh-oh, Katep going to be getting a big vortex there. Oh, Darude Sandstorm, baby. Nails both Zangors. Talk about cost effective. And now the Nehakar Warriors might be able to come in. That was a beautiful vortex. Tim did have those 2 Zangors relatively blobbed up there, and he paid the price for it. That vortex actually did a hell of a lot of damage. But Chaos Warriors, to no surprise, are going to be beating down these skeletons here. Charix is up a little bit in value, as in the backfield, the Chaos Spawn are shut down here, and the Catapult crew is now going to be getting back online. So Charix will have his Screaming Beam catapults, while the Tomb Guard do hold the various battle lines. Skeleton Warriors obviously getting bashed pretty hard, but the Tomb Guard versus Zangor fight seems relatively even, so that's kind of cool how that one turns out. In the backfield, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch going to be scurrying away and cackling as we do get some old Carrion diving down on the Chromatic Abominations. Really, really nice pink fire right there. As I said, an excellent spell against most of these units. Should have been targeting the Tomb Guard, but getting rid of skeletons isn't a terrible idea for opening up a little bit quicker into the backfield right there. Now back towards Objective 1, we do see Tim the Wilder and the aggressive Tzeentchian forces breaking through the battle lines of the Tomb Kings, as the Tomb Guard are pretty much the last one standing, but Forsaken rushing into the backfield. And it looks like they're going to be making a big rush for those catapults, which wouldn't be a bad idea at all. The catapults really do a lot of damage over the course of a long game. Zangor's hunting down the Ushapti Grapos. This is incredibly cost effective here for Tim the Wilder, because basically, you got 1,200 gold worth of value, which isn't going to be doing a whole lot right now. It's just running and not doing DPS, so that's very good. And these Forsaken are beelining it. Now, how is Charix going to be able to save this catapult? Is he going to be calling out some Nehakar horsemen or something? We do see the Blessed Legion of Demonetization over here looking to move up and put some armor sundering down. Forsaken do get staggered a little bit on the Skeleton Horsemen. Definitely a little bit of a blunder there. Tim needs to keep microing those as effectively as possible to shut down that catapult, but looks like he's going to be letting the Zangors do it, so he's opting to just let these Forsaken chew through some of these horsemen right here. A little bit of crossfire coming in from the Eyes of the Desert. So Eyes of the Desert do have good armor-piercing laser beams that they shoot from their heads, certainly doing Dr. Evil proud, as those Forsaken do take a bit of a pounding. They're also poisoned and slowed, being kited by these horsemen. And now 1 catapult's going to be going offline. So that's a really, really big pick for Tim. If Tim can maintain this momentum, keep pushing through that catapult, and then get onto the Blessed Legion back there, that would be huge. But in the backfield, the Chosen of the Gods have gotten back online, doing really good spray fire mode into the Zangors, and Nehakar Warriors might be able to come in and clean it up. As far as Objective 1 goes, Forsaken have arrived at the point. Chaos Warriors obviously crushing the Tomb Guard and the various infantry pieces. Their high armor really, really good. And the Tzeentchian hordes really getting aggressive into the backfield. We do see old Charix on the back foot here a little bit. He is holding this objective, but Charix maybe finding a way to get this objective out from right under the nose of Tzeentch. Tzeentch does have its Chromatic Abominations right here, as well as some Zangors. Losing this objective would be a big, big blunder. I mean, that would give the Tomb King so much more time to scrap back and really value trade in this game. Like, every little point like that matters. Chromatic Abominations moving back. Ushapti summon called out on the battlefield. Looks like it was being used to chase down the Chromatic Abominations. Couple horsemen trying to intercept them as well. If this point flips, man, that's going to be a big, big blunder. I don't think it will, though. I think that the Marauders will arrive. Charix trying to block on the side of the point, but I don't think he's going to be able to. The spears are going to arrive, and they do get on the point. They only need to get 1 model on the point, and he wasn't quite able to keep them off the point long enough. But man, if that had flipped, that would have been pretty catastrophic for Tzeentch. Now, looking around, Carrion being used to shut down Screamers. Same thing that Grand Cathay does. Grand Cathay uses the Crowmen, which are obviously way better than the Carrion, but, discussion for another day. Tomb King's getting some good momentum here. We do see Tzeentch kind of running out of steam on this side. And yeah, they're pushing up pretty hard. Granted, Tzeentch does have a lot of pressure in the backfield as well. We do see Grand Hierophant Kotep being hunted down. So the Discmaster, the Duel of Fates, the two Haggard Wizards going to do battle. But Chaos Sorcerers, dude, look at him surfing after. Oh, that's so cool, dude. He's totally riding the wave right there. But yeah, Kotep might be in a little bit of danger. Chaos Sorcerer Lords are pretty good fighters. 48 melee attack. You know, they have magic damage, which isn't really pertinent against Kotep. But Tzeentch army ability going down from Tim the Wilder in the back, nailing that catapult. Critical binding, -3 leadership. It's going to start crumbling right now. And that might be a dead catapult. So really, really good usage of that ability. Now, Tomb Kings hold objective 3. Are the Tomb Kings going to be able to get objective number 2? They're pushing very heavily for it. We see Skeleton Warriors and Tomb Guard, all sorts of good stuff like that trying to make progress. But Tzeentchian infantry are pretty resilient. Even the basic Marauders do have shields. Chromatic Abominations are ROR blues, which means they are, relatively speaking, melee combat characters, so they can help hold back some of these bad boys. Up in the sky, we see the double Carrion Goon Squad shutting down Screamers. And I do think that's a nice tech. Yeah, Screamers have a really bad time versus these kind of swarming flying units. I believe Carrion are infantry sized? Yeah, they are. So the Screamers are not going to be able to be getting their anti-large bonus there. They're going to be suffering. Tzeentch holding on to objective number 1, and I don't see any reinforcements coming in for it. Currently, it looks like Tzeentch is kind of desperately trying to hold on to objective number 2 here, and we'll see if they can. The Tomb Guard bashing through the Marauders, but we do see a rear charge of Screamers coming in, which might help break these Tomb Guard over the course of a long fight. Carrion following in hot pursuit, trying to reinforce and help their troopers win that fight. As far as objective number 3 goes, the home objective for the Tomb Kings is being comfortably held. Although Tzeentch does have a lot of units back here. We have Forsaken, we got Chaos Warriors, and Chaos Warriors are very, very resilient boys. I mean, they got 44 melee defense, super high armor, good HP pools, what's not to love, and there's a little bit of a threat. Yeah, a little bit of a threat going here as we do see Tim the Wilder actually getting a triple cap. Okay, so I didn't notice that. He did manage to get the triple cap here, guys. Tim the Wilder really pushing those bad boys back. Akar Warriors moving up to the point with the Chosen of the Gods. No, basically Shopti coming out. It's cool to get to see them in action. There's going to have to be some reinforcements here from Tim, or else this objective could certainly flip. Yeah, so both sides do have a lot of healing, you know, if you guys are doing your analysis of the game. The Tomb Kings, every time they cast a spell, they are getting the Restless Dead, which is healing their entire army, and Tzeentch also has shield healing. So the values are a little bit all over the place. You know, it gets a little bit wild. Looks like Tomb King's going to be able to re-secure their back objective. Currently, as it stands, Charix is down on points. Tim the Wilder is up by about 300. The Nehakar Warriors do re-secure objective number 3, so I don't think there's going to be any issues holding that for the Tomb Kings for the foreseeable future. Kotep very, very low. He's certainly on death's door, but he is being guarded by some of the best Guardians in the game, which are Sepulchral Stalkers. If you try and fly past them, their missile attacks are so fast and so direct that oftentimes you can't really dodge them super effectively. Whereas like bows and sometimes even gun units, if you're like really on point, you can like time it and dodge the shooting attacks, right? So Shopti getting the job done over here, clearing out the last of the infantry, and suddenly it looks like Charix might be able to kind of wrestle this point here. You got Zangors on their way up, but Zangors will have a very bad time versus the Ushopti here. Not a ton of capture weight, but Charix is going to be remedying that. We do see the Skeleton Warriors as well as Grand Hierophant Kotep moving this way. Forsaken rushing over to the point, but we need some Screamers for the old Tzeentchian forces to take them down. Husarian's Incantation of Vengeance, the mighty fist of the Tomb Kings being brought down on these bad boys. That's going to do some nice damage to them and also trigger a cooldown punishment on the forces of Tzeentch. Kotep, though, with a little bit of danger, getting dove here by the Chaos Sorcerer, the Discmaster. He's got Kotep in weak binding, ladies and gentlemen. And this could be a little bit of a reverse from last game. Last game, we saw the old pig, Wurzag, being hunted down, but it looks like Tim the Wilder is the hunter now, and he does take him down. So the entire Tomb King's army, look at these Skeleton Warriors, 22 leadership right now, -16 because the Lord recently died. That is going to be absolutely brutal. This is a real tight game right here, guys. So back objective owned by Tzeentch, and as far as objective number 3 goes, Tomb Kings do have a nice little stranglehold on that. A couple random Chaos Warriors probably need to be unsummoned here, but Tzeentch is going to be fighting pretty hard for this point here. They do have a couple units of Screamers, which will help a lot against Ushopti, and you see the leadership is becoming a big factor. With Kotep being goon like that, a lot of these units wouldn't be crumbling. These ones would. The Ushopti would be much more stable in terms of leadership, and these Horsemen would also probably still be crumbling, but, you know, if it gets closer, man, that could be the deciding factor, right? Catapults back online. Looks like Screaming Beam Catapults were called out, putting a little bit of hurt into the Zangors here. The Discmaster juking back up into the sky. Tzeentch starting to get some good capture weight. He definitely needs to rotate these units over and flank and crush this force while he can. Here comes some Sepulchral Stalkers being chased by spears. As far as the backpoint goes, looks like Tomb Kings get a little bit crunk here. There's going to be some sort of an army ability going down. Is that going to be a Tzeentchian army ability? Yeah, it looks like it is. Was that the right spot for it, though, is the question, because that's a major ability, and it looks like it was just wasted perhaps could have been used to a little bit more effectiveness against some of these advancing Tomb Guard, something like that. But yeah, we'll see if it ends up holding the point, because man, Tomb Kings are coming for it. They got some Nehekara warriors coming over there, and I'm not seeing anything from Tim the Wilder right now. We got Horsemen coming. Horsemen might be able to salvage this point, maybe, like, finish off these tattered units here. Maybe poke down these Tomb Guard, but that's a fair amount of cap weight there, and it ain't going to be easy. So Tzeentch does manage to wrestle objective number 1 from the forces of the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings look like they're running out of steam here a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, at least as far as objective number 1 goes. But this little theft on the back, that could be all the difference, right? Like keeping Tim away from that precious single cap situation. The more skeleton warriors moving up. Tzeentch spears getting their old shanks down and wearing down the sepulchral stalkers who are sitting at 7 leadership, still being penalized by -10. So the way that the Lord penalty works is when your Lord dies in this game, your entire army takes -16 leadership, and then there's basically like a timer that when that wears off, it stabilizes at 10. So there's like an immediate shock to the Lord dying, and then it gets a little bit less impactful as it goes to 10 leadership there. So that's why I used to see people doing the unsummon cheese when that was still a thing, but thankfully that's been fixed, and that is no longer our game. Tzeentch has got the point, but the Tomb Kings do have a lot here. We see Tomb Guard, Sepulchral Stalkers might be able to clear off these units. The Screamers of Tzeentch being killed by Carrion is such an interesting tech. It's certainly not something I would have expected. Tzeentch manages to hold on to their point, though. They do get some Marauders as well as some Horsemen up to hold on. The Horsemen going to be doing battle with the Skeletons here. I don't actually know. The Skeletons seem to have some decent stats. 21-23 against 23-21-24. So the Horsemen should have a slight advantage, but due to the fact that they're a little bit beat up right now, yeah, bit of a different beast, ladies and gentlemen. So Tzeentch does have this point, but the Skeleton Warriors and the Tomb Guard are arriving up at the point here. They're probably going to be able to flip that one back. Tim the Wilder fighting tooth and nail in this game. He knows that everything is on the line. This is it. He's got to do this or else he's out of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Chaos Sorcerer Lord on his disc, riding right here. We do see -9 leadership being dropped on the Blessed Legion. And over here, the Old Eyes of the Desert going to be hunting down that Chaos Sorcerer Lord, as he does barely escape. Tzeentch trying to get some warriors up to the point. They might have a little bit of cap weight. Those Zangors, probably only 1 or 2 cap weight between them. And it looks like the Tomb Kings are going to be able to flip this one back. As far as objective number 2 goes, Tzeentch has gotten it. And guys, Tzeentch actually wins on 1 point right now. They have 1,300 points, and all they needed to do is be at 1,251 points before the forces of Charix reach 1,000. And at this point, Tzeentch is just going to Helm's Deep on their back objective. Charix has a little bit of time to work with. Not too much, I guess. Not too much, guys. But the old archers just doing a little bit of harass. These skeleton archers also have 4 capture weighted piece, so they can be used to dive in out of a little bit of desperation if need be. Charix moving up, man. He's got to get this point. We got Nehekara Horsemen being called in. A little bit of Dacker from the catapults in the backfield. Tomb Kings do get it. Unsummoned from the Lord. Most likely to get some resources to call in some additional ground-based troopers, and we do see it. So some Chaos Warriors going to be hustling to the point. And now, guys, Charix going all in to try and flip this one. He gets all of his cavalry up on the point, but now there's going to be some Zangors arriving soon. And Horsemen, as well as more Zangors, which are completely going to shut this down. Catapults doing a little bit of friendly fire here, actually leading to the crumbling of these skeleton warriors. And it looks like Tim the Wilder is maybe going to be able to get it with a Helm's Deep here. What a similar outcome to last game, right? The last game was just like this. Tim just barely holding on here. But I do think in this situation that it's a little bit of a smaller map, so it's easier to reinforce your Helm's Deep point. So I think we are going to be probably seeing Tim the Wilder get the W here, man. Really, really tense games between these two players. Clearly, they're very evenly matched. Eyes of the Desert moving in, and they're going to have to move up and just fight on the objective to the best of their abilities. A couple Tomb Guard units moving in, but Tim is probably going to screen them out with the Zangors. He can intercept them before they get to the point. The Zangors should be able to defeat the Tomb Guard in their current very tattered state. Carrion flying around, and I do like this play a lot from Charix. This is this very high-level play here. Using the Skeleton Horsemen to block off the reinforcements to keep them from getting up to the point is very clutch. But overall, Tim is doing the same thing. You see right here, Tim is blocking the troopers. He's blocking all those units from getting up to the point. Well, some of them are on it, but overall, man, he is really, really running out of time. But the Tomb Kings do have a critical massive capture weight here. If it can find its way onto objective number 2, maybe. But Tzeentch is very tanky, right? We have the Zangors, we have the Chaos Warriors coming up, and Chaos Warriors, like I said, are just absolute middle linebackers. Right here, they're able to cut through the Skeleton Horsemen. No surprises here. Tzeentch Warriors looking extra badass. And now these mighty cloaked warriors going to be heading up towards the point and most likely closing out the game. Marauder Spears providing additional cap weight, making it up. Tomb Kings do have some warriors coming across. They're going to be way, way off here, and I mean, they're not going to be able to get there in 30 seconds. They are not Slaanesh. Maybe Slaanesh Infantry would find a way to sprint down here, but that is not going to be it. And it looks like Tim the Wilder, man, going to be getting back in the series with an absolute nail-biter of a match, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute nail-biter. It looks like there's another 18 seconds left. Do the Tomb Kings have any hope? I don't think so. The Chad Chaos Warriors fighting on the point. It was all part of the great plan. Tim the Wilder going back to one of his certified classics, showing us a little bit of Tzeentchian witchcraft here as the Hordes of Chaos do defeat the Tomb Kings here today in Game 2. And what was a very close, even game. GG, well played, man. GG, well played. The Tomb Kings got boned indeed, but it was close. It was a very good game. Very good game. All right, so that's going to be 1-1 here in the series. I promise you we'll try and look at values here in a second as we go into the rubber match here. And I'm glad we're getting even matches today. These have been great games so far. For Tomb Kings, wow, this Tomb Guard actually did pretty good. Kotzep was nice. That first Vortex was huge. Catapults, of course, paying for themselves. No surprises. I liked the basic Ushapti pick. I feel like even more basic Ushapti in the build would be pretty strong. Although Screamers are a bit of an issue. Screamers can really tear them apart. So, you know, a little cat and mouse there. For Tim, 2100 value on those sweet pink fires. Chaos Warriors doing good. Zangor's grinding it up. And overall, man, that was a great match. That was a good one. All right. Let's see what they got, man. Last map for the best of 3 series is going to be, let me go over to the Discord and see what it's going to turn out to be. Glade of the Everqueen. Yeah, great map. Absolutely great map. Alrighty. Glade of the Everqueen. Cool, man. Cool. Checking here to see what their picks and bans are going to be. All right. Well, one starts with this. So now they're going to be doing the picks and bans. Tim's going to go grab a little quick drink and take care of business, and he'll be back. Grumbrindle in chat says, at what time more or less do you do the tournaments I have? My tournaments are all over the place. Yeah. Vampire Counts versus Vampire Counts matchup. No, I don't think we're going to see any Vampire Counts. There's a couple of really good players who play them, but they didn't make it here, so. Subutai likes Vampire Counts. He was in the top 16. He had a good series versus Kark, but neither Kark nor Subutai made it to the top 4. Both of whom are very good Vampire Count players. So probably not going to see too much Count Chocula today. Maybe. You miss Grease in time? I don't know. I suppose I never got attached to Greases. Land battle in between. Yeah, land battles are fun to throw in between games because they're really fast. They're very quick. Best 2 games I've seen in a long while. Such a good matchup between these 2 players. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. It's weird not seeing Vampire Counts be tyrants. Yeah, it is a little weird, isn't it? Like, Vampire Counts have been super tyrannical for a long, long time. But, yeah. They're chilling now. If only Subutai would have just played meta instead of being such a rebel, I know. I mean, yeah, a lot of the RTK guys are very meta focused, which makes sense because they want to win. You know, they play to win. I would say Charix is a little bit different. He mixes in some elves. You know, he's got a bit of a different style. Tim also, you know, Tzeentch isn't super meta, but Tim plays them. I feel like all of them probably have like 1 or 2 like pet factions that aren't like super meta. Tomb Kings are somewhat meta, not too hard. You know, they did get their capture weight fixed because Vampire Counts had skeletons are supposed to be expendable, but for the past couple patches, Tomb King skeletons weren't, which was super powerful. So that did get fixed. So that brought Tomb Kings to a more balanced state. So now Tomb Kings sit around 50%. So you really don't need to do much to their faction, honestly. I think you could buff Iro Titans and some of the big monsters on Tomb Kings, and that would be cool. But aside from that, they don't really do much. They're in a very good place right now. Wanted to join the SST last night. Oh yeah, I've seen many friends disappear to the old Baldur's Gate. It's been getting played a lot. What DLC is great for multiplayer? It depends. You need to tell me what factions you like, and then I can give you recommendations. Because really, for multiplayer, it just, whatever factions you want to play is what you should be focusing on. Yeah. Vampire Counts are Vampire Counts are really good in Dom. I mean, they've been tyrannical for many seasons. But some other factions have gotten power, like Kislev is a big power creep faction. They got a huge power creep DLC. They got Mother Ostankia needs heavy nerfs, and so does the Action Ambushers. Like those units were super overtuned. I'm surprised we haven't seen Kislev yet, but again, we've only had 2 games so far, so we've only had 2 matches. Which factions are busted tier? I would say Kislev qualifies for sure in the hands of good players. Ogre Kingdoms are definitely busted. Yeah, those are the big ones. Beastmen are really strong too, like really strong. Yeah, ogres are banned for the tournament, yeah. My profile image is Nightmare Fuel. That's my dog, actually. It's Wookie. Yeah, he passed away a couple years ago, but you know he will live on forever in this glorious profile picture. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, ogres are banned from the tournament because it's just stupid. Every game would just be an ogre mirror match because of how broken they are. It's just like it would either be ogre mirrors or just yeah. Armored Kossars are nuts too. I agree. So you're asking if Grail Knights are still OP? No, they're not. They're pretty balanced now. They're really expensive. They can be very impactful and certainly change the momentum of a battle, but oftentimes it's just better to call out some Knights of the Realm. So it really depends. Yeah, Kislev is really strong. They're very strong. Who would have thought Beastmen? All it would take to put Beastmen over the edge of being like top tier was giving them an armored unit in the front line. That isn't terrible, right? Like Bestigors definitely need a cost reduction. They cost like over 1,000 gold. You could take 100 off Bestigor and it still would be fine, I think. Chaos Dwarves, I don't think we'll see any of that today. Their infantry are just way overcosted. That's the thing. Like Chorf Warriors and Chorf Warriors I suppose aren't like the most egregious, but the Hobgoblin infantry are so overcosted. And those are really going to be like the backbone of a lot of Chaos Dwarf armies, right? Is like those cheap, Hobgoblins for capture weight. Should Khorne be buffed? You have to be very cautious with buffing Khorne because of the fact they haven't gotten a DLC yet. That's why factions that haven't gotten DLCs, you got to watch out because that's what happened with Kislev. Kislev was like weak, and then they got several patches worth of buffs, and then they got a DLC with overpowered units, and it all like conglomerates into a really bad situation. But yeah, Khorne needs cost reductions on a couple units for sure. Like their Skull Crushers and their really expensive elite cavalry need to be cost decreased. Some of the warriors, I think the shielded warriors are appropriately priced, but I do not think that the dual weapon warriors are. I think they need to be brought down a little bit as well. Would Beastmen become S tier when they get 4 more? Yeah, I mean, if Beastmen get more gores and they can like bring them all, they're going to be really scary. Like Pestigors, Khorne Gores. Khorne Gores will probably be the worst one. They'll just be like anti-infantry dual weapon. The Nurgle Gores will be great weapon, obviously, with poison, so those ones will be pretty good. I mean, having fast armor piercing with Vanguard against like factions like Cathay and Dwarves will be very welcome. Which new unit makes Kislev OP? The biggest one is probably the Action Ambusher Arwars. Hey, take care, Pone. Oh, look at that. Professor Pone's going out on a date. Hell yeah, man. Have fun. Treat yourself. Tell her how you're a professional Total War player. I'm sure that'll score you a lot of points. But the Action Ambusher Arwar, they have 3 nets. They do insane damage. Like if you compare the Dark Elf Shades with Action Ambushers, it's like you can't even. Shades are so overcosted comparatively speaking. Or Ambushers should cost the same as Shades, to be honest, because they have armor piercing and melee, and like you have to pay 1,200 to get that from a Shade, which is just absurd. So huge power creep right there. For Cathay, I mean the Crowmen are really good. The drum is more niche. It's not terrible. It's definitely more of a land battle thing. Because in land battle, you can just mouth breathe and sit in the box with Cathay, and just have like a single cannon shooting to force them to attack you. And with the harmony, it's pretty disgusting in the drums. Yeah. I was watching today's video and I thought, what if you brought Ulrika instead of the double witch hunter and just make a big nuke on Gelt? Ulrika against dwarves wouldn't be that good. She lacks armor piercing and shadow magic. Like usually good dwarf players against Empire will only bring dwarf warriors and miners, so there's no valuable Pit of Shades targets. So yeah, I don't think that'd be very good. Yeah, Action Ambushers are nasty. They're really nasty. How are the new lines for Cathay? They're pretty terrible in multiplayer. Let me see how the picks and bans are going. I'm making sure they're not trying to ask me any questions. Yes. P1 would be player from... All right, outstanding. Cool. So they got that all squared away, and we are all set. Sorry about the long downtime. So the rubber match pick and ban system is a little bit more complex. But, you know, the Lions are bad. Yeah, Hadri's nailed it on the head. They need 1,000 more HP, and they need Terror 100%. Any chance we'll see any Slaanesh action? Probably not in today's tournament, Jan. I don't think any of these players really play Slaanesh, and Slaanesh would have some niche applications, I suppose. I'm trying to think what matchups are good in. How would you balance Streltsy and Ambushers? So I would make the Ambushers way more expensive. So I would just put Ambushers up plus 200 gold. And, you know, to make them... Ambushers should cost the same as Shades. And they should pay... especially the ROR version should be way more expensive. And then you make Streltsy a little cheaper. So it incentivizes you to bring them as like a cheaper alternative. You know, so they serve... It's like it would become the Dark Shard versus the Shade argument, right? Like the Streltsy is the Dark Shard and the Shade is the Ambusher. Oh yeah, the Jade Lions are just awful, dude. They're just absolutely awful, just terrible. So I haven't really been following the tournament. I've been rearranging my cards. I could build a Toxrill. Oh yeah, the true Nurgle commander. That sounds like fun. Ogres are banned because they have some serious issues with their faction. Not only are they undercosted, but they also are immune to a couple effects that really just make them OP. Yeah, it's a back end issue on CA's end with the coding on the ogres. Yeah. Does Vampire Coast have a chance of being picked? You know, honestly, I think if somebody was practiced with them, yes. You could see, I think Vampire Coast actually doesn't have the worst matchup in the world versus Kislev. Vampire Coast handgunners are really good against Kislev. And also you have good mortars and like good focus. Like I think that's legit not terrible. But I don't think any of these players really practice bad factions or like not even bad, but mid-tier factions. They usually just practice the S-tier ones. So that's what you're mostly going to be seeing at the peak of play like this. Let's see what matchup we are going to be in. All right. We're almost there. Oh, they're very close to deciding the matchup. I'm watching eagerly, trying to see what it's going to be. Could see some Skaven, perhaps. There still is a Skaven matchup on the table. We could see a little power grabbing, which is always fun to watch, I'm sure. Just play Mortarion, he's fun. Yeah, Mortarion as a commander in Magic isn't that good. Do you think my early recommendations of Empire would help stabilize them against meta factions? Honestly, Empire doesn't have that many problems with the meta factions. The Empire struggles against just armored dwarf factions. That's it. I mean, Kislev is just OP. Like if you like nerf, Empire used to be fine versus Kislev until they got those ambushers. And then when they got the ambushers with the net, what every Kislev player and their dog will do against the Empire. Normally wagons were really good against Kislev. They could roll around and just put a ton of DPS out and troll them. But now the Akshina Ambusher ROR just nets them from 100 meters away and instant kills a wagon. Then they wait for the cooldown and they insta kill another wagon. They're just methodically just picking you apart. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot. Today's tournament's going to be long. The players are going to be taking longer with their picks and bans, and yeah, we still have another best of 3 and then a best of 5. So there's going to be plenty of sweaty action. So hopefully you don't mind me just ranting. Glorfindel, thank you for the 100. Holy shit, man. I've been watching 3 years and decided now's the time. Turin, you were so chill. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Dude, that's super generous. And again, that's going to help me pay the prize support to the players today. So the prizes for today is $300 for first place and $200 for second. Coming out of my pocket, but that makes it a lot easier. So thank you so much. Means a lot, man. And thank you for supporting all the multiplayer action here. Yes, yes. Empire is getting wrecked by most competitive. It depends. There's not that many Empire mains, you know, that are like really high level players. There's really not. Yeah, I think Empire can do it though. Sounds amazing. Oh, time to open another beer. Let's party, man. Let's go. I'm unfortunately on a medicine where I'm not able to drink any old beers, but it's probably a good thing. I'm getting kind of out of shape anyways. The dreaded 35-year-old pot belly is growing. High Elves. Oh yeah, dude. We have a high elf game here? Oh, let's go. It is. It's time for the high elves. Just slippery goose to stay from you do, man. At some point. Through or on objectives. All right, perfect. Is it going to be rats versus lizards? Okay, we don't have the matchup yet. It might be rats versus lizards. Okay, so the final matchup is being decided right now. Could be high elves. Charix is a very good high elf player too. So it's very likely we could see them as well. I bought an under the desk treadmill. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, we could be like running on a treadmill while we're streaming, although it'd probably be kind of noisy, you know? And probably a little bit noisy. Hey, Glorfindel, man, thank you so much. We need the Turin face cam to return. Oh god, dude. I don't know. I never like understood that, you know? When I used to watch a fair amount of streamers, and I never really understood the thing. It depends on the subject matter. If you're playing a game, I don't understand the appeal of a face cam so much, but if it's like a stream where you're just talking and, you know, maybe covering something, I think it makes more sense, like a podcast, because it's fun to see people's reactions to subject matter. But in gaming, I'm not sure. We could see high elves though if Charix advances on. Skaven versus Lizardmen, guys. Classic Warhammer 2 duel. All right. Now they're just going to plop out their builds, and it is go time. Hey, Turin, watching since Warhammer 2, binge all your streams. Even though this game is getting dunked on lately, it's still my favorite. Yeah. You know, here's the thing. Total War is going through hard times. Obviously, the higher-ups at CA are very out of touch, and they don't know what a gem they have in their hands, you know, and then they just do shit like this DLC. It's just a shame, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a good time and, you know, enjoy what we got. It's still an amazing game. I mean, like this... Total War Warhammer is single-handedly probably responsible for reviving Warhammer Fantasy's popularity. And that now we have an entire tabletop game coming out, rekindling this universe because of Total War Warhammer. I mean, there's been a lot of good stuff. No, I have a rule against playing in my own season finals. I won't do it. I qualified last season, and I won't play. Well, granted, I wouldn't win, you know, because I would play underdog factions, and yeah, these top guys are better than me as well. Yeah, man, it's a shame. Yeah, I know. Gojira, I think it's a human thing. That's why thumbnails are spammed with dumb faces. I know. I'm like a YouTube boomer. That's for sure the way. Like, I remember seeing when Diablo 4 was coming out in, like, Baldur's Gate, I was just getting, like, my YouTube feed was being spammed with those thumbnails with someone just, you know, making, like, a surprised face with, like, you won't believe how broken this build is, or, like, you know, this is the best sorcerer build. Oh my god, look at the damage. And it's like a screenshot of a guy's like with his mouth open and like a fireball on the screen or something. I can't stand that shit, dude. I can't stand it. I guess it works for a lot of people, but it just makes me not want to click it, you know? I would imagine you guys probably feel the same way to an extent, right? Like, if it's necessary to have your face in the thumbnail, maybe like you have a podcast guest or something and you're like, you want to show, oh, this is the person who's on the podcast, or is going to be talked about in the video, but those kind of thumbnails, they're just designed to lure in like children, I think. I don't know, man. The dumb face thumbnails are misery incarnate. Oh, dude, it's just like... But it works too, you know? It sucks. Like, it works super well. I don't mind the big red arrows. To me, that's just funny, you know? Like that stuff. That's my stuff. I don't know. Big Sam. Yeah, okay, I'm not the only one, but you remember, guys, we're kind of in an echo chamber here in this chat. Because, like, at most, if you look at the demographics of people who hang out in our community, it's, like, usually between the ages of 25 and 40. So, like, I feel like we're just not the target audience for that type of stuff, you know? Yeah. But those thumbnails work super well. I don't know what it is. My thumbnail game is awful, dude. If you saw how I made my thumbnails, you guys would just... Ugh, it's so bad. The goofy animal thumbnails for AoE4. Oh, yeah, the ones with, like, the hamsters holding the hammers and stuff. Yeah, it was good. trying to get a charity stream going with you and Sparty sometime in October or November. I would do it. Yeah, if he reached out to me and wanted to do it, I would 100% do it. But it's hard to get a hold of Sparty these days. Yeah, man. Are we accusing us of being boomers? We kind of are. We're YouTube boomers, you know? Damn, Turin read our community demographics like a book. It's true, dude. It's true. All right, Tim the Wild. Dude, you guys are going to love Tim the Wilder's Lizardman playstyle. He uses ancient salamanders. He uses all kinds of cool shit. It's really fun. I showed the thumbnail. I use Microsoft Paint. I used Microsoft Paint for years to make my thumbnails. I use paint.net now. I've evolved. My wife has enlightened me. She showed me how to use paint.net. It's the evolution. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, man. I should make a thumbnail with everything I hate in thumbnails. Yeah, I can do that. We've actually those kind of like clickbait thumbnails, like the surprised face thumbnails, actually made their way into the Total War community as well. I've seen them on Total War channels. You know, they've made their way. The funniest thing about those is just like imagining the person sitting there. You know, it's just like some dude at his desk taking selfies of himself, like making surprise faces. Just like the imagery of like imagining that is like, oh, it's so good, you know? Oh my God. No, Photoshop's too complicated for me, dude. I'm terrible with technology. I'm terrible. All right, Skaven versus Lizardmen. Come on, Charix. I know you're ready. Are they waiting to ask me a question or something? One sec here. All right. All right. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, there we go. And we're all good. Still business. No, I don't have a mullet anymore. Like mullets get like they become a bit of work, dude. When long hair is just it's a lot to handle, you know. Yeah, it's a lot to handle. Best thumbnail is worm tongue for AoE 40s trading. Yeah, I agree. Oh my God. All right, guys, it's go time. Let's get it, man. Here we are. Oh my God, look at that build. It's the purple. It's the purple pirate build here, dude. He's got 3 of the Deathglow Bombardiers. Oh yeah, that's great. So the Skaven build's obviously going to be power grab, which is just, you know, super powerful. And there is going to be a Warlock Engineer who's going to basically be the Lord of the Army, bringing Lord of Ruin. And we have 3 of the purple Globadiers, which I haven't seen these in action too much. Apparently they've been talked about. There's been whispers in the old Undercities about them being pretty strong. So that is cool. For Tim the Wilder, it's going to be Saurus with some Kroxigor action. Also, we do have some dinosaurs. We have the Rev Crystal, the Revivification Crystal, which is one that I literally couldn't say for like years. When they first released the Rev Dino, I just couldn't say it. It was like the weirdest tongue twister. A Power Grab is an ability on the Chieftain, which basically gives the whole Skaven army 8 leadership. It's really, really nasty. So looks like I hate Saurus build. Dude, I hate playing against Saurus as the Empire. It's, because Chameleon Skinks and just Javelins killing your grenade launchers while they just push out. Norex, oh yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. All right, so here we go, baby. The battle is on. Thank you all for joining today. It's been a fun stream so far. Got a really good contested series between these 2 players. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this Skaven. So looking at the old rats, it's going to be a bunch of clan rats, which is no surprise. They have good capture weight, but these are the potential breadwinners here. You have the Deathglow Bombardiers. These guys have huge armor piercing and do hit very hard. They're quite expensive at around 900 gold, but if left unimpeded, they might be able to put some serious hurt down on those Saurus battle lines. So we'll be keeping a very watchful eye on their careers. Now for the Dino army, it's very standard. Just using a high HP, durable linebacker, 8-foot tall jack steroid lizards. So get into the front line and just fight on objectives and push back the rat side. But they got to find a way to shut down those Globadiers or else it's going to be ugly. I would imagine Tim is going to be calling in a lot more Kroxigors with their spanking paddles and is going to be trying to dive on those bad boys. So I bet you it's going to be mostly Kroxigors. Maybe some Ripperdactyls too. Ripperdactyls can be very nasty at clearing out rats and pretty much any infantry unit in the game. So this is Glade of the Everqueen. It's a cool map, man. Shout out to Wacka Wacka for this one of the all-time classics here for our domination community. And the battle will be starting here in just a moment. What is he healing with the Rev Crystal? Couple targets. So Rev Crystals are relatively cost-effective on top of Saurus, but also Kroxigors, right? So Kroxigors have, pretty durable stats, 100 armor, high HP per model. So it does also revive units, which is crazy good, right? So this thing can heal injured units before resurrecting them. So if you lose a Kroxigor model, you can actually bring them back to life, which is really good. I mean, you're basically getting necromancy here on the Lizardmen with the Rev Crystals. And if he decides to summon out something else big, it's nice. And at the end of the day, Bastiladons are still good anti-infantry monsters for their price point. So you can move those into the, the points and get some terror routes going down on the rats and all that sort of good stuff. He did also bring the ROR mortars, yes. So we do have the Death Glow Bombardiers, and in the bushes we have, I believe, the Avalanche mortars. Now, if these things are allowed to shoot, they can absolutely thump. They can do some serious work. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can do. Here it comes. We do see the Avalanche mortars getting in position on the edge of the woods. So probably will pop out and, start to just drop shots either direction. It is going to be nasty. Let us know in chat who you guys are rooting for, the Horned Rat or the old ones, the children of the old ones, the Great Plan. What are you guys all about? Let us know, because we have a lot of classic matchups. We had, this is probably the most classic. This is like the Warhammer 2 matchup right here. CA said they might fix Power Grab if they feel like it. They have confirmed to me that they are going to fix it. The matter of when that's going to happen is the question, but hopefully sooner than later, for sure. Matchup and map feels like Warhammer 2. Yeah, this is definitely a Warhammer 2 kind of style map, right? Like all the Wood Elf High Elf aesthetics and things like that, so... All right, Saurus Warriors and Skink cohorts getting ready to move up. Big Lizardmen swarm coming from across the map. Javelins being called in on the other side. Seems like we have a lot of fans of the Horned Rat. Some box going in chat as well. All right, so it's going back and forth. Both are pretty popular factions as well. Yes. The Great Plan knows that no one knows. Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see those Avalanche mortars. And this is a really good play by Charix, because if Tim sees the Avalanche mortars, he's going to start planning for them by keeping them in the tree line and then bringing them out when the fighting starts. It gives your opponent very little time to kind of react to that threat, right? So this is a cool one right here. I do like that. I think it's pretty fun. Skaven Slaves moving up. Globadiers also hustling as well. Tim is going to be reading the field. Kroxigor summons have got to be the answer, right? Tim is going to sit back. He's going to hold objective 2 probably, and he's going to let the rats have the other 2 objectives out of the gates. And he's probably going to call in a bunch of mass. Yeah, because mass is really, really brutal against these guys. They're going to be able to get into the front line and push through the Skaven Slaves and the Clan Rats and then get on top of the Globadiers, which is how you're going to have to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly hard. No Ancient Salamanders for Tim. Usually that's one of his favorites, but not good to see them today. We got sniper rifles, so we have rats with sniper rifles. So that's cool. That's Warhammer. Only in Warhammer do you see this. And the old Natty Boobo sharpshooters going to put some hurt down on the Bastiladons with the Rev Crystal. Bastiladon going to be pulling back right here as we do see the Natty Boobo sharpshooters blasted away at the old Bastiladon. So are the Lizardmen going to sound the horn? They're going to bok here in the night as they move on. Find out today, guys. As we do see Saurus Warriors and Kroxigors waiting to pounce on objective number 3. The Bastiladon going to be pulling back, getting out of range of the Zales. You don't want that thing to take too much damage if you don't have to. I like that, like the one Zale unit can kind of suppress a lot of Lizardmen mass. Rat Ogres are going to be the call-in probably for Charix. Charix is currently banking some resources, but I would wager it's just going to be Rat Ogre call-ins. The one thing I saw on his army when I was looking at it is the fact that he didn't really have a lot of mass to stop Kroxigors. And as soon as, we mentioned that, we start to see Pit Fighters come in. We see the Rat Ogres as we jokingly call them. And Tim is really just going to build up here. Hams, thank you so much. Holy shit, man. That's $99. Truly terrible at this game, but I love your content. Thanks for the entertainment while I paint. Hey, I got you covered. And hopefully you're painting some cool minis, man. What are you painting, by the way? Let me know in chat. I'll try and catch it. Thank you so much, man. That is turbo generous. And again, I hope it's not a financial burden on you to donate that much money, man. Please don't feel like you need to. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, those mortars are going to be nasty if they're able to shoot. Pterodon Riders could be the call-in from Tim, but I think he's going to max out his Kroxigors before he pushes, which is smart. You see, a lot of people, including myself, would be a little bit bloodthirsty. Like, I tend to just push in, but Tim is a very patient player. He knows what he needs to try and bunker bust his formation, and he's making sure he has the proper unit composition before he moves in, which is something a lot of people don't do in domination mode. A lot of people just, they see the objectives open up and they see red, bro. They black out, they see red, and before they know it, they've won the street fight. So Yep, the Croxagores are here. Hams, once again, thank you so much, man. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Croxagores. So Tim probably saves up for a couple. My guess is that he is going to be calling out a Pterodon rider next. I think it's going to be, once he maxes on Croxagores, I think Pterodons are the next call-in. You can call him out of Vanguard, so Pterodon here could swoop around the backfield and, be sacrificed to dive. And oh man, the Avalanche Mortars are coming out. So Charix is moving up and even threatening the home point here, which isn't a bad idea. If Tim's going to let you have it, you might as well throw a couple Clan Rats up and deny him that point and get even further. You're painting Ogres. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Ogres are they're fun models to paint. They got some cool details. And also some of the new Age of Sigmar Ogres are going to be really good for Fantasy when Old World comes back. Shout out, man. Enjoy. Yoga Kingdoms. It's a shame that they're all, problematic in this game. So Night Runners throw in the old Skank Skirmishers and... a little bit of a Skirmisher Duel of Fates. We do have physical resist on the Night Runners, though, so they should have a slight advantage over Skink Skirmishers. Similar price points. I believe the Skink Skirmishers are a little bit cheaper. And now look at that. Isn't that a cool shot? You get this huge battle line of lizards just concaving in and collapsing on the Skaven battle lines. It almost just looks like straight up like a land battle, right? That's kind of the thing. In the early days of Dom, it was very much like this weird, you start with 4,000 gold, but now it's kind of more similar to... a lot of the principles of land battle definitely apply to Dom now. Of course, the points are a big variable as well. So Mortars and Death Globes are on their way up. Now, I want to see what kind of damage these things do. Okay, they're going to be going after the Skinks out of the gates, and here they come. Skink cohort's getting absolutely melted. Holy shit. Negative 37. Oh my god. Talk about good at killing chaff units. Jesus. And Avalanche Mortars obliterating Saurus Warriors on the other side. Oh man, this is a lot of damage coming in. Death Globe Bombardiers nuking down these Saurus Warriors as well. But it's all sunshine and rainbows until the giant crocodiles with their spanking paddles get in on top of your range units, right? Here we saw a little bit of DPS with the Blood Statue of Spite. Crocscore is going to be diving into the backfield. Route Ogres coming in to try and protect them. Oh my god, the collateral damage! The Saurus Warriors getting nuked by those mortars, but taking a little bit of friendly fire in the process. But if those Death Globes go down, the Saurus Warriors will really start to grind. So more Death Globe action here as they do nuke into the Saurus Warriors with shields. So not bad at all. Overall, the damage out of the gates has been pretty impactful. Avalanche Mortars, what they want to be doing is just basically methodically switching onto units that are kind of in open field and isolated, like these Skinks here. As more Clan Rat Spheres do move up to try and reinforce the points. We do see the Skaven holding onto this one pretty well with their Clan Rats and their Route Ogres. But will the Lizardmen be able to shut down the backfield? That is the question. We see Croxivores pushing through. And one of the Death Globe Bombardiers is going to be partially compromised. It looks like there's some Saurus on top of that. The other Croxigore unit has found the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, and they got their spanking paddles out. And it's going to be spanking time, boys. They're coming in to teach these little lizards, these little rats a lesson. But the thing about rats is they can run away pretty quick. They have that passive that lets them flee quicker, which is really funny. The Rat Ogres have made their way in. A lot of the Skaven weapons teams are on the retreat. We see Avalanche Mortars pulling back, Jezzail's pulling back. A couple of Globadiers have now stabilized here as well. But this is the time where Lizards might be able to find an opportunity to get a good press. You can see the value lead that the Skaven have is pretty substantial, but it's going to start diminishing a little bit now that the fighting has started. Awakening of the Wood going down here. The old Slan trying to fight tooth and nail. Pit Fighters of Helm's Deep being afflicted by the Blood Statue of Spite. But we do have a Chieftain here as well as a Warlock Engineer who does have a bit of a mini Mortis engine. So we'll keep an eye on this conflict over here on this side. Now, Lizards do own their home objective, but overall, the rush is continuing. Backfield, some of the weapons teams have returned. We do see the Death Globes nuking down those Feral Cold Ones. Charix pulling back here with the Avalanche Mortars, as well as the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. And he's done a really good job stabilizing his weapons teams. Now these rats are going to be able to line up their long rifles and put some big hurt potentially on the Bastillodon. But no, a couple Crocscores still coming. But the Rat Ogres are a hard counter against Crocscores. From their price point, they trade super well. So if the Skaven can stabilize their weapons teams and not take too many losses, they'll definitely be in a position to win this game. But Lizards do have access to healing. The Slan Mage is triggering the Life Bloom passive on the entire Dinosaur army. So there's going to be a lot of passive army on all these, passive healing on all these different Saurus and things like that. And Tim looks like he might actually be able to take the home objective. Skinks are really quick too. You have to remember this. Skinks do have almost 50 speed, so they're really good at pressing into the backfields. Once battles become chaotic, they can really chase down weapons teams and be very disruptive and super annoying. So Tim the Wilder does take objective number 1, so he has been able to strip that. Now in the backfield, it looks like Tim is going to stabilize objective 2 as well as home point. Over on the side, the Dinosaurs have been able to hold on to it. Saurus Warriors battling it out with the Pit Fighters, and we do see the Slan trying to duke it out from his mighty toilet seat as well. But I don't know how that's going to go for him. He's trying his heart out. But there's a Chieftain as well as a Warlock Engineer, both of which can do good work against him. The Chieftain especially is an anti-large fighter, so he's going to be able to get his shanks and potentially poke down that Slan if the Slan doesn't get any support. But yeah, Tim needs to find a way to get that triple cap, especially since he's down a little bit of value. Now the Rats are fighting tooth and nail to try and get this point back. We do see a critical mass of Rout Ogres pushing up, pushing back a lot of the Lizardmen forces. And somehow Palpatine has returned. Another Globadier salvo, nasty, melting those skinks. I love these death globes. See, they're appropriately priced though. Those things are like 1,000 gold, really short range. It's not like the old poison winds, which were just super disgusting when those things were overtuned. In the backfield, we do see the Jezzails online. It looks like they're trying to shoot at these Kroxigors to make sure they rout off the battlefield. So to get 2 leadership, those Kroxigors probably won't be a problem much longer. Lizardmen still holding on to this point, but it looks like the Rats are going to flip that one back in just a second. But in the meantime, the Dinos have controlled objective number 3. So the Slan was able to get some sweet reinforcements. He did get the Feral Cold Ones and was able to anchor down this point. And you might got to watch out if you're the Rats. The Chieftain as well as the Warlock Engineer are both a little bit vulnerable here. They could get surrounded by Feral Cold Ones and potentially killed, which means a Skaven would not have a caster. Cleansing Rune was cast on that Slan Mage. It looks like it did a little bit of damage, but Slans have like 7,000 or 8,000 HP. So those bad boys are really, really tanky. Now back towards the point here, we do see Ripperdactyls being called in. No, those are Pterodons. So Pterodons diving into the backfield is good. Skinks pushing onto the Globadiers here is also very, very cost effective. And overall, the Air Force Rats quite good. Couple Jacksaurus Warriors. The Steroid Lizards are coming. -6 leadership, though. Those Globadiers seem pretty effective at shutting them down. But a lot of the weapons teams are now being compromised. So though the Skaven do have a bit of a value lead, Lizardmen healing, without weapons teams, Dinos will typically outtrade you in the front line. Charx knows this, and he brings in another big catapult back here. So Plague Claw catapults are a very good unit. They discourage leadership by, I believe, 12, is it? It's 10. So they're going to be able to bunker bust a lot of these Lizardmen troopers, especially the chaff pieces. But protecting it is certainly going to be an issue here, as the Pterodon Riders and those Saurus Warriors in the backfield just methodically pick through all these units. And yeah, might be able to get that catapult as well, depending on the circumstances. Yeah, really, really close match going down. So Tim the Wilder, pretty much a rock hard. Whoa, wait a second. Charix able to sneak some rats. I don't even know where they came from. And Charix steals the home point of the Lizards with a couple clan rats. Sneaky, sneaky. So they must have routed like somewhere over here and then came back to secure the point. And Tim didn't notice them rallying. Oh my God. That could be a game-winning play for the Rats. That is huge because that's going to buy them so much time. Because Rats currently have this, and they do also have their home point, which I think they're going to be able to stabilize with a couple of these. And also the Wolf Rats nearby and the Gutter Runners poking down these Saurus Warriors. Should be enough capture weight. In the backfield, the Plague Claw catapult is being attacked, but it looks like the old Rats of Charx are going to be calling in some Rout Ogres. They're going to be punching these Ripperdactyls in the face, or these Pterodons, excuse me. I'm so used to seeing Ripperdactyls this way. And they're able to beat those bad boys down, and it looks like the catapult's going to be stabilized. Rats holding on to this point, and this is a huge play. This is absolutely huge, because Charx is ahead on points. Tim, yeah, this could be the big difference. It's going to take him a minute to get this one back, and all he really needed there was like a skink cohort to kind of keep that from going. But the sneaky Rats were able to get that. And Lizardmen, though, are one of the best factions in the entire game at throwing out capture weight, like fast. The skink cohorts are dirt cheap at 300 and 400, respectively, for the Javelins and basic variants. So they can get that out very quickly, and they are going to resecure that. But like every little second of points do matter here, guys. And that is pretty big. Side point being held by Tim. It looks like his Slan is still kind of chilling out there on vacation. We do see the Warlock Engineer and Chieftain just kind of occupied by some skink skirmishers. Slan being unsummoned, interesting call. I mean, he still has 2,000 HP and good capture weight. I can't help but think keeping that Slan on that objective would give you a nice anchor and 3 permanent capture weight there. That would be very tough for the Rats to fight, but I don't know if unsummoning that Slan was on purpose. I mean, I suppose it was. Tim doesn't seem like somebody who would make that mistake. That's something like for people like me. But here, objective number 3, it looks like the Lizards do have it. Couple Night Runners moving on to the point, but I don't see Tim losing this one in the immediate future. Charix holding on to his back point here, but a couple Lizards have made their way up onto the point here. So are they going to be able to start flipping this one? What is even giving capture weight here to the Rats? Okay, there you go. Now we see the skink cohorts flipping that. In the meantime, catapult shooting from downtown, nailing into the skink skirmishers here. And guys, we have a real knockdown drag-out fight. This is a tight one. A little bit of a blunder here by Tim. He sends all of his skinks into a little bit of a blob instead of running around the Rats. He probably could have recapped at this point or gotten the capture weight in his favor, but he's actually just opting to go down and attack those guys. Looks like he's going to be rear charging. These Rats are going to be breaking. So this objective will flip extremely quickly. And that is going to be giving Tim a double cap here. And oh man, this is close. Yeah, this is really close. But overall, I do think that, man, is going to be a tight one, guys. We'll keep track of the score, because here's the thing. If Charix... Oh, man, but Charix lost his back point, too. The Lizards managed to get up there. A couple Croc scores making it back. Okay, that is going to give Tim a massive chance of winning the game, because I was going to say Charix was in a situation where he could probably win on just one objective here, but now that he's lost his home objective, I don't know if that's going to happen. Charix is up in value, but with Dinosaur Healing taken into account, you know, that's going to be pretty brutal. So Rat Ogres and Globadiers trying to push that point back. Here we do see some Skaven Slave Spears moving over towards Objective 3, with some Skaven Slaves also routing off these Skinks. So Charix has a decent opportunity to maybe get this point back too. With his two characters here, he's got the Chieftain and the Warlock Engineer, who've been grinding there for a long time, but the Dinos looks like they might be able to muscle this out, ladies and gentlemen. Tim the Wilder not wanting to go quietly into this good night. He wants to play in them grand finals, and we will see if he can. So the old globes moving up here, guys. In the backfield, Lizardmen screaming in with the feral cold ones. The Velociraptors have gotten in, and they're going to be nibbling down some of these rats, that is for sure. Feral cold ones do have 90 armor too, so they're surprisingly resilient. Obviously not against Rat Ogres, but against a lot of other units. And can Charix find a way back into this game? Currently, Tim the Wilder's rapidly closing the gap. The Rats do have a decent value lead. Like I said, that healing is no joke. A couple Rat Ogres here probably need to move up onto the point. And Tim looks like he's got Skaven Slaves moving out. Wolf Rats chasing down what appears to be some Crocsagors in the back, which is a good play. And the Rats may be going to find a way to secure this point. Brutal salvo coming in from the Death Globes. Just nukes those skin cohorts. Negative 16 leadership. Oh my god. And another rat theft on the point. Is Tim going to notice this? Oh my god. Charix is being so sneaky on the points, guys. If he gets this one, that could be huge. And then if he manages to find a way to get his home objective, which I think he will. Globadiers hustling up to the point. We do have some flying units here. These Pterodons causing some disruption. But it looks like the Rats are going to re-secure their home point. Right now, Tim the Wilder is going to be tying up the score here. Globadiers need to move up onto the objective right now. The fact that they're being staggered like this is a huge, huge problem. I mean, every second matters. And Charix needs to move those bad boys up onto the point. Oh my god, is it going to happen again? I don't think so. It looks like Tim the Wilder not going to be tricked twice. It looks like he does get his skink cohorts up here. Skink skirmishers in the back, putting a little bit of hurt into these. But it looks like the Rats are going to fold up on this objective. And now the Skaven do finally start to re-secure their home objective. But Tim has had that triple cap for a long, long time, guys. And now the Rats are really, really on the back foot, as Tim is going to be closing in on 1,300 points. Some Crocsagors with their spanking paddles do get over here as well. And they're pretty good at clearing off infantry, especially kind of low-tier Skaven troopers. Crocsagors got buffed a couple patches ago, and ever since then, they've been a pretty damn good unit. I really like Crocsagors. To me, they're like one of the ideally balanced monsters infantry units, along with like Rat Ogres. Definitely doing some good work. So objective number 1 is here. Skaven do manage to hold that. Objective number 3 looks like that is going to be held down by the Lizards and their Crocsagor squad. And I do think that Tim the Wilder is probably going to pull this one off, man. What a crazy... It looked rough in the beginning with some of those weapons teams just going bananas. Now we got Clan Rats and Spears heading up to the point. They're going to have a hard time breaking those old Crocsagors, though, that's for sure. Charix fighting tooth and nail here, though. Getting nice Globadier fire onto the skink cohorts. Maybe going to be able to push them off. Rat Ogres coming up. Wolf Rats. Okay, he's getting a big degree of momentum on objective number 2, though. But is it going to be quick enough? A couple Clan Rats coming. I mean, the timing is kind of cool. He's got a lot of pressure on pretty much every point here. Charix rallying in all his units to try and get that capture weight. But he's rapidly running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. Globadiers in the back being left on the point to defend that against the Saurus Warriors. And now the Globadiers going to be nuking these skinks off. Rat Ogres are going to move in and just punish them and probably break their leadership. But Saurus Warriors will be a lot of capture weight. Wolf Rats, Globadiers, Chieftain, I mean, they will certainly out-capture weight the Lizards here, but is it going to be quick enough, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think so. If the Skaven had like another 2 minutes, I think they could probably win this game. They have a lot of capture weight coming in on every point. You can see positive Skaven capture weight here and here, but he's at 1481, 1483, and it's looking like the Skaven did not quite break the backs of the Lizards quick enough, as Tim the Wilder is able to hold on to the points and win the game, advancing to the grand finals of today's tournament. What a great series between those two players. Top tier champions duking it out, man. And Tim does it. Bok indeed. Well played to Charix, man. I'm super impressed with Charix's play. He played some really cool techs today. Like the Death Globe tech was awesome. I thought they were cool. They all paid for themselves. The Avalanche Mortars paid for themselves. He just brought some fun stuff, dude. And I look forward to following Charix's career with great interest. Certainly very fun to see. Although he did win our last faction war. It's not like he's a newcomer or anything, but yeah, he's great. And Tim the Wilder showing why he's an OG of Dom, man. He is great. Awesome game there. So let's get that. Tim the Wilder wins the series 2-1. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our bracket. You ready for the power of technology? There we go. Do I have the Howard Dean? Is he on there? We could see. There you go. All right. So Tim the Wilder with the dub. It's going to be advancing to the grand finals, and now we're going to set up the next lobby and get Houseplant versus Housecat of War. Turn finals 2. All right. And let's get this. Sure. All right, so we'll jump in here. They already have a lobby, which is great, so I will join that. And spectate. Update the scorecards, see who player 1 is. You guys like the Howard Dean yell? I know you like it. It's everyone's favorite. Okay, and it's going to be Houseplant. No, Housecat. I always like Housecat's avatar. He always rocks the Empire guy, so... Greenskins versus Beastmen in game 1. Okay, 2 top tier factions duking it out, and I actually enjoy this matchup. I think it's very fun. I think it's very, very fun indeed. All right, guys, let's get it. And they're ready too. You guys like the high production value for sure. Yeah, I have Howard Dean on the sound pad here. Let's see what else I have. I think I have Howard Dean. Yeah, he yells. I have the Palpatine.
Do it.
I have the Do It. I have a couple other ones which are fun. Yeah, I got to use that more often. Yeah, so this is our second best of 3, but they were doing their picks and bans and army building while the other game was going on, so we get into the first game quicker. Yeah, that was a really good series. Great play, man. Great play. All right, so 1 sec here. Let me just minimize, make sure we're all good. And cool. And all good. All right, guys. Welcome to the other side of the bracket. The winner of this best of 3 series is going to be going on to face the mighty Tim the Wilder in the grand finals, which is certainly very exciting. And now here we are. I know, I wish I could do a war cry like that. You know, having an epic war cry like that politician, Howard Dean, it's actually harder than you think, you know? Like a lot of people when they yell or scream, their voice just like cracks and it's like super haggard sounding, but like that is a legit like WWE quality yell, you know? Like if I was a warrior in ancient times and we had like some tribal chieftain giving a war cry, I would want that, you know? I would want that man just like giving the most powerful bia that he possibly could, you know, as we go into battle. The Empire is my favorite faction. Yeah, and somebody in chat asking. All right, guys. So taking a look at the build here of Ye Olde Housecat of War. I don't need to explain this to you guys too much. The meta for the Greenskins is spamming cheap infantry units with a little bit of troll support for some mass and also just archers, and then getting the force multiplying effects of Warzag's Bonewood Staff. So every time this man casts a spell, it buffs the entire Greenskin army for plus 12, if I'm not mistaken, which is crazy, crazy good. And yeah, that's that. That's great. He's going to be spamming Brainbust and Fist of Gork. Brainbust is very good against Ungor Raiders and Beastmen Chaff units, and then Fist of Gork is nice to put on like a Broken Tusk Mob or like a Boar Boy when they get into combat, which is cool. On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Beastmen, or I should say the Tzeentchmen. It's going to be Zangors into the sunset. Zangors are really good. They crush Orc Boys. They honestly will crush a lot of Greenskin infantry, with the exception of Black Orcs, which don't really see any play. But they still can be worn down by WAD units, and Fanatics too. So you can bring like Night Goblin Fanatics and throw the spinning loons, and that will really do a ton of damage against the Zangor. So it's pretty cool. Sand Pirate. I have to watch the rest later. Thanks for the awesome tourney. Hey, you're welcome, and you take care of yourselves. Have you seen Dave Chappelle? Yes, I've seen that parody of him doing the Dean Scream, yeah. Caster is going to be a Brave Shaman of the Wild. It's just going to be Traderkin. You know, Greenskins don't blob up too much. They're more of a wider faction, but, you know, Traderkin in general is just like a position-busting spell, right? So if there's like a blob fight, you know, maybe some like flank objective fight with some cavalry, a Traderkin is going to be able to win that fight. We do also have some milk cows as well. So the Butchers of Kalkengard are ready to party, and it is going to be just basic Minotaurs assisting them, which is good. Basic Minotaurs have an anti-infantry bonus, which is great. So they can just tear through infantry, and Greenskins love to spam infantry. And yeah, you know, what's not to love? A couple Centaurs are throwing axes in the back here for Houseplant. So Houseplant is the defending champion. The previous 2 seasons, so this is the Season 4 Grand Finals. The first 2 seasons were won by Voidlaws. And the second 2 seasons, and then the 2 seasons after that, wait, I think it was, yeah, no. So Season 1 and 2, I think were won by Voidlaws. I can't remember. We'll check after this. And then the most recent season was won by Houseplant. Houseplant also won the recent World Championship. That happened, well, it wasn't recent. It was a little while ago. But yeah, so he is definitely a heavy favorite going into the tournament. We'll see how he handles the pressure. You know, the high stakes action here, guys. It is time. It is time. So the Bray Herd moving up. So too are the Greenskins, the Savage Orc Airboys, looking to do battle with the Ungor Raiders. I don't know what the hell it is about Ungor Raiders, but they're just such a good unit. They're so impactful. The Cows flanking around the side, Centaurs and throwing axes. I'm trying to think about their applications. I guess Houseplant's going to be using the Centaurs to either dive backfield or to use their throwing axes against some of the bigger targets like Trolls and or like Boar Boys, right? Because Boar Boys will come out eventually. So I think that's what the throwing axes are going to be there for. So, duking it out here, we do have the old Ungor Raiders just kind of camping on the points, hanging out, waiting for something to get in range. Houseplant's going to be collapsing in here. As a matter of fact, the last season finals we had, so the season 3 grand finals, or whatever it was, I always get them confused. Houseplant went to the grand finals against House Cat. So this is a repeat of that series, and it was a 3-2 series. It was super, super close. It was super, super close. A little bit of Raider fire poking in. The Ungor Raiders going to be pulling back as these Zangors stand at the ready to do battle. But so far, the Greenskins have a nice defensive position here for Housecat. He does have control over the 2 objectives. And those Zangors are very good against Greenskins. They also do have some issues, because Zangors, being an armored infantry unit, really fall, super victim to the power of Squigs. So Squig Hoppers, Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, like they can, regular Squig herds, they can all really crush Zangors very decisively in combat with a little bit of Orc Boy support. On their own, they might lose it, but they only cost 350, right? So yeah, it is what it is. Now, looking around, we do see Ungor Raiders shooting into the old Orc Boys. Orc Boys do have bronze shields, so that's not the worst thing in the world. You can definitely let your Orc Boys take a little bit of damage. And, oh, interesting, so the value doesn't count until the model is lost? You see how there's no value going in? But, yeah, because no models have been lost in the unit. That's kind of interesting. We'll have to kind of keep tabs on that. So the value can be a little bit treacherous for sure, but that's actually, I'm providing some feedback to CA on, like, quality of life changes for Dawn mode. Things that would give us more information as the viewers and players. So I'll keep you guys posted on that, man. I'll keep you guys posted on it. I just dream of the Grimgore meta. Yeah, Footlords can be good. Honestly, if Warzag was nerfed a little bit and some of the other characters were buffed, then I think that'd be really cool for the Greenskin meta. Like Grimgore could be like a Sigvald-esque character, like fighting at an objective, really tough to, get rid of, all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We will see. So here, we do have ye old Ungor Raiders shooting into the Orc Boys here. Zangor's getting ready to pounce, but so far it looks like Houseplant is going to be taking a very patient approach. He's just going to be kind of chilling out, using his range to poke down the Greenskin army, trying to, catch them slipping, maybe get them impatient. Looks like Dirk and Squig Hoppers have been called out in the front. Yeah, Charix, man, well played. I see you in chat, dude. You played a great series, man. Awesome. I love seeing the Wood Elf win, too. That was really cool to get some Wood Elf representation today. So shout out to you, man. Great player. Bardzo Dobrze. And go enjoy some pierogies in my honor, dude. You got to do it. Ungor Raiders, just poking. Orc Boys eating it. I mean, you almost wonder if the value's worth it. I suppose getting rid of an infantry unit, outright isn't terrible. But these Ungor Raiders are going to be running out of ammo before you know it. And in the backfield, call-in is going to be more River Trolls. Really curious. So we're seeing River Trolls. It's almost always been Stone Trolls, but the River Trolls do have an aura, a melee attack debuff aura, so maybe that'll help counteract the super high damage output of some of the Beastmen frontliners like the Zangors and whatnot. But I mean, they do regenerate and have a little bit of Fizz Res, which is cool because of Warzag. He does have that mask ability, but yeah, overall, very cautious play from Houseplant. Houseplant wants to just maximize the value he's going to be getting from his shooting units. So just kind of sitting back, and the Orc Archers looks like they're going to be returning the favor, but the 2 Ungor Raiders going to be peppering into those bad boys and, giving them a little sweet lovin' for sure. On the other side, what do we got? Raiders also poking in, but I would imagine that Housecat of War is more than happy to do this. He's the one accruing a points lead, so eventually, Houseplant is going to be the one who has to move in. He can't just sit back here, because obviously in Domination, one of the main things is the objectives do force the players to fight to an extent, right? So Dirk and Swig Hoppers moving forward, feigning a little bit of a charge, but Houseplant reacts pretty well with his Butchers of Kalkin Guard. Centaurs are throwing axes, trying to do a little bit of skirmishing on the other side as well. But overall, the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers can range them. Yeah, relative efficiency. 100 range versus 70 range. So obviously in melee combat they would lose, but they could just kind of poke them at range and keep them from really harassing and doing much. But yeah, I mean, I would say overall in the current state of the game, the Greenskins definitely have a slightly better position. They have almost double the points here of Houseplant, and they haven't taken too much significant damage. I mean, we've seen the Orc Boys getting slightly beat up, But like you can just resummon those type of units. Orc boys are dirt cheap. I don't even know if they're worth the ammunition on the Ungor Raiders, but perhaps they are. But the Beastmen, are they doing any sort of weird surrounds? Nothing in the trees or the bushes here. I thought we might see like a flank, but Greenskins are pretty good at defending like those flank positions. Savage Orc Airboys trading into the Ungor Raiders. That's a good trade for the Beastmen, actually. Savage Orc Airboys are much more expensive. And now we see some Night Goblins moving up to maybe drop some Fanatic Ball and Chains here as the Orc Boys chase the Zangors. And we do see Houseplant pulling back with these units. And you see he's just trying to get the Greenskins overextended. Houseplant should pull back, keep his formation tight, keep playing this game, and see how long Houseplant really, really wants to roll like this. One Savage Orc Airboy actually down, though. So those Raiders doing good work. One Ungor Raider a little bit beat up as well. But Houseplant starting to pull some nice little engagements here as he picks off some of the Archer Core. Those Hobo Goblin Riders, or excuse me, Basic Goblins. They're not Hobo Goblins, but just Basic Goblin Wolf Rider Archers. Circling about, waiting for Minotaurs to move in. And more DACA from the plant. So the plant continues shooting into the Savage Orc Airboys here. A couple of Squigs actually feigning a charge into the front. Are they going to commit to that? They do, but they're going to want to retreat right away. Ooh, those Squigs need to get out of there. They're going to get butchered by the Butchers of Kalkengard. And in the back, we do see a Brainbuster going down on top of the Archers, which, equalizes the trading of those range pieces a little bit. And now we do see the Beastmen probably getting a little bit impatient here. Although the middle objective, they do flip that. So, okay, I like this. Houseplant slow pushes the objective. Kind of, gets the cap weight up with a little bit of momentum. And now the Greenskins are going to have to find their way back onto the point. But Housecat is a extremely seasoned player as well. He is going to, he's going to play it patient too. And now he knows he has a little bit of time to work with, right? In the front, we do see the Butchers of Kalkengard moving in. The Swamp Things looking to do battle with them, which would be hilarious. Orc Archers in the back, unfortunately, have not rallied back yet to start shooting. And the Raiders and Savage Orc Airboys basically just in a bit of a war of attrition with one another. As now the Greenskins looks like they want to move up. I definitely think moving up to reclaim this objective wouldn't be a bad idea. To put the pressure on Houseplant again. Houseplant pulling forward with his Centaurs with great weapons. Oh, great weapon Centaurs. All right, that's kind of curious. What is it? What is the armor piercing for? I'm curious. But Centaurs with throwing axe is also nearby. They are able to push back the Greenskin forces as the Squigs move up, and they do dive the Ungor Raiders. So the Ungor Raiders get killed by the Squigs. Nice little alpha strike there from Housecat of War. He does get a freebie. And Fanatic's going to be moving up, trying to loose some loons here. All right, is he going to use the loons? Let's see. If he can get a square shot on the Zangors, it'd be pretty big. Brainbuster going down, does nail some of the Raiders. And here comes the spinning loons, baby. Going to be bonking a lot of these Zangors on the head. And immediately you can see it breaks through their shields. And they take some substantial damage. Look at that. Zangor's down to a very low amount of HP. And now the Wa is going to be moving up. These are the most tactical Greenskins I've seen in a long time. I mean, both these guys. And Beastmen. Beastmen normally in lore just kind of... Although that's the whole thing about Kazrak. Kazrak in lore is supposed to be like the cunning Beastman who's really good at laying ambushes. But in this game, he's just terrible at everything. So, bit of a shame. I mean, Kazrak's been awful for a long, long time. So Swamp Things here, still crumping away at the old Zangors. And looks like there's going to be a Traderkin going down. So the old Traderkin popping the Swamp Things in the face. And we'll do a little bit of damage, but overall they do get a nice little terror out on those bad boys. And the objective still is owned by the Beastmen. Yeah, the Beastmen have been able to hold on to that one quite well. Centaur throwing axes, doing a little bit of skirmishing here. Seems like Houseplant really likes the Beastmen skirmish style. But now we do have our first big engagement of the game, as Swamp Things duking it out with the Butchers of Kalkengard. That's going to be a big brainbuster right there. Nice cast. Hits both of those Centaurs as Savage Orcs. Oh, Savage Orc Biggins. Okay. I don't know if Houseplant notices this. He might not, but if Savage Orc Biggins are allowed to stay in sustained combat with Minotaurs, they are going to cut them to pieces. And you can see these Minotaurs here are just getting absolutely beaten down by these Savage Orcs, which could potentially open up objective number 1. Now, as far as the middle point goes, we do see more Trolls, River Trolls and Squig Herds moving up to swarm the point. Orc Boys doing the same thing. And now a little bit of back pressure coming in from your boy Houseplant. Houseplant going to be calling in Centaurs to push onto the backside here, as the Greenskin Wa continues to envelop the Beastmen army. And it looks like the middle objective here is going to be retaken by the Wa. And Houseplant really needs to take care of these Savage Orcs. And it looks like he did notice what they are. Houseplant, of course, a very cerebral player. He's going to be noticing all these things here. He does use the big Traderkin, nails down the Savage Orcs. Squig Hoppers coming in to reinforce, and more Savage Orc Biggins. Okay, he's using a lot of Savage Orc Biggins in this army, which are very vulnerable against Ungor Raiders, but most of the Ungor Raiders have already been kind of taken off the battlefield. I mean, there's a couple left, but not very many. So this means that the Greenskins are going to be able to get some very cost-effective fights, and you can see that Housecat of War is up about 800 value right now, and that value gap is certainly climbing. But I've been in games against Houseplant in tournaments where I've been up like 1,000 value. I think I'm winning. Then suddenly everything just flips on its head and he's like just taking over the game. And you're like, oh, I guess that's how that goes. That's what it's going to be. But the Savage Orc Biggin's really super clutch here. I mean, the entire army of Houseplant is basically just large targets. Razorgore's going to be flanking around. Nice little surround here. Might penalize the leadership of some of these squigs pretty heavily. Savage Orcs have okay leadership, but them getting surrounded still will lead to them crumbling. And there are some Zangors in here too, which are pretty resilient against Savage Orcs. Zangor is excellent actually, because their damage will surpass the physical resist. So a couple of those units might pay the price. Looks like Houseplant did pull the value back by isolating some of these pieces over on the middle side. We do see this Greenskins holding it down. Wurzag fighting tooth and nail against the Minotaurs with great weapons. A couple squig herds and Orc boys trying to fight through the mass amount of Zangors. And it looks like a little bit of a ninja attempt here on the backside. So Houseplant moving with his Ungor Spearman towards objective number 3. And he might be able to grab that if the Greenskins don't have any quick response. Greenskins probably need to do a little bit of housekeeping. It seems they have a lot of units on the battlefield and they might run out of assets here. Nice focus fire from the Goblin Wolf Rider archers, so they're able to pull back against the Minotaurs, kite them, and do some nice DPS. But overall, it looks like Houseplant scrapped his way back into this game, and neither side really has substantial healing. So, yeah, this could be pretty much a dead even game in terms of value. Now, looking at the points, though, the Greenskins do have a value lead. They're closing in on 1,000 here, which is going to be a little bit scary for sure. Back objective under the ninja threat of the Ungor Spearman herd. So the Ungor Spearman herd might be able to push up and harass these Goblin Wolf Riders off the point. The Greenskins, what's their response going to be? In the backfield, we don't see too much. And now I'm starting to see a lot of yellow on the map as the Beastmen seem to get a little bit of momentum. Savage Orc Biggins fighting hard. Fist of Gork going down. That's going to be imbuing them with 86 melee attack and almost 50 weapon strength. So those Minotaurs aren't going to know what hit them. That is for damn sure. But the Zangor core really staying sustainable, which again was something the Beastmen never had before. They didn't really have this front line that could just maintain with such efficiency. It's a big blast going down there on the Ungors. Does a little bit of work and also triggers the Bonewood Staff. In the backfield, we've got Goblin Wolf Riders being hunted by these Centaurs with throwing axes, and Moonhowlers being called out. Moonhowlers aren't bad. They have 41 melee attack. They can definitely kill light, like things like Centaurs if they're able to get the engagement. A couple miners with great weapons also pressing. So it looks like Houseplant might be finding a way to scrap back here, although objective number 1 is certainly under threat. AP Looney's moving up. He needs to get these other fanatics. Housecat really needs to get over there to make sure he has the capture weight. Because what Houseplant's going to do is he's just such a solid player. He's going to park his Centaurs on the objective, each of which has decent capture weight, which will outcap the AP Loonies. Look at that, even tried to throw some fanatics over there. Oh, that was a cheeky play. That would have been pretty funny if that actually could have worked right there. So on the middle fight, we got Savage Orcs and Night Goblins duking it out with the Butchers of Kalkengard and the Zangors, both of which are no jokes. Greenskins managing to hold on to the far side objective, but not by much, and the Centaur kiting here is very good. Luring these river trolls around, picking them apart with a little bit of mobility. A slight lapse in micro there, so the trolls might take them to Pound Town to an extent. But now we got Zangors and Ungor Raiders coming up to reinforce. Greenskins with a big fight in the tree line, which they really need to win. We do see a couple of the points influx here, as on the far side, the old Night Goblin Loonies trying to duke it out. Savage Orcs could move up and help them as well. In the middle, it looks like these Savage Orcs were left a little bit unsupported, and the Bray Herd was able to kind of pull those bad boys apart. And overall, it looks like Houseplant starting to take over the game, ladies and gentlemen. He's up in 600 value, but he also has a triple cap on the Greenskins. And that's the thing about Houseplant. You think he might be having some good engagements versus him, but then he finds these alpha strikes, he finds these good opportunities. He plays very cagey, and he doesn't really make too many mistakes, honestly. Like, there's a lot of mistakes you see in competitive play at a high level even. But one thing about Houseplant is he doesn't really make too many mistakes. It is, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Quick question from chat. How many groups will I have in a multiplayer battle? I usually have like 5 or 6. Between 4 and 6, depending on who I'm playing. And it kind of becomes chaotic once the fighting starts. So Greenskins trying to restabilize the side point. We do see the Fanatics moving up and some Savage Orcs. Zangors are on their way over, but maybe, just maybe, the Gobos are going to be able to resecure that one. As far as this fighting goes, wow, Wurzag getting taken down to the tree line. The Hogmaster has fallen in the bushes. Oh, that is not good for the Greenskins. Currently, their leadership is going to be very problematic right now. The Wa does come down, which is going to give them a bit of a second win. We do see the House God of War making a bit of a play for the side objective. But now the value lead is so high for the Beastmen, in this matchup at least. And yeah, the Lord being dead, Wurzag being karate chopped in the tree line is probably going to be enough. Okay, I do have my game sound on. I was like, it's really quiet. I didn't hear anything there. But yeah, I would imagine House God of War will probably tap out soon, especially if he fails to get this objective, which it looks like it's going to be. Beastmen are an excellent rapid response faction, very quick, hard-hitting units. So they're able to move over to points and really do quite a bit. The Beastmen players all around the world rejoicing. Beastmen have always been a meme in tabletop, and now they finally get their moment in the sun to be a top-tier faction. So there you go, Beastmen players. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. So there you go. Squig Hoppers will lose the Centaurs pretty hard. That objective in the clutches of the Beastmen. And we do see a little bit of play on that side point. But House God of War is a seasoned enough player to know when it's over, and he's going to tap out. Man, that was a cool game. It was very, very tactical, very cagey, and that was great play. I loved every second of it, man. That was fun. Good games today. We've had really good matches. I like the Biggin, the Savage Orc Biggins. It felt like they kind of got surrounded, like a lot of them. Yeah, not as much value as you would think. Although 1,000 here and 500, yeah, they still got surrounded a little bit here. Curious about the River Troll tech. I understand Swamp Things, but the other River Trolls, you had a couple of those guys. Zangor is obviously the hard carries. It's not that they get a ton of value, but they provide a lot of armor to your front line, which the Beastmen don't normally have. Yeah, it didn't count a lot of the Beastmen DPS in the beginning. You're right, yeah, that's true. All right, Houseplant going up 1-0, and now we are on the Eastern Isle Colony, I believe. So let me go to the Discord and check it out. Where are we at? Doing this. Let's go to the maps. And I believe it's Eastern Isle Colony. Yes. One of my favorite maps. Really, really like it. All right. So let's see what the players are going to do for their picks and bans. Probably be relatively quick, hopefully. In the meantime, we just hang out, enjoy each other's company. Have a sip of some water. Hydrate yourselves. House cat versus house plant. That's why the house always wins. It's true. Yeah, vampire counts, their win rate will probably come back up. I think it will. Yeah, I think so. It's pretty funny, Parton. Yeah, it's a good story there. Good games indeed. So next up, what will Houseplant play? I can see Houseplant going on to Greenskins, honestly. Greenskins are a top tier faction right now. The Wurzag style is so strong and so smooth to execute. But I mean, like, Houseplant won that game. He had some very good micro. Like his mobile blob micro, like that mobile core he had was really sandwiching and enveloping Greenskins, punishing their leadership. Whereas if he just tried to fight them head up, he'd probably lose a lot of those fights, but he was like isolating and picking things off. It was very impressive. It's kind of hard to really encapsulate it all through just like basic, commentary, but it was very impressive. Do we know when the next DLC will be? My guess would be around Christmas. I have no idea, but I would say like a holiday DLC. Grandfather Nurgle coming for Christmas sounds about right. I have no idea, though. I have no idea. That would be my guess, though. I would say Christmas, like January at the latest. Well, when did we get Chaos Dwarves? Like, just kind of look at the distance between the Chaos Dwarves and the most recent DLC, and you could probably guess. Next DLC is Nurgle getting blasted by the Dawian Empire, probably, yeah. Probably so. Okay, so let's see if they have any questions in the old Discord here. Looks fine. Everything is fine here. Thank you, Gunhound, for linking my own stream. I don't even know how to do that. I'm an absolute potato, so thank you. And cool. How you guys all doing, by the way? Enjoying some sweaty Total War action today? The best of the best, going at it. Having some fun. Is Nurgle the DLC you're wanting most? Yeah. Because like Empire and Nurgle and Dwarves are like three of my favorite factions. I don't enjoy playing Dwarves too much in multiplayer. I feel like they're very one-dimensional and it's just kind of not the most rewarding to play. But Empire and Nurgle are like the two I really play super actively. So I'm very excited for that. Roadmap said autumn. Oh, okay. Yeah. Next DLC. Yeah, I really hope they don't screw up with it. I feel like even though like the last DLC is very tone deaf in their response to the people's criticisms, they've got to be working on something like to make up for that to an extent, right? Like why? Like just if they just continue accruing bad will, like they've got to be working on something to make up for it. Like they've got to, It just seems so foolish. The Total War community typically has had relatively good relations with the CA and the developers and stuff. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's been issues, but yeah, they've got to be working on something. Did you see the AoE of 4 announcement that Byzantines? Yeah, that's super cool. I'm very excited for that. We'll definitely be doing some more Age of Empires 4 action. Probably really gonna want to. Yeah, man, I hope we get Toe Dragons. I really want Tamarcon. What's your game balance on Wurzag? He needs to be nerfed. Yeah, Wurzag needs to lose, he needs to either be cost increased or just, I think nerfing Bonewood Staff is probably the smartest thing. And then buffing all the other Greenskin Lords. So, buffing Skarsnik and Grimgor and Grom the Paunch and like all these guys, and making some other viable choices on the table. Because right now it's just stupid how linear it is. It's just lame. Simon, thank you for the 50 pounds, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Taking it to Pound Town. Caught a live stream. Thanks for all the work you do for the community. Hey, right back at you, man. You're supporting it. Thank you, man. Really means a lot. Hope you're doing well over there. And he's in the house. He is indeed. So what are the picks going to be? I think they're doing it in chat. They're drafting in chat. Okay. So House Cat goes Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, and Kislev. And then we get Grand Cathay banning Kislev. Oh, yeah, that's funny. Dang, didn't take the greenskin bait. Okay. So it's going to be Grand Cathay versus either Tzeentch or Warriors of Chaos. I suspect the Warriors of Chaos pick. Walk can actually beat Cathay for sure. Yeah, they're scheming it up there. But I'm working on the a balance document, which will be giving some nice changes to all the factions, including the Greenskins, and like units that are terrible will be getting buffed. You know, like at least I'm going to propose that. Hey, Simon, man, again, I really appreciate it, dude. You've been supporting the old channel for years, man, and I can't say enough. Thank you so much, man. Hey, Turin, how come I never see vampire counts in your channel? I just don't like playing them. It's a thing. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll learn some Count Chocula for you guys. Maybe I will. Now that they're kind of like less played, maybe I could be a villainous vampire count main and start cackling, you know? I don't know. I feel like you have to have like a bit of a mean side to your personality to be a good vampire count player. You have to have a mean bone in your body, you know? I have like a villainous bone, like a cackling, mustache twirling villain bone, but not like an actual mean bone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Count Chocula. That was like a breakfast cereal here, so I often call them that. Oh, that's actually not true for the Empire. Like the Empire has several viable lord choices. Like Balthazar Gelt's really good. He's amazing. He's really good because he allows you to bring good hero comps. Boris Todbringer is really good. Marcus Wolfhard is niche but useful at times. Franz is unfortunately just overcosted and is too squishy. But the Empire has like three solid choices, you know, that you can bring in high level competitive play. Yeah. Let the hate flow through you. Maybe I will, dude. I'm into strokes and forbidden rods. Vampire count mains are bad people turn. It's funny because a lot of the people that have a history of cheating and breaking the rules in this game are vampire count mains. It's funny. It's just always been that way. Like in Warhammer 2 tournaments, like some of the most egregious rule breakers when we used to have stupid rules about attacking and stuff were vampire count mains. Yeah. Yeah, Franz needs like 1,000 more health and then he's good. He'd be fine. If you just gave him 1,000 more health and then boom, you're golden. Just give him what they did to King Lewin. Like Lewin used to have crappy health too and then they buffed him up. Badger Knight, thanks for all the awesome streams. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for the 20, Badger. Are you actually a badger that's a knight? Badgers are pretty cool creatures. I actually really like possums too. Like in California, we have these things called opossums. They look kind of scary, but they're actually real sweet and cute for sure. I like those things. Yeah, Gelt is a little bit generic. He's basically just like a flying metal caster. Yeah, they should have given him a unique ability. They should have. I'm trying to think like what Franz like. If I were to give Franz some cool abilities, let's see. What if they gave Franz a combat summon called Summon the Elector Counts, and he could literally summon a general of the Empire for the short term? Wouldn't that be cool if Franz could summon like a short term general of the Empire who's an Elector count? Yeah. It's true. The worst players all play vampire counts. Facts. I know it is. Yeah, same in total. Same in, yeah, it's funny. I wish I was a badger or a knight. I know. Both would be cool choices. Warriors of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. Man, I have to say, too, we're getting really good matchup diversity, too. We're getting a whole lot of cool matchups here. So Warriors of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. I feel like this can be a pretty even matchup depending on the circumstances. Maybe slightly Grand Cathay favored on this map because this is a very good Cathay map, like very good Cathay map. But yeah, I still think Warriors of Chaos can totally win it. So we'll see. How would you change Khorne to make them better in multiplayer? I would cost reduce some of their more expensive units, and then I would just wait for DLC, basically. Yeah, because they just have less units than some of the other factions. Opossum is Japanese for large possum. Wouldn't it be Oki possum? Because Oki means large in Japanese, right? You would say like kole. Was it kolewa? It was like this possum. Kore no opossum wa totemo oki desu would be how you would say like this possum here is big. Oh man, I haven't studied Japanese in like almost 20 years. So, well, not 20 years, but 15. No, more than that. Jesus, what year is it? God, we're in 2023. Jeez, it is almost 20 years since I graduated high school. God damn. Can you still have a Cathay Air Force? Yeah, Cathay, a Sky Junk parked over the middle objective isn't a bad idea. Like on this map, like one junk can cover a lot of ground. Joel, thank you for the fiber. Hell yeah, dude. Weeb alert. It's funny because I actually don't even like anime. Yeah, the ones I do like though, just to be completely clear, I like the Dragon Ball Z. I like the original Dragon Ball Zs, Dragon Ball, and I also was a big fan of the Avatar, the show, The Last Airbender. I thought that was really good. The Chronicles of the Lotus Wars was fun. It was like a D&D one. I remember renting that from my local video store in the 90s. That was a fun one. But yeah, those are pretty much the ones. Yeah. How are the Wood Elves? They're honestly doing good, dude. I don't know. Like, I keep saying like they're probably not top tier, but then I just see Wood Elves got a solid win today against a very meta faction, you know? Yeah, it was crazy. So overall, pretty good. Yeah, Crowmen are no joke, dude. Crowmen are insane. My junk can also cover a lot of ground. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. All right, Grand Cathay versus Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos are one of my main factions, so I'm really curious to see what House Cat brings here. I'm really curious. Oh, I love King of the Hill. Oh, King of the Hill is one of the greatest shows of all time. Remember the Pocket Sand? That's probably one of my favorite episodes when Dale Gribble goes like kind of nuts on conspiracies and shit. And he runs out into the woods. And then they come looking for him and he like pops out of the tree like in his underwear covered in like camouflage and just like throws sand in his Pocket Sand. Just like the little like subtle things in that show are so amazing, you know? Yeah. Dale was a conspiracy theorist before it was mainstream and cool like it is now, right? Propane and propane accessories. Yeah. So they're still readying up here. Tim the Wilder awaiting in the grand finals lobby. Will House Cat of War pull out a W against his rival, the House Plant? Who is going to be the better house object here? We've had this discussion many times. Yeah, fucking yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, the King of the Hill was such an endearing show, man. And like and then Boomhauer is hilarious. And then you got Hank is a classic. Bobby. When Bobby Hill does he does the women's self-defense classes. That's so good, dude. And Cotton, oh my god, Cotton is such an absurd character also. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen King of the Hill, I mean, I don't know. It might be one of those shows that's, if you didn't grow up in the States, I don't know, it might not be as funny, I'm not sure, but I love it, dude. Well, cats are not house objects, they're house owners. It's true. Yeah, Hadri's knows. He's wise beyond his years. House Cat really taking his time with this build right now. He's just pools of sweat just trying to figure it out. Best Hound unit visually. Ooh. That's the best Hound unit visually has got to be the Flesh Hound, right? I mean, those things are cool looking. That's my purse. I don't know you. Yeah, I have a lot of family from Texas and also from like the various parts of the South. So to me, the King of the Hill is very relatable. You know, it's very relatable. All right, let me see what House Cat. Make sure they're not messaging me in Discord. Okay, they're not. So, yep, it's going to be Warriors of Chaos. And so it begins. Yeah, so it begins. Yeah, it's. I'm trying to think who else I really like on that show. I mean, everyone. They have John Red. The whole John Redcorn thing is really fun, and yeah, it's just a great show. Corn dogs out of the way. Scurvy dogs. Yeah, scurvy dogs look really cool too. They look really, really cool. You've been in Dallas for the last 10 years, yeah. My grandparents lived in a town called Wellington, Texas. I think there's literally like 1,000 people there. They used to own a steakhouse there back when they were still kicking. Pretty fun. Never played any first person. I don't really care for first person shooters that much. I was pretty good at Halo, the original one. I used to crush all my friends at Halo back in high school, and but yeah, other than that, not too much. Yonbo's executioner skill is him yelling, "That's my purse." I don't know. Yes, it is. It is indeed. Yeah, this is the grand final. Well, this is the semifinal. So if we look at the super fancy bracket, we finished a series between Charix and Tim the Wilder. It was a really good series, by the way. Really, really good. And now we're moving on to the grand finals after this series. So we have House Plant versus House Cat of War. And those two are going to be duking it out here. But, you know, again, it's the culmination of the full competitive season with a big prize on the line. So I'm not going to rush the players to do their build. So hopefully you guys don't mind that. We're going to just kind of hang out and chat together and just, you know, have a good old jolly time. So here's a quick question for chat. I'm curious. For all of you guys here, what TV show has given you the biggest TV show hangover ever, where you finished that show and you were just like depressed afterwards? Like you just like felt like you lost a substantial part of your life. Because I just finished watching Friday Night Lights, the TV show, and man, it was a rough night last night, man. It was hard. I'd be curious to see what you guys have felt. All right, guys. The time is now, ladies and gentlemen. Semifinal match: Warriors of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. Celestial General is actually really good. His hammer ability does a ton of AoE damage, so it can do some great work. So we'll get into the armies as we load into the game. The League, yeah, Game of Thrones, Expanse, Breaking Bad. Futurama had some really sad moments. Boy, Friday Night Lights. I love Friday Night Lights. It might be one of my favorite shows of all time. Game of Thrones, 10 Years Ruined. Yeah, Game of Thrones was definitely one. Deadwood, Expanse, Serenity, oh my god, yes! Firefly and Firefly got done so dirty. I'm seeing a lot of repeats here. Oh yeah, Expanse was great. Expanse was really good. Oh my god, the last Game of Thrones season was so haggard. It was so haggard. I just don't even want to get into that. All right, guys. Let's get back to business, baby. Taking a look at the build here for the Dark Gods. It is going to be Chaos Warriors into the Sunset. So 2, 3, 4 Chaos Warriors with shields, which makes sense. You're dealing with a lot of shooting on Grand Cathay. We got Marauders, who are going to be the core infantry to just push up and get shot for the Dark Gods. Pit of Shades caster with Forbidden Rod stroking, so he's just going to be dropping Pit of Shades on Cathay infantry and guns. So trying to shut down Iron Hail Gunners most likely, because if you can kill the ranged of Grand Cathay, Chaos will typically win the grinds in the front line and all that sort of good stuff. So, oh yeah, True Detective is one of my wife's favorite shows. I've seen season 2 and 3, but not season 1, so I got to catch up on that. Valkia's great. She can shut down blimps. She can dive archers. That's what's really nice about her. She's like a small target, so you can use her to launch into people's backfields and go after like Iron Hail Gunners and all those different units like that. So that's quite nice. And Eocold is just one of the best units on the walk roster, and Tzeentch too. I'm surprised we didn't see him earlier, but yeah, this Jedi Master, he's not messing around, dude. He can absolutely bash through Cathay troopers. It is brutal. Now, for Grand Cathay and the Dreadlord Houseplant. Houseplant's going to be coming in with Jade Warriors and Iron Hail Gunners. The Celestial General is super underrated, guys. People have been discovering how good the Celestial Sweep is. It has 100% armor piercing, and it does a hell of a lot of damage. This man's able to get into the front, and he will definitely put some hurt down. And hey, look, he has as much HP as Karl Franz on a literal horse. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, guys. Heaven's Caster is going to be here. Combative Cassandora. Pretty good against Chaos Warriors. It can one-shot them if your opponent doesn't move, and it's relatively cheap wins and magic-wise, so I do like that. And yeah, just Iron Hail's moving up, shooting. Jade Warriors tanking in the front. Cannons going to be putting some suppressing fire down. I'm really curious to see how Chaos is going to be dealing with all these Iron Hails, but let us see how this all unfolds. What are your predictions, by the way? Who do you guys think is going to win this game? Is Houseplant going to be going on to the Grand Finals to defend his throne, or is it going to be a House Cat victory, taking us to the rubber match in Game 3, which I have to say, oh, I love it. One person in chat's like, Steven Seagal, Lawman. Oh my God, Steven Seagal is so awful. I mean, he's like just one of the best movies to laugh at are Steven Seagal movies, but I've only ever heard terrible things about Steven Seagal, of him being just like an awful person too, which certainly not surprised. Certainly not surprised. Lord Magistrate's really bad, yeah, compared to some of the other choices. I mean, the Dragon Twins are all pretty solid lords. depending on the matchups. The Celestial General is really good. You also have the Dragon Blooded Shugengen Lords, which are very cost effective as well, which is great. Which is great. All right, so Chaos pulling back. Interesting. They're gonna yield the objectives to Cathay initially. I can't help but think this is a bit of a mistake. Like moving up here, hiding in the trees, and like hiding here would be smart, you know, and then you can pounce out. But I guess he's just trying to stay out of cannon range. Maybe he's going to be doing a bit of a build-up. We'll have to see how that goes. Now on this side, we have some ambushers in the forest. It's going to be some Zangors. So one of the marks of Chaos was used for the dreaded Zangors. We do have the mark of Tzeentch, but yeah, they could do some good ambushing in the backfield, definitely. Like Hounds, any sort of Vanguard units creeping through the sides can do a lot of work. So Valkia being shot by cannons, but she is able to dodge those shots. It's pretty easy to dodge cannon shots. And now it looks like the Celestial General of Houseplant is going to go for some DPS here. And you guys might potentially get welcomed here to the reason why the Celestial General is so good. In the bushes, we have Chaos Sorcerers and Marauders who are going to be moving out, and the Celestial General is going to be retreating. A good fighter right there, man. A very, very good fighter. As Valkia the Bloody hunts him down. Valkia would win in a straight-up duel. She's got much better stats and anti-large bonus. He's on horseback too, so the bonus versus large would come into play here. And objectives opening up soon. I can't help but feel it's a mistake to let Cathay have so many objectives early on. I'm also curious where the... I do like Aspiring Champions a lot in this matchup, too. I feel like they can be... Although Iron Hells can kill them pretty quickly, if they're able to kind of get them. So it looks like the cannon is moving up. I don't know if this is intentional, but he's getting it really close to the objective here. So that cannon is parked here, and look at this. Housecat is straight up hiding everything. Like, everything. He does not want to give up any value for free. Aecold's going to be sitting on the objective here, so Aecold will hold down objective number 3. We'll be able to capture that. It's going to take a hot moment, but what is Chaos going to do in terms of their Alpha Strike? I mean, they're going to have to move up eventually. Otherwise, Cathay is just going to be anchoring down on these points. This is a very good Cathay map. They have this nice like point in the middle that kind of separates things a little bit. Makes it a little bit trickier. And now we do see the cannons of Grand Cathay tearing into the Chaos Warriors, and they will do some good damage. Cannons are more designed to kill bigger targets, but it kind of feels as if... One sec, guys. It kind of feels as if the Grand Cannons of Cathay do more damage against infantry. It's a little bit hard to say. So I would imagine the Empress's Crowmen coming out. Very, very nasty unit. Empress's Crowmen can pretty much one-shot any good quality infantry units with their hand grenades of Nangao, which they drop, or just Nangao grenades. They're not called hand grenades, so got to watch out for that. Aecold grabbing the side point here, but, you know, is Chaos... I don't know if I agree with this. I felt like they could have moved up and, like, then just hit on the sides instead of hiding so far back, because now they're going to advance and just eat all those cannon shots anyways, but... We will see how it all goes. In the secondary line, we got Jade Warrior Halberds, Crossbows, Peasant Archers. Looks like Peasant Archers going to be lurking in the shadows. And Valkia going to be doing glorious battle with the old Empress's Crowmen. And will she make contact? I'm not sure. Chaos doesn't really have too much counterplay for them. You could use Marauder Horsemen to javelin them, but I don't know if that's really worth it at the end of the day. Aecold going to be moving up, probably trying to find his way in. Could go after some Jade Warriors here, but you got to watch out. The Celestial General can maybe put some hurt on Aecold if he's not... You know, if he's not isolated in a really, really bad situation. And, yep, you're going to see it. This is some nasty shit here. Empress's Crowmen going to basically just bombard one of these Chaos Warrior units. That's going to be just the foulness. And, oh, it's such a good ability. It's so powerful. And those Chaos Warriors are not happy at all about having grenades dropped on their heads. Objective number 3, in the control of the Dark Gods. If Cathay is doing, like, a big positional play like this, typically what you want to do is go like around and really overwhelm one position. So maybe ignore here and like do a big alpha strike here so you have all your marbles here, right? We do see Aecold Hellbrass getting blasted by the Iron Hill Gunners, but he's going to be caught up by Peasants here. Oh, that was cool. Doing his sword anime attacks, flying around, but the Iron Hill Gunner is potentially able to kill him if he's not careful. The dreaded Wujing War Compass is on its way in, so the Wujing War Compass is going to be moving up and getting ready to drop some fat bombardments on these bad boys. So here they come. And yeah, that'll be pretty good against Chaos Warriors. Aecold chilling out. And now the Crowmen are going to be doing battle with Valkia. Valkia, you know, the Crowmen, Empress's Crowmen can almost defeat a Bloodthirster of Khorne. So I can't help but feel that Houseplan is just, you know, going to win this game. Too many things are going well for him. And I don't know. I feel like Chaos needs to stuff Cathay back. Like, take the initiative on the objectives. Iron Hill Gunners do struggle to shoot infantry in combat. Oh my god, and Aecold is just getting nuked by these Iron Hills. His positioning is just not good. Big blunders here by Housecat of War, letting Aecold get beaten down like this. That should never happen. I mean, he should just be in the front line fighting comfortably. That's going to be a good pit of shades. Definitely will beat up those Jade Warriors, but Aecold Hellbrass is going to have to drink some milk here because he is having a really, really bad time. Valkia could get a big Sleipnir right here. She does land on the Iron Hail Gunners, and a Sleipnir would be devastating against his position. It would hit several units. On the backside, Zangors do get intercepted by Peasant Long Spearmen, which they will win eventually. And the Pit of Shades did clear out those Jade Warriors, and now we do see the old Wujing clan, man. Here it comes. That's going to be fat on those Marauders. That looks like it's a Comet of Cassandora as well. And boom! Right in the face, but not the best cast, as it does nail those Jade Warriors. And Chaos is probably... That's a win for Chaos, right? Because it takes the winds of magic of the opponent and also collateral damage on a unit that's a little bit better quality. But Valky the Bloody lurking in the backfield, still trying to shut down units. On the other side, Chaos now moving in on the other side. Aecold Hellbrass, is he still alive? I think he straight up got Last Samurai, so he's probably down for now. So big misplays with Aecold, and I can't help but feel the decision-making in the beginning was a little bit off for Chaos. Marauders going to be trying to move through, so they do tighten up their formation and are going to be trying to get on top of the Iron Hail Gunners. Trolls have moved in, and Chaos does have their clutches on a couple objectives here. The Cannons of Grand Cathay nuking into the Armored Chaos Trolls, so those bad boys getting pounded into oblivion, absolutely pounded. Aecold Hellbrass being chased down. He is healing, but should be routed off by these Jade Lancers back here, so they're going to be paying the price. Grand Cathay, man, really nuking into the Chaos Army. Another Pit of Shades going down on top of the Iron Hail Gunners. And it's okay, but Iron Hail Gunners are only 500 gold, so it's a bit of a tricky dynamic there, that old situation. Houndo's trying to battle Empress's Crowmen, but the Crowmen are going to give him the dirty. Armored Chaos Trolls nearby could come in and help. Valky the Bloody able to put some disruption onto the Iron Hail Gunners, but overall Cathay's in a very controlling position. But you know, the Dark Gods are putting some good weight on the objective, and here's what I'm saying is, like, I think if Chaos had advanced initially, triple caps Grand Cathay, sure, they might lose on value, but then they would be able to potentially win on points. But they just waited, they let Cathay have the objectives for so long and took a lot of damage while not owning the objectives, that I think it's made for a very precarious situation. So here it comes, baby. It's going to be another nasty one right here. This is going to be brutal. Oh, the double comet! Look at that, baby. Chaos Warriors getting nuked. Chaos Warriors here getting absolutely plowed. Cathay's front line still folding up like a bit of a piece of paper here, though, which is surprising. Valky the Bloody trying her best, but being chased down by the Empress's Crowmen is pretty hilarious. They are infantry size, so Valky isn't going to be amazing against them. And despite all that, the Chaos is not doing terribly. The big value deficit. Here we do have the Celestial General. He's currently sitting at about 400 value, so nothing too crazy. It looks like there's going to be another fat bombardment. As I say, Houseplants Bombards have been super on point this game. Iron Hail Gunners forming ranks, and this is going to be thick. That is Uran and Thunderbolt. And Chaos now has the capture weight on this point. So Chaos Warriors obviously crush Jade Warriors in combat, but Jade Warriors will beat Marauder variants, typically speaking. A lot of Chaos pressure pushing into the backfield. We do see Grand Cathay being pushed back a little bit. And if the opening had just been a little bit cleaner, if Aecold Hellbrass had still been alive, just little things like this game could be very differently. A lot of the value that is for Houseplant is against Aecold. Aecold's like 1,300 gold too, so that is a lot of that value as he did get hustled off the battlefield. He's actually back here, but I don't think old Aecold's going to come back anytime soon. Now, is Chaos going to be able to maintain the points? We do see Knights of the Brazen Throne coming out. What is this? The Haggard Knights? Oh, yeah, the Corn Knights. Okay, I mean, they're really good at killing armored infantry, so if they're able to get in and just mulch down some of these Peasant Long Spearmen and, some of the Jade Warriors up in the points, maybe. I have to say, I'm very impressed with Housecat scrapping. I mean, he's been on the back foot this entire game. He's still shutting down cannons. He's got a lot of the range units shut down, and, he's not going quietly into this Nightman. He's fighting hard despite a very bad opening here. So Marauder's probably going to lose that. Marauders here will beat these Long Spearmen, maybe. Pit of Shades cast, able to hit some of these Jade Lancers and also tickle the pickle of some of the nearby infantry, it looks like. The Knights of the Brazen Throne have arrived, and it is going to be some Marauders with Great Opens coming in to reinforce. Knights of the Brazen Throne do have a bad charge order at the moment. They need to battle to charge the Jade Lancers, but they don't. Bit of a misclick there, but I mean, they'll still crush Jade Lancers, like, super hard. They have, like, 70 weapon strength. They did miss their charge bonus of 77. If they had gotten the charge off on those Jade Lancers, it would have been a crushing defeat. More Jade Lancers on the way in, and honestly, the Knights of the Brazen Throne probably going to want to pull back right now, get some infantry support, because there's armor-piercing halberds coming in, a lot of scariness, which isn't going to be really good for them. But now we're starting to see the value show itself on the battlefield as Chaos looks very barren, very thin. Aecold still being escorted around the back of the battlefield, and right here we do see old Cathay pushing the Dark Gods off the point. So objective number 1 going to be retaken as the Knights of the Brazen Throne retreat, and House God of War probably taps out here. Even though, again, I do think Chaos can totally beat Grand Cathay. It's very possible. I just think the execution of the build was a little bit off in some ways. So here they go. Marauders moving up to hustle, and more Marauders with great weapons trying to buffer down the Knights of the Brazen Throne, which at this point should just turn around and fight, because it's just Jade Lancers, which they'll have very cost-effective trades against. Is Valky the Bloody still alive? Is she still flying around? I know she was like flying over the spire, but that's going to be a tap out. GG, well played, guys. And that is going to be the Houseplant advancing on to the grand finals to face Tim the Wilder. The RTK Civil War is upon us. Who is Captain America? Who is Iron Man here? I myself was always more on the side of Captain America, but you know, it is what it is. Cool stuff, man. Classic good Cathay play, you know. Good Iron Hill focus fire. Crowmen are obviously making a big difference in that matchup. And yeah, Aecold getting Last Samurai, getting 130 value is rough. Valkia had a little bit of a hard time. And yeah, just wasn't quite enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and host this grand finals. And we will invite our finalists to the best of 5 lobby here. So we are going to get Houseplant. And we are going to get Tim the Wilder. All right, cool. So they'll be joining in just a moment. Got the invite all set up, and let's go here, go to the Discord, see what the maps are going to be. The Crow Bombard should definitely lose some armor piercing. It's very strong. It's very, very strong. All right, so 1 second here. And let's see what the maps are going to be for this series. The first one is going to be the Arachnarok Lair. All right. Cool, map is set. Good luck, have fun to these mighty champions. The picks and bans will take some time here, so I expect another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours for the series. We'll see. But yeah, grab a snack, settle down, get ready. You're going to get to see some cool matchups here, man. Yeah, we could see Lizardmen for sure. I mean, you're going to see their range of factions here, because this is a best of 5 series, so let me go ahead and update the nameplates here. So Houseplant. Reset score, and now we are on best of 5. The Arachnarok Lair is going to be it. And cool. Did that work? Need to adjust his name over a little bit. Power of technology, baby. Look at the words moving on screen. It's great. And Tim the Wilder. We'll put his shortened name here. It'll fit a little bit better. Who knew shotguns to the face would be so deadly? Yes. Yes, indeed. So we're going to see Beastmen. We're going to see Skaven. Kislev, we have yet to see today. And yeah. Let's get it, man. Predictions. Who are you guys rooting for based on what you've seen today? Who shall win? Or Houseplant? Curious to see where all of your loyalties lie. Let me know. There we are. All right, seems like the plant is a pretty big favorite. Oh my god, for a second he had 100% of the votes. I was like, Jesus. I don't even know what factions Houseplant mains. I really don't. The odds of seeing Empire are definitely increased with the old Houseplant. He plays them. He's shown some cool techs here. So the picks for Houseplant are Grand Cathay, Skaven, and Kislev banning Skaven. Interesting. It seems like Houseplant really likes Grand Cathay. I would love to see Grand Cathay on this map, actually, like a more open map where they can't quite have those choke points as easily. That'd be fun. Aside from the execution at the beginning, what do you think Chaos could have brought that would have been better in the last one? More foot characters, yeah. Like they needed, what I probably would have suggested, Valkia is good. She's pretty strong. You can also go with Festus. And then go like Exalted Champion of Nurgle, and then Aecold, like have this really nasty foot character core. I'd have to look at my build though. I have a build against Grand Cathay, which I've been able to win a lot of tournament matches, but those matches aren't against Houseplant. They're against other good top tier Cathay players, but Houseplant is on another level, so I'm not sure. I'd have to really look at the map and look at my build. Yeah, I think foot characters have always been very nasty against Grand Cathay. As far as magic goes, I might go Burning Head because it's a little bit cheaper and it'll one-shot the archer units, whereas Pit of Shades is more expensive. Yeah, because if you kill Cathay's ranged, Chaos dominates. That's the big conundrum of that matchup. It really is. Rooting for the underdog. All right, seems like you guys think the old plant's gonna win. Tim the Wilder got that chip on his shoulder now. Okay, Grand Cathay being picked by Tim the Wilder. And it's either going to be Grand Cathay versus Kislev or Grand Cathay versus Skaven now. Yeah, fun matchups. Fun matchups today. It's been good. It has been good indeed. The big plays, man, they're coming. I'm so ready to go get a fat feast after this. Always fun after these like big tournaments to just wind down and relax a little bit. So Kislev versus Grand Cathay. Oh, I've been wanting to see this matchup. I always felt like this one, Grand Cathay had some teeth. Typically, I've seen Kislev win it more, but you can't really abuse Mother Ostankia in this matchup and her OP Chariot because Cathay's cannons just punish her so hard. So I think that Houseplant will probably not bring the stank. I don't think it's going to be stank. Oh, they're doing the picks in Discord, yeah. Did Houseplant use Cathay to beat up some Slaanesh in the launch tournament? No, that was Platypus. That was Platypus. Yeah, that was a Platypus game where Slaanesh got crushed when they were OP. Slaanesh was very overpowered for a while. Oh my god, that was awful. Hellstrider's just killing everything. Oh, Wacka, no worries, man. It's okay to have some open maps. I like Ragnarok Lair Lie. It's a good one. I tried to throw in some of your new maps in the tournament. We've had a couple today, I think. Which lords will they choose? I suspect Houseplant will bring a cheap Ice Witch, but I could be wrong. For Grand Cathay, I really don't know. Maybe the Celestial General again. He seems to have been a more meta pick lately. Yuan Bo could be fun, but I think he's a little too expensive. I think Cathay wants to go wider here, like wide Cathay. So I would say Celestial General for Grand Cathay as my number one pick, and then maybe with a Heavens Caster to nuke the Kislev Infantry. Or, or a Dragon-Blooded Lord with like Lord Bien, something like that. And for Houseplant, it's probably an Ice Witch. I would wager. Ice Witch is probably going to be the go-to. The dreaded Power Creep Grand Finals. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Grand Cathay isn't like that oppressive though. Like Grand Cathay is, let's take a look. Grand Cathay is a reasonably balanced faction. But, the Chrome and RORs are definitely OP. Like if you look at Grand Cathay, they're sitting at, 53% win rate, which is fine. They do have a losing record against Kislev though, I think. No, actually 4-3 against Kislev, so apparently it's not too bad. It's pretty even. Yeah, Kislev is definitely in the hands of high-level players. They're very OP. But yeah, we got them sitting here, which is decent. Big issues are obviously Ogre Kingdoms. If we allowed Ogre Kingdoms in this tournament, they would just be every game would just be Ogre Kingdoms every single game. Yuan Bo is good, but I don't know about a big wide open map. So in Domination, there's a couple different map types. There's maps that are like Itza, where the objectives are side by side. Those maps tend to be better for factions that can are fast and can move across the field quickly. Whereas maps that have a defensive objective that it's close to your spawn and your opponent has a defensive objective are better for formation-based armies in my experience, because you don't need to you have a very safe home objective, so you just get to develop a strong formation on the contested point and fight over that while having a safe defense of your back point. This one is like an Itza style, so the objectives are wide. So I do think mobility is going to be very important here. So things in the woods, Cost by Dervishes probably going to be spammed out. Some sort of cav like that. Yeah, Wood Elves and Lizardmen are great. They're both doing really, really good right now. They're both balanced reasonably too, which is good. There's nothing on Wood Elves or Lizardmen that's just oh my god, this is awful to play against, So we're getting close, we're getting close. Do you think the new Zangors in general are better than Chaos Warriors? Oh, it's a good question. I think they, as a overall assessment, yes, because they have Vanguard, which is super powerful in Dom, and they're fast and hit hard and tanky. But Chaos Warriors are still better under a lot of situations because they are just way more stalwart and they hit pretty hard themselves. So typically you want to open with Chaos Warriors as Tzeentch, in my opinion, and then bring out Zangors as reinforcements. Yeah. So that's that. That is that. So Kislev is ready to go. I'm really tempted to look at the build. So I'm going to peek over here and take a look real quick. Interesting. Okay. And then for you, we got, oh, wow. Some wild choices here, man. I have to say, guys, I was completely wrong about the Lord choices. Completely wrong. So we do have Mother Stank, a testament to just how overpowered she is. Just legit Flock of Doom, that's it. So Mother Stank is really broken. She usually gets 3,000 to 4,000 value a game, and her damage output is just ludicrous. So we're going to see Mother Stank cause some problems, but cannons could punish that. Aside from that, we have a little Grom. We do also have the Akshina OP Ambushers, some Kossovite, or some just basic Kossars, and some Things in the Woods, which makes sense. Things in the Woods pretty good at tearing up Cathay Troopers, and also against Jade Lancers, they're not bad either. Oh yeah, Shredder of Lustria has won a lot of games in Domination, Mario. Yeah, we've seen it. Not in every matchup, but some maps and some matchups, yes. And here we do have the Iron Dragon. So the Iron Dragon is really crazy. His healing is just nuts. So I would wager that he's going to be able to do some work. Maybe he's just there to go like absorb the Action Ambushers and dive them and things like that. I'm not sure. A lot of Jade Crossbows too. Oh, is this going to be like some sort of a weird Plague of Rust build from Grand Cathay? Like using Plague of Rust to focus fire down Kossars with Jade Crossbows? Interesting. Hey, House Scout, GG. Game 1 was really close. Wish I had gone out with a bit more noise. The thunder of the Iron Halls. Hey, no worries, House Scout. You played great, man. And looking forward to having you back next season, man. You're always going to be a contender, a slayer, a winner. So yeah, Little Grom can do some work. Cathay Cannons can typically out-trade it, but with good micro, Little Groms can just kind of pull back and be annoying. So curious to see how that is executed. But we do have the Action Ambushers, which are just incredibly broken. These things basically just lock a unit down for like a long time. It's like a 25-second lockdown with 3 charges, 100-meter range. It's broken. So they're up and they're ready to go. And we do have Armored Kossars in the back. And they're just great. Armored Kossars are better than Jade Warriors. Their shooting is really good. The utility you get is amazing out of those bad boys. In the backfield, we do have Things in the Woods. Things in the Woods, very cheap armor piercing. Basically skin wolves that are not as expensive as skin wolves that annihilate infantry. So looking at the Cathay army, it is going to be Jades. I'm really curious about the Jade Warrior crossbows. I'm interested to see what synergies he has. Iron Dragon's just going to be rocking Dragon's Breath, which I like that. The reason why he's doing that is because he's going to be trying to roast ambushers. Dragon's Breath is terrible against Kossars, but against Dervishes and Ambushers and Bow Kossars, it can actually do some okay work. So that is it. It's a bow army, very, very standard stuff. A lot of Jade Warrior crossbows backed up by Jade Warriors and the Iron Dragon. And of course, he can go into his Super Saiyan Dragon form as well. So I feel like Cathay really needs to bring like a Great Cannon though. One sec, guys. There we go. Need to bring a Great Cannon to put some pressure on Mother Stank. Otherwise, she's just going to be running rampant. I don't know what the balance department was smoking when they made her. Like, I don't. Why does this old grandma on a chariot have like almost 8,000 HP? When you look at a character like Kazarak, who's just a giant, like 9-foot tall jacked beastman on his chariot, has like 5. If he's lucky. I think it might even be high 4s. There's just like weird stuff like that. But again, that's what this community balancing document is going to try and address, is like glaring stuff like that. So we will see. I mean, Mother Ostankia should lose 1,000 HP. Straight up. Like 1,000 HP off her. And she should lose half of her ammunition. It's just egregious how much ammo she has. She never runs out. All right. Battle soon to be on. Formations are setting up. The crossbows at the ready, General. And Mother Stank is, she's cackling on her hill. That is for sure. She's a very cool character flavor-wise, too. She's definitely very cool. But where she gets all of her damage is the casket that she shoots. That thing does some massive damage. And it shoots in melee, too. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's monsters pulling the chariot, sure. But like 6,400 HP is still a lot for a chariot character. It's still a lot. I guess she's got some like swamp magic that maybe makes her more resilient. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Okay, she always loves to give her speech and just talk over me while I'm trying to introduce the games here. So Akshina Ambushers are going to be creeping up, looking for a freebie. So right now, Houseplant's going to be moving up, hoping that, you know, Tim the Wilder will move up and sacrifice something good. Netting down a foot character probably wouldn't be worth it. I don't know if it would, because it's like oftentimes it doesn't seem like you can make good contact. Is Tim the Wilder going to be calling out a cannon is the question. That's what I'm really, really curious about. Like a single cannon, I feel is so damn good against Kislev. Like it can put a lot of pressure on the Stank. And Stank is getting a little bit close to the Iron Hail Gunners. I believe they're on this side. Yeah, Iron Hail Gunners going after the Stank. She's trying to shoot with her chariot here. So here comes a shot. Tim trying to dodge that. Does make some decent contact. And overall, a pretty strong start for the Stank. And does she have her missile resist item? She doesn't. Which I think he definitely should bring here. But, you know, he's really just trying to min-max and save money on that thing. Now, moving up are the Peasant Long Spearmen and the old Jade Warrior. So Jade Warrior crossbows getting ready to party towards objective number 2. And on the far side, nobody's really grabbing the objectives. Looks like it's going to be a fight on the middle. Cathay has a little bit of pressure on the bottom objective. Ambushers, I'm really curious what their first target's going to be. The Dragon basically just chasing down the Stank train. But she's faster, I think. Oh, he's got 80 speed, so he's actually pretty quick. He can keep up with her. He has that huge heal too, by the way. The Van Braces of the Sun, or the Burning Van Braces, absolutely nuts. So even if he gets just popped and owned, he's going to be able to heal up. And it looks like Kossar pistols are shooting him. I wonder if like Tim is getting shot on purpose. Yeah. So that dragon attack has no armor piercing whatsoever. It's really good against light armor, but it's terrible against these units. So you can see he did use that spell with the Iron Dragon, and it did literally 0 damage. That was a big mistake. Good opening here for Cathay. They do spot the ambushers, and the Wolfhearts actually get popped and take a fair amount of HP damage. So now Tim the Wilder knows more or less where the ambushers are going to be. He's aware of the sneaky schemes, and he knows what's going to be happening. Objective 2 opening up here. Jade Warriors going to be hustling up to the point here. More Jade Warriors coming in, but Mother Ostankia is going to be very annoying here. The Iron Hail Gunners should just follow her around. Wherever she goes, those Iron Hail Gunners need to go and just, pop her in the face, because that'll keep her honest. Those things will really, really dunk on her super hard. So we do see one Jade Warrior getting very, very beat up. Houseplant playing very, very cagey. Crossbows are now in range. The Little Grom is getting good damage too, though. This Little Grom has been shooting those Jade Warriors down the line, getting those side shots, and it is very, very nasty for sure. That was a very limp breath attack. It was indeed. And the Stank is just going to own all these units. That's the problem. Cathay needs to send some units down there to support. Tim the Wilder needs to grab these Iron Hail Gunners, come down and under, and provide a little bit of support. So yeah, the Iron Dragon pick is curious. Yeah, there we go. That's what it's about. Roasting those Wolfhearts and taking down those very expensive ambushers is definitely the recipe for success. Now, is Cathay going to call in a cannon? Oh, a Fire Rain Rocket. Fire Rain Rockets don't typically have the best armor piercing compared to the Empire equivalent, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, they do have 560 missile strength. All right, let's see what kind of damage we get here. So Fire Rain Rockets shooting in. And, has that nice collateral damage. Does push back those Armored Kossars a little bit while the Iron Dragon gets in combat. Mother Stank down here just farming these units. She's currently sitting at already 700 value. Pretty bonkers out of the gates. As the Jade Warriors try their best to flip the objective, we'll see if they can. Iron Dragon using his armor-piercing dragon attacks and melee to do some work. And once again, we see another weird breath attack on the Armored Kossars, which I guess it's the only spell he really has, so he's just trying to do whatever he can in that regard. Iron Hail Gunner shooting away. Things in the Woods getting ready to party, so Things in the Woods definitely need to be focused on by the bows. So right now, Tim definitely should grab those and start shooting at the Things in the Woods if he can, because they will tear apart those infantry very effectively. Brutal damage against those Jade Warriors. Absolutely nasty stuff. As the rockets continue saturating in, we do see Houseplant coming in with some Dervishes on the other side. I do like that. Dervish is one of the best diving units in the game because they are unbreakable for a long period of time, so they're probably going to go and shut down Tim's Fire Rain Rocket, which is a very, very nice play. And here the Iron Hail Gunners get absolutely obliterated, which is definitely unfortunate. They got in range of the Kossar Spears. And once again, another Dragon Breath attack on the Wolfhearts there, as the old Iron Dragon continues rampaging about. Value trading here, somewhat even. A lot of the value is also on Zhao Ming, who does have healing, so, it's not the end of the world for old Grand Cathay. On the far side, Crossbows trying to shoot into the Things in the Woods, but they're going to be popping up. They're hungry. They're looking for blood, baby. And we'll see what they're going to do. Now, looking at the lore passive, it does give you the Strength of Yang, which is a very short range, so it's actually pretty bad. It's not like a map-wide buff like a lot of other lore passives. One crossbow unit here getting compromised. Jade Lancers being called out from reserve to try and deal with the Things in the Woods, and they'll do okay against them. These other crossbows in a bit of an unfortunate situation. Breath attack there does okay work, but the Winged Lancer is very resilient against that. More and more crossbow fire shooting into the old Kossars, but this is kind of like looking like the Empire in some ways. Like, you try and use crossbows to kill Kislev, but Kislev has got silver shields and high armor on everything, so it's pretty painful. But the Fire Rain Rocket's a cool tech. Looks like it's kind of pounding into some of those units, not doing bad work at all. In the backfield, Fire Rain Rocket, it looks like it did get attacked, but it's able to stabilize, currently sitting at about 500 value against some of the Kislevites. On the low ground, we do see the point being held by Grand Cathay. A couple spears do arrive, and it looks like it might flip. I don't know, we'll see. Keep tabs on that one. In the middle, Objective 2, owned by Grand Cathay. Iron Dragon fighting it out in the middle, trying to support his archers where he can. Jade Lancers in combat. Another breath attack going down, which will, I suppose, buff the nearby units, so there's a little bit of a niche application for that. Kossovite Dervish's big problem. Nobody has captured Objective 1 yet, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody has captured this. Is Cathay going to be sending some spears down here to maybe try and stabilize this one? Find out today. Find out today. Fire Rain Rockets doing work. We do see the Wolfhearts getting broken and pushed off. Fire Rain Rockets hitting that blob relatively well. Grand Cathay holding on to the middle objective, but Kislev does have a fair amount of capture weight. Now we get the Crowmen. I was wondering when the Crowmen would come, because Crowmen are an excellent counter against the... they actually do a ton of damage against Things in the Woods. Mother Stank just rolling around dirty, probably at about 1,500 value, I would guess. Yep, 1,500 on the dot. Another breath attack, once again, not doing a whole lot of damage here as the Crowmen head to the southern objective, looking to maybe help Grand Cathay stabilize this one. And they might be able to, actually, with the support of those Crowmen. They might be able to rip that one. Grand Cathay is up pretty heavily in points. I mean, Kislev has not been able to get an objective. Tim the Wilder has been really anchoring them down. Cathay army is still quite resilient. We do see halberds moving their way up, and I do like the halberds. Will trade well into a lot of the cavalry units, decently into some of the infantry, and also very good against Things in the Woods. So objective 3 owned by Grand Cathay, but very, very close to flipping here. Kislev now moving down some armored Kossars that might be able to do the trick. The Fire Rain Rocket, really curious about this. Only 700 value so far. And like I said, the Fire Rain Rocket doesn't have the best armor piercing value, so it's a little bit tricky. And yeah, Zhao Ming does buff himself with his lore passive, so there is that argument to be made, but yeah, it's not the strongest. Crowmen chasing things off. Bottom side objective actually going to be taken by some Peasant Long Spearmen. And where are the Empress's Crowmen? I feel like they've been missing this whole game. The big ROR crows to just drop some fat bombardments. Kislev seems to be taking over the battle. They're looking just comfortable all over the field as the Winged Lancers rotating in the backfield. Middle objective is basically just a bunch of routing Kislev units. I don't know if I really understand the crossbow pick. Understandably, a counter against ambusher spam. But aside from ambushers, which can usually outmaneuver them with their stock, it doesn't seem like it really brings a lot to the table. And I think that is going to be Tim dropping game 1 here. It was a valiant fight, but like a lot of things seemed a little bit inefficient. Like Zhao Ming seemed weird. I mean, he got 1300 value, which really is not that great. Like the magic wasn't good at all this game for Grand Cathay. Like whereas Cathay has good magic against Kislev, they can use plenty, like Heavens, to nuke their infantry down. There's a lot. Like Wujing War Compasses can be super good. And then the crossbow spam, just like shooting into silver shielded infantry and just getting wrecked by cavalry. I feel Cathay can do much better than this in this matchup. But again, you know, everyone's trying different things. Maybe he was teching against like mass ambusher build, you know, thinking that was going to be the play. But now we see a triple cap coming in for Kislev, and there's not going to be doing anything Grand Cathay can do about this at all. Yeah, I guess the crossbows are okay against things in the woods. That's true. That is one of their applications, but you could also just go with halberd and spear spam. Yeah, you also could. Looking around on the low ground objective, we do see objective 3 held by Kislev comfortably. Another breath attack there. And Iron Dragon still has a lot of healing. I mean, he's going to heal to full health once he takes a little bit more damage. Him and his halberd boys doing pretty good. Low ground point, we got the Peasant Lung Spears, but they are being attacked by the Kossars, so the Kossars will be able to bully both these units off the point. These Kislevites are, yeah, quite savage here with their great weapons. So they'll be able to cut through the armor of Cathay, no problem. Fire Rain Rocket is unsummoned, so it looks like it's offline. Kislev is just pushing them back with things in the woods and armored Kossars, which is probably going to outtrade this blob, to be completely honest. Zhao Ming healing up to full health is very, very powerful, and a couple Jade Warrior Halberds may be able to put some pressure on the middle cap, but I don't think they're going to be able to flip it in a very expedient manner. And still no triple cap. Grand Cathay is managing to hold on to one of their points, so certainly very, very admirable there. But like winning on a triple cap situation is going to be tough. I mean, the value is actually close on the battlefield now, guys, because Zhao Ming himself, healed for like 2,000 value. So like if you look at that, I mean, maybe Kislev is probably slightly ahead. Nice Flock of Doom going down here from Baba Yaga. She is able to get a fat Flock of Doom here. Looking at her value, I would guess 3,000 right now. No, 2,300. So she's doing pretty good for herself. Certainly not bad at all as the things in the woods hustle over to the center. So those bad boys getting ready to go. Backfield, a couple of crossbows shooting away into the things in the woods. More Jade Warriors and Iron Hail Gunners are coming up. Could we see a comeback for Grand Cathay is the question. I think if Cathay loses this side objective, the comeback is going to become a very bleak possibility. The Jade Warrior crossbows here tanking those shots well. I mean, they do have shields, so it makes them pretty resilient. But yeah, it looks like Kislev folds that objective. The middle is being held by Kislev. Grand Cathay fighting in a bit of a Death Star over here to try and get some momentum. The Jade Warriors fighting shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon. But now we get Bear Riders coming out. No mere Bear Riders. These are the Oath Brothers of Tor. These guys do not mess around. They hit hard and do have anti-large. So the dragon could die for a second time. You know, you got to basically kill Zhao Ming twice when he's in dragon form, which is very nasty. Winged Lancers, by our blood is there. They're now wavering. It might get routed off here as we do see some Jade Warriors and Spears rushing in. Iron Hail Gunners going to put some firepower into them as well. We'll see if they're able to make it to their target. Now, any chance of Grand Cathay getting objectives back? Doesn't look like it. I mean, both armies are so sparse, though. Like, if you look at Kislev's army, it's very bare bones. I mean, they really don't have a whole lot. And it seems like Cathay is a little bit resurgent here. But the question is, are they going to have enough time? I suppose they have enough of a points lead where it's not like the most urgent thing in the world. Grand Cathay really needs to just focus on getting an objective back. And we do see some Crowmen being called in from the distance. Surprised we haven't seen the Empress's Crowmen. Like I said, they would be really good at just bombarding like this Kislev unit on the side objective. You could call in a Crowmen here and just nuke these armored Kossars, and then from there, you know, take the objective pretty easily with some peasant horsemen or different things like that. But yeah, Mama Stank is here. I mean, she's healthy, and it looks like, oh man, is he going to get a Patriarch out and just, oh, this is filth. So he's gathering up his troopers. This is really good, really, really nice play here. And then he's going to do a prayer. So this is kind of very lore friendly, right? Like, You gather the troops after a hard fight, you give them a little motivational prayer, and then they're ready to go again, right? Very cool. Although I don't think the things in the woods, these literally eldritch abominations, would care too much about the prayers of Kislev. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's not get into it too much. Iron Hill Gunners on the way out. Crowmen moving. And the bottom objective, it might flip here. Zhao Ming could head down there and run some interference. But that was a beautiful one. And that's going to put the value up even more. Even more. So here, Iron Hill Gunners unleashing a torrent of fire here onto the advancing armored Kossars. But are they going to be able to defend themselves from the things in the woods? I don't think so. Crowmen would be a good answer. Empress's Crowmen, I'm telling you. Get those bad boys in there and you're gonna live your best life, but maybe they weren't brought. Who knows? Bottom side objective, Jade Warrior's going to be trying to hold this one, but Kislev does manage to get there with some of their things in the woods, and we do see the cap weight kind of fluctuating back and forth as more things in the woods do arrive. On the middle objective, Mother Stank is healed up to pretty much full health. Iron Hill Gunners in the back going to be pouring some heavy firepower into the things in the woods, and it's doing good, respectable damage. Iron Hill Gunners are, of course, great for their damage output, but I don't know, man. The points are really, really ebbing away here on the bottom objective. We do see this, and this is going to be owned by Kislev. Things in the woods are such a nice addition, because previously, if Kislev wanted to, like, kill an isolated armor position, they would have to get, like, heavy war sleds, which are 1,300, but now they can do it for way cheaper. Crowmen coming out. Great choice. Crowmen and Spears should be able to stabilize that objective and get that. And Grand Cathay pushing up in the middle. Looks like the Oath Brothers of Tor doing a nice little bombardment right there as the things in the woods are repelled a little bit. Kossovite Dervishes in the backfield being quite annoying as they do shut down the Iron Hill Gunners hard. Breath attack from Zhao Ming. Let's look at Zhao Ming's value. It's probably not bad. Most of it's been from his melee, though. I don't think a lot of it's been from his magic this game. On the other side, the Spears arrive and the Crowmen do come in and rout those units off. So Tim the Wilder is going to be back on the board, baby. So he is back in business. And what is he going to be calling in? We do see a call-in for Kislev here. Is going to be some Winged Lancers, as well as some armored Kossars heading to the middle point. Peasant Lung Spearmen obviously getting obliterated. Peasants with spears versus giant, jacked, disciplined dudes with full armor and pistols. Talk about a substantial mismatch in terms of fighting prowess, right? More Crowmen on this side. Crowmen tearing apart the things in the woods as expected. Iron Hill Gunners going to be hustling up here, and a lot of routing units here for Grand Cathay. We see several units running off the edge of the battlefield. Iron Dragon's trying his best. It's been a good scrappy game, despite a build which I think was somewhat inefficient here for Grand Cathay. Tim the Wilder has been showing why he's one of the best players in the world. I mean, he's in the grand finals of the most competitive event we have, and you know, still putting up a good fight despite maybe a slightly suboptimal build that maybe his opponent counterpicked. We don't really know the circumstances, right? The Stank train is has she left the station? Yeah. So the reason why he unsummoned the Stank is because he's probably out of Winds of Magic and ammunition. And by unsummoning the Stank at full health, you're going to get a refund of about 850 to 900 gold. So he just figures maybe getting a more fresh unit on the field with like high capture weight would be a little bit better. So middle point, we get the Crowmen engaging with Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, Jade Warriors moving up from all directions. Iron Hill Gunners here going to be shut down once again. And we do see objective number 3 being taken by Grand Cathay. But Grand Cathay is going to have to probably triple cap them by the time this is all said and done. And Kislev is one of the hardest factions in the game to get off an objective. Very, very hard. I mean, they're like dwarves, basically. They have super high leadership. They have a passive which makes them unbreakable for 30 seconds, which is just nasty. And overall, I think Tim the Wilder is done in this game. I think that it's going to be a victory for Kislev, and there's not going to be much more to it than that. Looking at objective 1, we don't see any pressure on that. Colin is going to be Peasant Long Spearman. Oath Brothers of Tor with a really, really nice bombardment. And yeah, Zhao Ming, a final transmutation here could be pretty nice. Like a big overcasted one. Granted, he's probably out of Winds of Magic, so that's a power fantasy right there. Couple Spears moving up. Cavalry diving out of the middle. The Winged Lancers couching their lances, getting ready to party against these Iron Hill Gunners. And they do effectively shut them down. The Iron Hills have been having a hell of a time staying online, but that makes sense. Kislev is one of the best things in the game at shutting range units down. Basically, is what I was trying to say. My brain was thinking of 10 things at once. Probably need some food too. Onyx Crowmen coming out, but no Empress's Crowmen. I'm really surprised. They're such a strong pick against armor. I mean, yeah, they're a little bit weak against Kossar shooting, but you can bring them out a little bit later on, and they will just butcher through units. Looking at the points, we have 1,300 here for Kislev. Kislev not even bothering with the side point. You honestly could, though. You could probably just send like one cav unit down there and be able to take that. And Grand Cathay is just waddling up with a lot of spears. The problem is these spears have expendable capture weight, so it's only going to be 2 cap weight. And against the Kossars and Winged Lancers, which have 4 capture weight, it's going to be very, very tough. Very, very tough indeed. All right, guys, we see the mass route here. Peasant Long Spearmen hustling up. Jade Lancer is going to be cruising that way as well. And it is time, baby. It is time. For the next game, that is, because this one's looking 100% over. A little bit of sneaky here. We're going to have a Cav engagement. Costified Dervishes will lose against Jade Lancers. They'll hold long enough to allow some armored Kossars to get in position, and then the armored Kossars will bully those Jade Lancers in sustained combat. Cycle charging could be a bit of a different game, but yeah, it is what it is. Not too much to provide in terms of commentary at this point. It's looking like it's just closed out. Tim is probably just in the zone right now, so he doesn't know it's quite over yet. But there's literally no chance. I mean, especially against a player of the caliber of Houseplant. You got to play very clean. You got to have an ideal build, because in this case, it's going to be tough. Kislev doesn't really have too many weaknesses anymore. Pre-patch they did, but now they're just a solid faction. But you can go on TotalTavern.com and our website and see what their win-to-loss rate is, and you can see who's actually beating Kislev consistently. I think dwarves are maybe favored against them. Like a really good dwarf player could probably, consistently do well against Kislev, but yeah, it's hard to say. Triple cap. Tim still hasn't left yet. There he goes. GG. Well played. Yeah, Granny is nasty. I'm surprised we didn't see cannons. Cannons are amazing against Kislev because they outtrade little Groms, and they also will wreck chariots and monsters. And Baba Yaga hates it. She got 3,000 value there, which is pretty insane considering she costs like 1,500 here. Things in the Woods pretty good. Yeah, and the Ambushers got shut down too. They got held to 400 value, so that's a really nice play by Tim. He did keep the Ambushers from really being substantial, which is a huge feat. Fire Rain Rocket felt weird. It felt like there was a lot of like non-armor piercing here with these crossbows and the Fire Rain Rocket against a very armored faction. He did have Empress's Chroma, and they just didn't get summoned. Okay, I was wondering about that. All right, so that's going to be game 1 in this best of 5 series, going to the Houseplant. And let's see what we got next. Let's just see what we can do. All right, so checking the map for the next game. Maps and format. And we are going to be on It's-a Me. It's definitely the best map CA has. It's a good one. They did a good job with that map. All right. Nurgle is 4-0 against Kislev. Hey, there you go. You know what Nurgle does really well is they can like heal through a lot of the shooting, the hybrid shooting, and Exalted Champions of Nurgle, or Exalted Heroes of Nurgle, are insane. They bash Kislev units with their armor-piercing great weapon. So I still think that matchup in the right hands would be very favored. Like if you have 2 top players playing, I think Kislev would beat Nurgle consistently, but it sounds like Nurgle might have some teeth based on that data. It's very limited data though, so I wouldn't draw too many conclusions. But Dwarves have the worst stats against Kislev. All right, well, that prediction was wrong. All right, guys. Oh no, you misread it? Oh, Nurgle lost all the matches. Okay, you were getting me excited there for a second, but the power fantasy has been ruined. One sec, guys. I'm going to go grab a quick drink. I'll be right back, and we'll be going here in a second. Oh, last thing before I go. Dwarves have no chance against Kislev. They get absolutely plowed. Oh my god, I was talking to myself for like 5 minutes there. Holy shit. I went and got that drink and yeah, I was just ranting to myself for like a good, like more like a two minutes there. Yeah. Grandfather has blessed me. Hopefully not. Hopefully not today, man. Yeah, so no, the Empire doesn't really trade well into Kislev. Empire struggles against fast frontline armor, and that's exactly what Kislev does super well, so. Like, greatswords, like, get shot to pieces on the advance by Kossars, so they take a very, substantial penalty. If Kislev is so good, why only a 55% win rate in the Age of Slaanesh? Yeah, so the thing about the Kislev is, you have to remember there's a massive range of players who are skill variants of players who are playing Kislev, right? So there's a lot of newer players who are playing them too, who don't might lose games because their builds aren't optimal. Slaanesh was really broken because they were really grossly overpowered. Like Hellstriders, the Mark of Slaanesh, the Marauders. It was brutal for sure. No, this is the grand finals of last season's Total Tavern leaderboard. So we basically took the top 16 players in the world, and they're duking it out today. And this is the grand final. So these are basically the two top players in the world right now, battling it out. Yeah, it would be a good counter to Kislev since it seems Kislev just needs nerfs. Yeah, Kislev needs some nerfs. Yeah, they need it. All right, let's check it out. Grand Cathay is being picked by Houseplant. And Kislev, oh, now we get the matchup flipped. I actually don't mind this because we saw how it was, and I'm curious to see if Houseplant can do something different. I suspect Houseplant's build is going to be vastly different than what we just saw. Vastly different. No, it's going to be Grand Cathay versus Kislev again. So I feel like these two guys have similar factions they like to play also. So it's kind of, they're in the same clan. They probably have similar mindsets. Demon units are typically just bad, So that's why Demons of Chaos aren't very good. Yeah, Slaanesh is in an okay place now. They have a decent win rate. All the demon units needed like a look over. Like CA needs to have a big look over at all the demon units. They really do. In all the multiplayer battles I've seen Kislev almost always win. Yeah, they're very good. They're super hard to beat. I beat Kislev in a tournament last week. I beat two very high level Kislev players with Warriors of Chaos. I don't know if you guys were there for that, but we were able to win that, which was big. I think we beat Subutai in the first round, and then the third round, I can't remember who it was, but you can beat them. It's just a super hard fight. Even if you outplay them, you have to work twice as hard as your opponent. CA needs to do a lot of stuff. I know. I wish we could have more frequent patches. I wish that was possible. Like a multiplayer patch, I don't know, once a month, once every 2 months would be really cool. What if Demon Crumbling goes Vampire Count rate? That would help a lot. I mean, that would be huge. Because now when Demons crumble, I don't know about the balance implications of that. But now when Demons crumble, dude, they just go straight into the trash can. It's really, really bad. Yeah, the amount of crumbling is way too harsh. I agree. Chaos Dwarves will be better when the next patch comes. Because I'm advocating for a lot of cost decreases for Chaos Dwarf infantry, which will make them pretty good. If Chaos Dwarfs had good, cheaper infantry, then their trains and their guns would really shine. But right now, their infantry are super overcosted, so you pay a substantial premium for that. I don't know why CA insists on the patch cadence. Well, their patches are more centered around the campaign is such a mess of bugs and things like that. So I think that's why multiplayer kind of gets put on the sidetrack a little bit. Obviously, way more people play campaign. Age of Empires 2 gets more patches. Yeah, I know. It's just the way different companies work, So wow, look at this. This is very much an Itza build. Triple sniper rifles. I am actually very excited for this. I'm taking notes, man. If you guys are trying to wonder how to beat Kislev, just watch Houseplant. He'll probably find a way. He will find a way, or will Tim with the Wilder come in with the steel chair? Taking a look at the builds here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. For the forces of Kislev, it's a very, these guys, they kind of just, they got the hive mind going on. They got the exact same builds. We got Mother of Stankia, Little Grom, Ambushers. He literally is using Houseplant's exact same build against him, which I feel like is going to be a bit of an issue. Now, taking a look here at ye old forces of Grand Cathay. It's going to be Jade Warriors in the front, Spears in the back, Onyx Crowmen, and triple Crane Gunner. These Crane Gunners on Itza could be extremely punishing, but Tim is just going to hide until the objectives open up, and then he's going to be pouncing out. But I'm sure Houseplant is more than happy to oblige him and let him have the objectives. We do have this Celestial Gunner here, or Celestial General with his giant hammer. So overall, it's a solid situation. You know, the build has a lot more armor piercing. Remember what we talked about last game too, how you should bring a Heavens Caster against Kislev? Boom, right here. Spamming those cheap comets on top of the Kostars. That's Bread City. That is straight value. So, yeah, I mean, this build is great. I think this is a much stronger build. We'll see if Kislev's going to be able to deal with that. So Mother Ostankia is here, and she's in the bushes. Is he drawing something? I don't know if he's, like, drawing something. We see this, like, flying V formation. Is he, like, making an arrow that points towards the top objective? It could be. It could be indeed. All right, guys. Predictions. Personally, I think on Itza, this looks pretty... As far as builds go, I think the build might favor Houseplant here. But again, Kislev is very strong, and Tim is a very good player, too. So he could certainly pull out some tricks. And if he manages to get a very good ambush with the Wolf Hearts, you know, picking off something of value, maybe sniping the Celestial General or, you know, some range pieces in the backfield, or if some Dervishes manage to penetrate into the secondary line, that could be enough for sure. Taximus, thank you so much. Let's get it, baby. Hell yeah. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, no, the Celestial Generals are great. You know, he can fight Mother Stank too on his horse. He can chase her down. Do a little bit of work. So Celestial General on the horse is cruising about. He's coming over to party with his 80 armor. He's looking mighty pissed off. And we do see the Onyx Crowmen hustling. Just the basic variant, not the other one. Oh, the bear launcher. The nuclear bear launcher. If this thing hits, it does a ton of damage. Nuclear launch detected. Okay, the bear launcher did miss. But that thing can really, really do a lot of damage. So Grand Cathay are they going for the high ground? Interesting. Because if they go for the high ground, it could create a bit of an opening where the Dervishes can circle around the back and start to get a lot of concave pressure on them. All right, that's kind of cool. So it looks like Grand Cathay is going to be trying to fight Kislev up on the high ground. They're even moving the Iron Hail Gunners up there. They have some Peasant Horsemen in the bushes here. Halberd's moving up, and yeah, they're going to be taking the fight to the high ground and looking to do battle with Kislev. Very aggressive play here from Houseplant. Is this... The dreaded OP pack trap. This could be nasty. We'll see. And they do a ton of AP damage. This is going to suck for Houseplant pretty bad. He could potentially lose his Lord here. It has another 15 seconds of being locked down. Mother Stank also shooting. Thankfully, a little Gromba's line of sighted for Houseplant's sake, but there's going to be one more fat volley from the Wolf Hearts, which is just nasty. So brutal, brutal damage. As the Celestial General is going to be retreating, the pack trap is going to be wearing off, and that's a very rare mistake from Houseplant, because it's pretty much a given that everyone's going to be taking the ambushers, so you got to be careful by pushing into their lines like that. He's going to be okay, though. He'll probably unsummon the Celestial General and then resummon it, like early in the game. That would probably be the play that I would expect from him, but overall, it looks like the General is going to rally. Is he going to do the unsummon? Nope, he's going to keep the General on the battlefield, and yeah, that was a nice little start right there. The $25 net activate, yeah, absolutely. Oh my god. Brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. So we do see the Celestial General pulling back as the objectives are opened up. Grandma's getting ready to party, but she better watch out. The Iron Hail Gunners, or excuse me, the old Crane Gunners have been having problems getting in position, and Baba Yaga did get a very, very nice Flock of Doom on those units back there, punishing them. Kislev's now going to be moving up, and it looks like it's going to be a triple cap for Grand Cathay, so they are going to get all three objectives out of the gates. Houseplant with some rare positional blunders this game. Like, his guns are like in a very awkward position, like blobbed together like this without line of sight. So I can't help but think if he had just hunkered down on objectives 3 and 2 and just played the middle, that he would be in a very commanding position. But suddenly he's really, really on the back foot here against the forces of Kislev. Zargard with great weapons coming in, and Onyx Crowmen looking to dive into the backfield, cause some disruption. Where are they going? Are they actually targeting the Winged Lancers? And Little Grom is doing some weird shit too. This thing's like moving up and looking like he wants to do some nasty, nasty. As the old Wolf Hearts are going to get ready to punish. It looks like Tim the Wilder's in a vastly superior position, though, in many ways. The engagements have just been heavily in his favor. But I do think if Houseplant had just played down here and just played these two objectives and had his Iron Hills, his Crane Gunner sitting back, like, he's in a very good position here. But now, like, his Crane Gunners are, like, awkward. They're on this hill. They're heavily obstructed. I don't even know if they're shooting. It looks like they're kind of shooting a little bit. Actually going after Mama Stank, trying to bring her down, but... in the middle, we get Zargard. Zargard with great weapons. These bad boys, no, shielded Zargard, but they're going to crush Jade Warriors. Those Jade Warriors are going to get the dirty. They're going to get absolutely pounded here. And it looks like Houseplant does see this. Comet of Cassandora, nice one right there. Fortunately, a little bit of collateral damage, but it does hit the more expensive Kossars as well. Peasant Spears chasing down Wolfhearts. And the high ground objective is going to most likely be flipping to Kislev. But interesting thing about this game is that we could actually see a situation where, Cathay is able to win on objectives if they can keep the value somewhat close. Crane Gunner's still doing work, and they are ripping shots into Grandma. Grandma is afflicted by the Shield Breaker, but overall, they're not quite doing exactly what they need to be doing. And no backfield pressure, though. Empress Crowmen are on their way in. Empress's Crowmen could drop some sweet bombards on the Wolfhearts here. The Wuxing War Compass at the ready. And all three objectives are owned by Grand Cathay with somewhat comfort. And it looks like the Celestial General is helping to put some hurt here on the Zargard. On the far side, we do see Peasant Horsemen as well as Crowmen intercepting Dervishes and trading very well. Tim the Wilder up a little bit. Nice bombard right there on the Armored Kossars once again. And Empress's Crowmen clearly have a hard-on for the Wolfhearts, which is smart. Halberd's moving up, going to provide a little bit of cap weight, but Kislev probably is going to have the cap weight advantage. Pack Trap used once again on the Empress's Crowmen. Pack Trap definitely needs to have its charges reduced by 2, but... Oh, nice juke by Houseplant. So Houseplant lands on the ground to dodge a volley. That's very clever, but now he could be charged by these Dervishes if he's not careful. Well, careful isn't even a variable there if his opponent notices, I should say. But the Pack Trap landed them on the ground, and they get nuked into the Shadow Realm. So the Empress's Crowmen, also a very OP unit, get a taste of their own medicine, as they do get run down by those very, very good units. In the meantime, Tim the Wilder pulling ahead on value. We do see Peasant Horsemen as well as Onyx Crowmen doing it. And all the Crane Gunners are basically running, though. The Crane Gunner positioning in this game was really, really janky. That was a very... I always, herald how good of the positioning of a positional player Houseplant is, but I think this was one of the rare times in which his positioning slipped up and he made a very big engagement mistake. Like line of sighting himself and really, really playing on Kislev's terms where they had like faster reinforcements and all that stuff, I think was very bleak. And he knows it's over. Houseplant's not going to waste our time. He's a Chad there, so... GG, well played by Tim the Wilder. Cathay paying the troll toll here on Itza as the position cost old Houseplant the game. There are too many things went bad. Look at the value. 61, 128, and 416. They were line of sighted. They couldn't shoot, and the general getting pounded in the beginning. Just too many things just went too bad for the old plant. Tim the Wilder gets on the scoreboard. GG, well played. GG, well played. All right, so game 3. I'm curious to see what matchups we're going to end up in here. And where are we at? So this is going to be the next one. And what do we got? We have Rift at the World's Edge. Alrighty. Here it comes. This is a cool map. Definitely more of like an aggression map with melee factions. I didn't check. Stank probably didn't even get that much value, honestly. The game was pretty short in that regard. Yeah, the Stank train was something. Well, Estancia shouldn't be fragile, per se, Baba Yaga would be, a cunning... She kind of reminds me of the Golgari in Magic the Gathering, but she should be way squishier than she is, but... Ogres are banned from this tournament, so... And there's no more Kislev games here. They've both played Kislev, so... And both have played Cathay. No, this is best of 5. This is a best of 5 grand finals. Chad bringing your opponent's build wins again, yeah. Thank you guys all for joining, man. Been a fun tournament so far. Yeah, Akshina Ambushers shouldn't have armor piercing with their melee weapons. I understand it at range. They're kind of like shades with big AP crossbows, but in melee, I don't understand it. Hey, Kennord, thank you for the 20. Thanks for the tourney. Thank you for the support. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, ogres are OP. Yeah, they're too OP. There's a lot of issues with ogres, but it's fine. Nobody wants to watch ogre matchups anyways. This is awful misery. So what will they pick here? I suspect a Beastmen and Greenskin match. Beastmen Greenskins is what I would expect. Or a Beastmen mirror match or a Greenskin mirror match. Those are my predictions. Yeah. Those are my predictions. I think that's what we're going to be witnessing here on this day, on this Saturday afternoon. Yeah, you can only play a faction once in a single series. So you can't play Kislev like multiple times. Unless the tournament is like a single faction tournament, which this is not. Single faction tournaments aren't the best format for highly competitive. So they're good. They're good for like, they're good for like normal tournaments, but like for the peak of pinnacle of competitive play, you usually want to have a pick and ban system. You think Tim will Tzeentch? Yeah, I can see that. Tim's really good at Tzeentch. He's very good at them, so. We'll get that one dude who's chained to his desk in CA's basement to get on the bouncing. Yeah, I know. It's okay. The community is gonna. We saved multiplayer with the map pack, and now we're gonna save it with our balancing document. And if they don't listen to the balancing document, then I just like hope is just gonna be lost. You know, it's just like at that point, it's just like okay, well, we're doomed. We're forever at the whims of just random shit. Houseplant should play corn. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. That would be hilarious. Yeah, aren't like Akshinas are just so much better than the Ice Guard too, which is a shame. Ice Guard are so much cooler than them. But yeah, unfortunately, that's how it is. You can't pick the same one even if you lose. Correct. Yeah, correct. It's you use it in this game. We have 24 playable factions, you know. So like, yeah, that would be if it was a game like StarCraft, you know, obviously, or Age of Empires. It's a little different since there's not that many factions. But yeah, no, it's not a mod. I'm working on a document with balance changes for like every single faction in the game. So. SFTs are great for me to suffer against dwarves in back-to-back games. It is true. Usually when I play Empire and SFTs, I win all my games, and then I run into dwarves or Kislev and I lose. That's like literally just any faction I'll find a way to win, except those ones. It's just suffering. Yeah, it's just pure suffering. I don't want to do a balance mod because I'd rather people playing on Quick Battle have the same experience we have. You know, that's why I've never really advocated for a balancing mod. It's better to get them to change it, you know. Granted, it takes longer, but yeah, it takes longer. Okay, so picks are going to be Beastmen, Bretonnia, and Tzeentch. No bans. So Houseplant isn't banning anything here. He's saving certain bans for the next round, I would wager. Because you also can't ban the same thing over and over, so there's definitely some tactics to the pick and ban process. It's always been one of the weakest parts of my game. In tournaments, I just do random shit. And I'm like, all right, let's see if this works. And it usually doesn't. Yeah, Ice Guard are good against vampire counts, but ambushers are just better now. But Ice Guard used to be good. You bring Ice Guard halberds or dual weapons, and you can like shoot down crypt horrors and corpse carts and have them butcher things in melee too with their dual weapons. It was pretty badass. They're gonna reduce Mama's thanks, Pat. Oh god, no, I hope not. What's your favorite faction to play in campaign? Empire? Yeah. Their campaign's really fun because it's like a survival campaign. Like you have Festus to the north, you have the Beastmen in your lands, you have vampire counts encroaching on your elector counts. It's really fun. But I haven't played campaign in over a year. It's been a while since I could play some campaign. Yeah, we'll see, man. Yeah, it isn't the true GW experience for sure, you know. GW's balance is pretty wild. It's definitely pretty wild. Like with Eldar, holy shit. They just had the big balance patch though. I don't know what the 40k looks like, but honestly, I'm more excited for Old World when that comes out. Hopefully it won't be a huge balance issue. But for Old World, I don't know how big of a tournament scene it will even have, so yeah, whatever. We'll see. Etern, I'm kind of curious, but in Dom, if you remove the unit caps, except for Lords and Arwars, some things would be broken, yeah. There's probably some. You could do some really cheesy stuff if you remove unit caps. You really could. Like imagine a Kislev army that's just mass hag witches on chariots with the summons, and then like Baba Yaga, so you get like 7 summons of things in the woods with like mass chariots running around just shooting. It's like Jesus. Yeah. So that's pretty scary. Removing unit caps would ruin every game mode probably. I've heard Death Guard are much better now. Yeah, I want to play a Death Guard Horde army. I think that'd be really fun. Like a big Poxwalker army or something like that. Could be a lot of good times. When Old World comes out in 2040, I'm going to be... I think Old World's going to come out like early next year. I legit think we do. I think we're going to get like ambushed with like a lot of stuff in the holidays, and then like they've been showing minis now, you know. It's probably going to start very slow. It'll probably just have some new Bretonnian minis and new Tomb Kings minis because that's what they've showed, and then maybe like a box of them, and then it'll just, you know, progressively roll out from there. That's pretty cool. AP 4 and 5 heavy bolters. What gets heavy bolters on them? Because Death Guard, you just have the bolters on the plague guns on your Marines, the plague bolters. Are you talking about a different weapon? Ella being Skarsnik and Rush becoming ally with the Empire. That's pretty funny. Yeah. I'd settle for... Yeah, anytime next year would be good. Lizardmen versus Bretonia. So for anybody who wanted a slim chance of seeing the dreaded Dreadsaurian, I mean, this could be it. Although I don't know if Tim uses big monsters. But so we have Houseplant on Bretonia and Tim the Wilder on Lizardmen here in game 3 of our grand finals. And remember, this is best of 5. So regardless, you're guaranteed at least 2 more games. Yeah, Tim is a Lizardman main. And Lizardmen are really good, and so is Bretonia. Bretonia's a great faction right now, too. They're solid, so... yeah, they know how to party. Yeah, I remember when Skarsnik was considered powerful in battles in the old land battle days. Land battle's a bit of a different beast, you know. For sure. Different things are good. Like nets and snares and rampages are really good in land battle because, you know, when you pick a unit, it's potentially gone forever, so. What did Houseplant pick? Houseplant's Bretonia. Yeah, and then Tim the Wilder is on Lizards. Ah, got it, Phoenix. Understood. Ancient Sallies against Bretonia. I guess against Footsquire and Battle Pilgrim spam, having one Ancient Salamander could be good. Cold One Spear Riders are great. They trade well into Bretonian Cav. And, you know, Feral Cold Ones are good. I feel like Lizards have a lot of good tools against Bretonia. But, you know, Bretonia also fights back well. Their Cav are excellent. Their infantry with Great League support aren't bad. Fey Enchantress, Mortis, Chalice of Potions on top of Saurus. Like, I can see a lot of stuff here, which is pretty good. Houseplant gamer picture is looking like he's trying to be Mr. Beast. Yeah, Houseplant's got a Mr. Beast symbol. I think that's actually a college mascot. Probably wherever he's from. Okay. Yeah, looks like Tim still needs a little bit more time with his build. Oh, I'm super excited for Age of Empires 4 DLC. Or expansion or whatever the hell it is. We'll definitely run some tournaments when that comes out. I'm kind of out of the loop, but that'll be a good time, man. That'll be a good time. It's just nice to see RTS games getting supported to an extent. Even if it's on a more minuscule scale compared to other games, it's like, it's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you need like a major studio to do an RTS game, you know? But I don't know. If Blizzard, and this is like a long shot. If Blizzard just came out with the steel chair and did like a new Warcraft or a new StarCraft game and it was like top tier quality, then, you know, RTS could get a big revival. But aside from that, like, you know, it seems hard, you know. RTS games are very, very tough to get into. The learning curve is really hard compared to like MOBAs and shooters and stuff where you could just, you know, any potato can just fire it up and be, you know, semi-functional pretty quickly. You point and click and have 4 abilities, right? But RTS games take a lot to learn. They definitely take a lot. Lord of the Rings RTS would be really cool. That would be fun. That would be rad. Yeah, Blizzard is a husk. I agree. I have like almost zero faith in Blizzard nowadays. They have trolled us for years, you know. They've just gone the full villain route. Blizzard in top tier quality is an oxymoron. I agree. It's just you see, that's what I like to call a power fantasy, you know. That's what you know, that's what you lay awake at night dreaming of. MOBAs are way easier. Like I was like when League of Legends first came out, I was able to get diamond pretty damn quick in League of Legends, playing top and mid lane. But when I was like trying to get masters and like GM and StarCraft, that took like just biblical effort, like very, very hard. Like the amount of like games I had to put in, the practice, the reps, like it was just a whole nother beast. StarCraft's a pretty hard game in general, but yeah, just my anecdotal experience. You know, I feel like RTSs are harder. The multitasking is for me at least is more difficult. All right, guys, loading in at the Rift of the World's Edge. It is time, baby. It's got to be Fey Enchantress versus the Banana Slan. Looking to just throw some bananas. Maybe the Fey Enchantress will slip over those. It's just time. Yeah, StarCraft 2 is gnarly. I just don't like overpowered factions, David. It's not like I think ogres are fun. Like I like most of the factions lore-wise. I just don't like overpowered factions because it's just like I don't get any sense of accomplishment for beating players when they're on an inferior faction and I'm on a strong one. You know, I get no joy out of that. Yeah, no joy out of that. All right, here comes the old armies. For the forces of the lady, it's going to be a couple Footsquires. Footsquires are pretty good against Saurus and Skinks if they can get sustained combat. Front line is going to be the screen. So it's going to be Footsquires who are going to be screened by the men-at-arms with shields. So you'll just throw those guys in front and they'll absorb the skirmishing fire. Double Grail Relique, kind of old school Bretonia from the previous patch, but Grail Reliques did get a cost increase, but they're, ooh, look at that, like the warp distortion there, kind of neat. But the Grail Reliques can buff the leadership as well as the melee attack and give ITP, which against dinosaurs is very, very good. Enchantress is awesome too. Healing, Chalice of Potions to bombard, a decent quality Mortis Engine, not amazing, but still good. And yeah, I like the Bretonian army. This is very normal for Bretonia, by the way, guys. You might be wondering where the cavalry are. But Bretonian armies usually start infantry focused, and then the reinforcements they call in are going to be cav. That's just like the formula for, you know, recipe for success. For Tim the Wilder, the champion of the old ones, a mass Sar Spear line, which makes sense to deal with the cavalry. And then he's got some Power Fist Croxagores, which is very exciting. The cohort of Waddle. Those weapons are certainly something. Are there fists in there? Like, it looks like scaly within there. That's kind of interesting. But we got them. We have Temple Guard moving up with the old Slan Mage of Life. Going to be using Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood. That's what she said. And is going to be trying to get the Earth Bloom passive on all those different units here. So, should be a lot of fun, man. This is always a fun matchup. Ancient Salamander is a great choice. Tim the Wilder has some of the best Lizardmen micro in the world. He's very, very good with these units. I have played against Tim's Lizards, and it is just pure suffering playing against his kiting playstyle. When he's really playing his best, it's just misery, dude. Ancient Salamander coughing up a furball. Oh, a little bit of a shot there, but they backed up just in time. It does hit those foot squires and takes down a couple models, but had it been able to hit both those archers at once, that would have been just pure nastiness. So, really quick reaction from Houseplant as well. He was able to move and dodge there. Another shot going down in the foot squires, able to torch a couple of those units. Ancient Salamander is also a nice little terror piece, so he tries his best. Here comes another shot. Ancient Sally just standing right in the face of those peasants like, hey man, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's right. Now some of the archers get to force back the Sally. Sallies do have high armor and pretty good movement, so they can usually avoid a lot of that firepower. We don't see anybody playing the side objectives. So objective 1 going to be taken by the Enchantress, which is a good play. A Houseplant, might as well take those free points where you can. And overall, the Dino Spheres and Temple Guard getting ready for a big, nasty blob fight, which dinos are really good blob fighters. They certainly are. I would like to see some Feral Cold Ones maybe called over here or something. Oh my God. Am I the prophet or what, dude? Look at this. A second later, we see some Feral Cold Ones coming out. Hell yeah, dude. Normally, I'm normally kind of wrong about those. It feels good to get one right for once. Feral Cold One's heading over to Objective 1, and that will probably push the Enchantress off the point, because she's not going to want to stay and fight the high armor and mass of those dinos. Tim not really moving up on the objective with his units, rather going to be playing more of a defensive posture, which could yield the objectives to Bretonia. Here we do see the Ancient Salamander continuing to get good damage against the Foot Squires and the Peasants. The dinosaurs now moving up the Temple Guard first, which I do like. Temple Guard and... does he have 2 Temple Guard? He does. Wow, 2 Temple Guard units. Okay. Is the Enchantress going to get the objective? Oh, wow. Heavy hitters coming out, baby. It's going to be Grail Knights. Yes, dude. The now balanced Grail Knights, which when Grail Knights get a lot of value now, it's usually because the player works hard for it, right? So overall, those Feral Cold Ones are going to want to retreat. For Tim, you would want to just peel out and run, like right now, because otherwise you're just going to give your opponent free value, so... Yeah, and the Grail Knights aren't in the main fight. These guys do have 70 speed. The Grail Knights do have 84 speed, so that's going to be some troubled Feral Cold Ones here. As far as this blob fight goes, we don't see the armies moving up yet. Currently, Tim is just harassing and poking with his Ancient Salamander. Just ripping shots and trying to soften up the army before he takes the fight. Peasants here do get nuked a little bit, but man, I have to say, Houseplant is really, really on point with the dodging. Like, he reacts to almost every one of these Salamander shots and, like, moves the unit, which, like I said, is very, very impressive. Feral Cold Ones here get wrecked. They do get chased back. They might be able to rally here, but now on the other side, we see Grail Knights coming around. And yeah, the not-so-clever girls now. That's right. Those are not the cleverest of girls. But the rest of the Lizard army is very durable against these type of units. So he's got spears. He's got spears up on the point. No, he's not contesting the point. I don't know why Tim isn't being as aggressive. I feel like he could move up. I mean, he's basically allowing the triple cap here, which is very dicey. Now we got the Sara Spears moving in. They're going to head to the point. They would put a lot of hurt on these Grail Knights in long-term combat. Depends on the cycle charging. But now the Sara Spears are coming, and the Power Fist Croxagores, the cohort of Fwaddle, could definitely give those Foot Squires the business. The big thing is making sure they don't get isolated by like Grail Knights or something like that. And now the Dinosaur is going to be heading up, as there is going to be an Awakening of the Wood right there. Nice little damage, and it does trigger a healing passive for the army as the Salamander finishes off the Peasant Bowman. And this objective is going to flip extremely quickly. So Temple Guard battling against Peasant mobs. Croxagores moving in and putting a bit of a beat down here on Men-at-Arms while the Spears move up. In the backfield, nice isolation. So check this out. So basically, Houseplant is using this mobile Grail Knight Corps to isolate reinforcements, cutting off heavy, valuable troopers from reaching the front lines. Because now the Kroxigors aren't going to make it. They're going to be isolated. This is a really cool, patient usage. We're going to see Cold One Spear Riders come out. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Nope, looks like on the other side, it's going to be Pterodons, as the Dinos do manage to get a single cap here, so they do start wrestling through the point. Peasants and Foot Squires taking a bit of a beating from Temple Guard, but Foot Squires will trade very cost-effectively in Temple Guard. That is for sure. Comet of Casandora going down. Looks like targeting those Temple Guard. Are they going to dodge it? Oh, God, they need to keep moving. That's going to do so much. Okay, he just barely got out of range. That was pretty close. It wasn't quite a center mass hit. Pterodon Riders in the sky going to be diving. Value trading very close, but these Kroxigors got absolutely spanked back here. So we do see these guys getting taken down by the elite Grail Knights of Bretonnia, which is no surprise. Grail Knights are designed to kill these type of units, and they cost like 2,000 gold, right? But the Sara Spears, very tough to remove. There's not going to be any easy way to get rid of them on this point. It's going to take blood, man. It's going to take blood, sweat, and tears. That objective does get flipped to the dinosaurs, so they're going to be hanging on. And now we see the Sara Spears moving over towards objective 2. Tim not in the habit of leaving anything like to just stand idle. He's going to be pulling units in to make sure he can try and win that point. Sara Spears being overwhelmed here by Men-at-Arms and Foot Squires. And they have a very nice Grail Relic position, so even these haggard Men-at-Arms are rocking 32 melee attack, which is very, very respectable. And now in the blob fight, what do we got? Grail Knights getting a rear charge in, but also getting hammered by the Ancient Salamander. But the Salamander being compromised here by the Fey Enchantress. So it looks like Houseplant up a little bit in value. Grail Knights do get hammered. They took a big shot right there, and there also were plenty of Temple Guard in that position, so they did hurt. Oh, he's got 2 Grail Knights. Okay. I thought that was the same unit, but it looks like another Grail Knight was called in. And they're definitely rampaging and causing quite a bit of disruption. More Feral Cold Ones come in. I'm going to be engaging against Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm will do well here. Feral Cold Ones do at least have decent armor at 90, so they can take a bit of damage. No Cold One Spear Riders coming out, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Mainly just Clever Girls being spammed, which are the cheaper variant, which a lot of people opt for these days. As far as objectives go, Objective 3 is going to be owned by the Dinos, and Objective 1 by the Dinosaurs as well. But Bretonnia has a pretty sizable value lead, and they both have healing. A big charge coming in. The Bretonian Grail Knights going to be charging into the back of the Lizard formation with their big AP values. And even though Temple Guard are pretty good against Grail Knights in sustained combat, Houseplant's micro is very good. And he's able to escape with the Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm and move out, but they're not the Grail Knights of old. They don't have the bugged Chariot Mass like they did in the previous batch. So those bad boys are going to be a little bit stuck up there, but overall, it did some nice work. Now, as far as Objective 2 goes, Bretonnia does own this one, but some Kroxigors did make their way in. Kroxigors are a very hard counter against Foot Squires, and the Spears should be able to help mitigate the cab pressure. So we could see Objective 2 starting to flip to the Dinosaurs. Lizards, of course, have the big healing here as the Feral Cold Ones do rout off those Knights of the Realm. Temple Guard showing their true mettle and their leadership as they continue holding firm. And what is this Salamander going to be doing? Let me see him here. So Sally's up to 153 kills. 1,700 value on that Salamander. God damn. Tim really is the Salamander man, dude. He does not mess around with those bad boys. Looks like Dinos are starting to break off this objective a little bit. They have some Feral Cold Ones, but Bretonnia not looking to be in the best shape either. Both sides very, very damaged, a lot of attrition, and the healing of the life slant is certainly something that needs to be taken into account here. On this point, looks like the Dino's going to be buckling Bretonnia off. They could be getting into a triple cap situation, and Tim the Wilder actually closing the value gap a little bit. 9,000 against 75. Faye does have healing, but the Slan's healing I feel would be more impactful based on the unit comp he has with the passive and everything. Banishment going down from the Toad there, going to be going through Foot Squires, but those Foot Squires will not go quietly into the Good Night because they do have the Grail Relic nearby. So they're going to be immune to Psychology, lots of other good plays, and the Salamander gets isolated. He was pretty healthy, and it looks like old Houseplant able to get these anti-large Knights on top of the Salamander, so that thing's going to be getting dragged into the pits of hell, I would say. Dude, look at these Chad Temple Guard, too. Just barely any models, just enjoying these Earthbloods. More Kroxigors coming in with their old spanking paddles. And the distance, the second wave of reinforcements are going to be Kroxigors. Kroxigors definitely becoming pretty meta. And the Dinos have a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. They were able to get Objective 2. They need to reinforce this point to make sure it doesn't get ninja'd, but they have a triple cap, so the Kroxigor is able to get it done. And is Bretonnia going to be falling behind here against our cold-blooded friends? Houseplant certainly can find a way. Getting that Grail Relic and these units fighting on the objective could be a big variable. And if the Slan loses this fight here and his Temple Guards start to falter, you know, the Slan himself could go down, which really could change the dynamic of this fight. Slans are very tanky, though, and I would wager he does have some healing in the back pocket. A little bit of lag coming in here. Hopefully it will subside in a second. Spanking paddles coming in. Kroxigors here and here. More Bretonian Cav and the reinforcements that won this fight off on the side are going to be making their way in. And Tim currently just loving it up, loving the value he's getting on these points. That is for damn sure. But he needs to be careful not to just give up an objective for free. Feral Cold Ones for Tim did effectively chase some units off. They need to come in right now and make sure these peasants and foot squires don't steal that point. If they get that point, that's going to be a big problem. Here, Bretonnia looks like they do start to get the weight back, and there is going to be some sort of witchcraft going down. Croxagors and Sara Spears staggering into formation, trying to hold back the tides of the lady. Tzeentch, of course, does have that sweet Mortis engine and about 2,000 value. Big Chalice right there does nuke a lot of those Sara Spears. And this battle is just starting to heat up, ladies and gentlemen, as there's a 2,000 value lead for Bretonnia. But again, with healing, it's a little bit harder to tell. Pterodon Riders, they do get a rock drop on top of the Peasant Bowmen. Probably going to break their leadership. Those guys will be running. Now the Pterodon Riders going to run over to the other peasants and try and shake them down. But Bretonnia's Cav hammering in, getting a full surround, and the Slann is now in the danger zone as Houseplant is going for the kill on this bad boy. So the Enchantress and the Knights of the Realm with their anti-large shanks dragging down the big toad. And if the toad goes, I think the lizards go as well. I think that would be too much. And a bit of a blunder on this side as well. We do see that Tim the Wilder forgets his cold ones that chase the unit off the map. Very easy for that to happen. And unfortunately, he's going to be yielding an objective on the side, which I think will take away a lot of his chances of winning the game here, but we'll see. So the toad is at 600 HP. Croxagor's trying to salvage it. Knights of the Realm and Enchantress probably spam clicking on that toad. He's at negative 43. And the Lizard's going to be spamming in a lot of capture weight right now, but they still are maintaining that triple cap. I mean, they still have it. Feral Cold Ones are hidden and not moving. Oh, that's rough, man. He did not need to lose a side objective. Like, losing a side objective to just like some tattered rallying units is like one of the worst feelings ever. It feels real bad. Real bad. Toad at 400 HP. He's hanging in there. Slans are deceivingly tanky. I can't tell you how many games I've been like, oh, I got this. This land's dead. And then he just kind of finds a way to go down here. As the old cohorts move up, dinos do get their capture weight back as the reinforcements do pour in. The Bretonian Blob fight probably going to be favored for the Enchantress, and now the Slan has fallen. Salamander's still online, though. Look at this guy. He's going hard, man. He's probably got some good value as well. Lizards are not out of this game quite yet, man. That Blob is nice. This Feral Cold One's trading very well. They need to get them on the objective, though. Tim needs to move up, grab that point, make sure he doesn't lose it. He's massively ahead on points. And here's the thing. If Tim didn't blunder this, if he had come across and protected that objective number 1, he could fight hard over here and probably just win on 1 point in the end game. Lizards are very good at that. Very good at that. So, yeah, that could have been the straw that breaks his back this game. Because now it looks like he's going to yield this objective. He doesn't have his units fighting up on the point. Granted, it's a little bit harder, and Tim is going to be tapping out there. GG, well played. It was a good scrappy game. I think winnable for the Lizards for sure. But the lady has done it. Houseplant not making too many mistakes that game. GG, well played. What a series. And now we have a couple more matches. Tim the Wilder did lose the game, but he was very much in that. Salamander at 2k value. The Banana Toad getting a little bit overzealous, getting trapped down. Certainly did pay the Troll Toll. Grail Knights, 1,600 and 2,500. Priced appropriate. Good performances for those guys. So very cool to see. All right. So it's going to be a victory for the plant as we go into the next match. GG, well played. Thank you guys for sticking around today. It's been a fun set of games. And, all right, where are we at? So let's go to the maps and format. And we have, what is it going to be? Where are you, map? Rift of the World's Edge Celestial Lake. All right, I'm going to one of our map contest winners. By the way, I'm going to be announcing a map making contest for October. So when that comes around, we're going to do a Halloween map making contest to get some new maps in our competitive pool, which will be fun. And yeah, it should be great. Houseplant with that mind interference. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Oh god, why is my screen flickering a little bit? Is that just Total War or is that my screen? Oh god, please don't have... This monitor is pretty old. I've had it forever, so... Could be time to pay the price. Bretonian victory is always fun, yeah. The Empire troopers on the sidelines cheering for Bretonnia to beat the Lizards since they struggle too much. Halloween maps would be rad. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Get some sweet Halloween action. Okay, where are we at? Looking good. And yeah, players doing their picks and bans right now. Let's see if they've typed anything yet. Nope, not yet. So they're still scheming, deciding what they want to pick for their 3. 2-1, so if Houseplant wins the next game, that's going to be game blouses. That will be the end of the tournament for today. If you guys are enjoying the tournament, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Helps keep the old haggard, and I say that with serious emphasis, haggard Total War community alive. But, we're going strong. We need Grail Knights riding Ogre Bulls. Yeah, that'd be pretty great with like lances. I'm sure you could mod that. I think somebody could figure that out. Tomb Kings had some play earlier. We had a good Tomb Kings game with Housecat. It was a very, very close one. He played well. I think that was his game. Could be wrong. It's been a long day. We've had quite a few matches. We're about 4 hours in. So now you guys understand why we don't do Domination Faction Wars, because of how long it would take to get every single faction in one day. You could do it with several casters, you know. The problem is there's not too many people. I mean, we don't have a lot of multiplayer casters in general in Total War. And even less that do just pure Dom, right? Dob does land battle. Indie Pride does more cinematic stuff. You know, I don't know how actively he covers the tournament scene. He might do something for land battle, but yeah, for Dom, there's not too many folks. Turn the Haggard King as yes. Berserk. So this tournament is the culmination of the season. So let me show you how that works. So, all right, we're going here. So basically, you look at the leaderboard, and then you go to the previous season. Let me find it. It's going to load in a second. There's a lot of people on the website, so. And then you go to previous season. So unfortunately, I don't know why this like doubled up here. Was this one? Yeah, I think it was that. Yeah, was it that one? Yeah. So this is the season. You take the top 16 players from this season, and then you just basically put them in one big tournament. So whenever there's a new like content patch or whatever, that's where we do it. So current season is right here. I need to fix the names of those, but currently Tim the Wilder's the #1 ranked player this season. He's been playing quite a bit. I mean, 26 wins and only 4 losses is very, very impressive. I mean, that's crazy good. So yeah. That's how the format is. Whenever there's a new patch or like a new update, we have a big major tournament to kind of close things down. Yeah. Pure domination sounds spicy. Yeah. It's tricky to have multi-day tournaments. It's kind of like wrangling players can be like wrangling cats, you know, for multi-day events, which I understand, you know. It's not like Total War doesn't have a lot of money in it. So like players committing entire days, and yeah, it's not like a balanced enough like or supported enough platform to have huge money in it. Like Age of Empires gets like tens of thousands of dollars pumped into it by Microsoft, right? They just throw it. But Sega and CA aren't going to do anything like that for us. And I wouldn't even want them to at this point until they fix a lot of things. Like we would need dedicated servers and good balance. Otherwise, it's just kind of an embarrassment on a larger platform like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Tim is really good at lizards. It's a nightmare to beat his lizards. Absolute nightmare. Hey, Turin, if 40k Total War game were to happen, oh, I would play Death Guard all day, dude. Like Nurgle Space Marines with like Mortarion flying around the battlefield. Sign me up for that. That would be so cool. That would be super, super cool. All right. So Tim is going to go Tzeentch, Beastmen, and Greenskins, banning Greenskins. Oh, Empire versus Tzeentch. Sigma, preserve us. All right, guys. We got Empire versus Tzeentch here on Celestial Lake. I'm very excited for this. I got my notepad out. I'm taking notes, baby. I'm going to see this build. Let's see. Turin should move harder into AoE 4. Hopefully get him. So I've been invited to cast some big Age of Empires 4 events, but like it's in general, like hired casting isn't super lucrative. Like if you're looking at like esports casters in general, they're generally grossly underpaid. You know what I'm saying? And everywhere, like even at Riot Games, Age of Empires, whatever, you're massively, massively underpaid in that regard. You know, there might be a couple unique situations, like certain events that will pay a lot, but you know, the casters usually I've always been more of an advocate of it's better to build your own like platform and make sure you have a solid base under your feet than trying to help build somebody else's success. You know, I mean, of course, there are circumstances where it's worth it and whatnot, but generally, it's you know how it is. The stream will give me life for my remaining hours stuck in my cube. I got you, Bat. I got you, man. If we get a Warhammer Total War 40k, yeah, oh yeah, man. I think it's going to happen. I think it is going to happen. Look at Overwatch League's casters. Yeah, I know a couple of those guys too. Yeah, they get reamed. Yeah, the drawing tools. I know. That's why In Control was always one of my favorite casters. He was the originator of drawing dongs on the casting screen, which is great. Turin, is there a reason RTK did so well this tournament? They are an extremely strong group of players that play together and also just are just good players in general. It's kind of like RTK is kind of like the New York Yankees, you know. They draft and get a lot of the best players and then they play together, and it's like, you know, I don't know about Yankees nowadays, but when I was growing up, the New York Yankees were they dominated a lot. So yeah, absolutely. What missing Empire units do you think? I just want Celestial Huracanum, Grandmaster, Elspeth would be cool. Ludwig, Luther Huss as a legendary warrior priest hero I would be pretty erect if we got that, like a rework of those characters. Yeah, I think they would develop 40k on probably a new engine. This one is like an old engine. This engine was they're basically using, I mean, it's been updated, but it's from like 2016, right? So I think that they would probably do a new engine for that. So in this matchup, what do you bring as your core troopers? I'm not. Houseplan's got a very different way than I would probably go wagons with like Life Bloom in this matchup. So I would go with the Jade Wizard with like heals and then get like 4 wagons. Although the Zangors do kind of counter that playstyle. So you might need to switch it up and go like State Troopers with a couple Greatswords behind them and then like Huntsmen or something. I'm not really sure. I haven't played this matchup since the patch. So 1 million prize for the winner of Capcom Street Fighter 6. Yeah. That's pretty big. But the thing is, the people who probably casted that probably didn't make like barely anything, right? Yeah, In Control was the man. In Control was he got me into playing tabletop. I got to meet In Control at CA had an event promoting Warhammer 2, and where they were showing it off for the first time, and I got to meet him there. He was cool, and we shared a cab back to the airport, and he was like pitching the Death Guard to me and playing tabletop and telling me about it. He was really, really nice guy. I mean, I don't know him personally, but my anecdotal experience of that afternoon hanging out with him was pretty good. Yeah. Oh my god, if CA got Lord of the Rings, holy shit. I think the world would implode. Oh. That would be really cool. Does the big laser gun from Empire ever get used? Yeah, the Luminarch is not bad in a couple matchups. It's good against vampire counts, actually, because you can just sit there and snipe their corpse carts and their characters, and it's like very nasty. Very, very nasty. Very, very nasty. All right, both players are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this party started. We have the Empire versus Tzeentch. Let the games begin. Oh, let the games begin. It's time, baby. Yep, I knew greatswords were coming. I knew it. I've been using greatswords so much against Tzeentch, and they've been pretty good because they bash Zangors. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. All right, so I was partially right. We got a Life Bloom caster. He's going to unsummon Balthazar Gelt. So he's going to bring in Gelt, unsummon him, and just use the other caster, because none of the Empire Lords are super impactful here anyways. So, yeah, Gelt's going to get unsummoned. We have the Greatswords getting healed and chopping through Zangors most likely. And looks like some wagons. He's probably going to call in more wagons. I bet you that'll be some of the first call-ins, and then grenade launchers. So it'll be wagons, grenade launchers. Empire Knights obviously be pretty good too. Empire Knights are tanky and they can roll through. Yeah, Greatswords are actually very good against Zangors. Very good. It's a solid tech against those. Whereas like old Tzeentch style without Zangors, Greatswords would be awful. But now that everybody and their dog just has a hard-on for the Greatswords, you're going to be, or excuse me, for the Zangors, you're going to be seeing more Greatsword play. So, oh god, my monitor is flickering. I don't know what that means, but I'm like, please don't turn off. Come on, make it through the event, baby. I'm going to have to check this out. All right, guys, players loading in here on the grand finals of our big Season 4 tournament. Houseplan up 2-1 here in the series. All the marbles are here, and will Sigmar deliver? This would be a very righteous way. Granted, I'm not rooting for either player individually, but I do love to see my Empire win. I have to say, there's a little bit of bias there as well. Did I miss a super chat? Did I miss one? Hammond? Oh, I see yours. Yeah, TGW, turn Total War, yes. Yes, he is advocating for me. Thank you, Hammond. Sorry, I did miss that in the heat of action. So this is a very good strategy for Greatswords. I've been using Greatswords to beat Beastmen also. You buffer them with spears, and then you have them take on the Zangors, and if Mass goes after them, you then have spears nearby. Huntsmen also supporting them and shooting down things like Minotaurs and Spawn, whatever. So that is going to be pretty rad. Aside from that, Balthazar Gelt's going to get unsummoned. We do have the Awakening of the Wood as well as Earthblood, and that is it for the old Sons of Sigmar. Now for Tzeentch, it is going to be a battle line of Zangors. Obviously, they crush straight troopers like hard, but they will lose the greatswords. And the backfield, we got Marauders and Blues and a little bit of pink action as well, with Kairos Fate Weaver up in the sky, looking to cast Regrowth on either himself or I wonder what else he would Regrowth on this matchup. Yeah, I suppose some of the demon units maybe save them from crumbling. Harmonic and Blue Fire here. All right, very cool. Blue Fire is going to be the big win con. Blue Fire will wreck greatswords if you can get down the side, but Wagons can counter the bird and keep him from doing Blue Fires freely. So there's some nice back and forth in this matchup. Hey, Apphacker, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome, welcome. All right, guys. What is a DDU that you're saying to fix my monitor? Yeah, okay, I just made a note of that, so I'll try and do that. Thank you so much, man. Balthazar Gelt going off to the Shadow Realm. Classic old school sweat tactics, unsummoning, giving up the Lord slot here, but not too much of an issue for the Empire. As the Jade Wizard is now going to be hustling up. So here he comes, moving on foot, and he's going to be casting Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood, which will heal up the Empire army pretty effectively. And the Wagons are going to be used to screen out the chicken. So the chicken is going to get hunted and start taking some shots right away. Interesting usage of Blue Fire and Wagons. I don't know how much of a fan I am. We'll see if it actually ends up killing a wagon model. Gets close. But yeah, I feel like it's more worth it on the greatswords. Chicken getting popped a little bit. His shields do go down, but Tzeentch does have those OP Protoss shields. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll look into that. Display driver uninstaller. Okay. I will take a look and see what we can do. Moving up are the Sons of Sigmar, Huntsmen and Greatswords. Very, very cool. Very tanky Empire build against the Chaos build, which is kind of cackling in the shadows. What could actually be kind of nice here would be Doom Knights. Like the Knights of Immolation, I feel could be very menacing. They fly over, they bombard, some of the state troopers, and then they could dive the archers. And very, very tough to take care of. Yeah, this is likely a hardware problem, not software, so we'll see it too. Hey, somebody shoot me a message in Discord if you don't mind about what to do to fix the flickering on my screen. That would be greatly appreciated because I am just awful with technology, so I would greatly appreciate that. We'll obviously get through this, but it is what it is. Couple spearmen moving up, wagons in the back, shooting downtown, and the big bird took a little bit of HP damage, but nothing too terrible. And I would wager the Sons of Sigmar, will they overextend on 3 objectives? I don't think so. Typically, the Empire is going to hunker down on 2 objectives and do its thing. So the fact that it's only on turns end makes me think, it's could be the monitor too, though. Who knows? Okay, maybe I was wrong about the blue fire spam. One of the wagons is getting very, very beat up, but it's still very functional is the thing. The wagon has 3 of its 4 models and is going to be able to put some hurt down. We could see a regrowth from the Life Wizard, the Jade Wizard, onto the wagons. That could be kind of a cool tech. I've actually played this matchup against Tim many times. Oh, look at this. Very interesting choice here against the Mutalith Beast. All right, check that out, man. This bad boy, anti-large, Mortis Engine against the Greatswords. Huntsmen are nearby. And it looks like there's going to be some free company militia being called in and try and shoot down the big beastie. Wagons still screening out the bird. Another blue fire going down and tickling the wagons. But overall, they're still, like I said, going to be very functional. I can't help but think that's not the right target for the blue fire. Like, I think just like maybe spamming it on greatswords. I don't know. Maybe it is. He knows Tzeentch better than me, so yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out, right? So plenty of DAC in the back. If the big beast tries to move up, the Mutalith Vortex Beast, it is going to be focused down very quickly. This is Kairos. Kairos does have access to the snare if he brought it. So let's see if he did. Yes, he does have Gaze of Fate. So that bad boy does have 2 charges. As far as the back goes, we do see some Knights of the Blazing Sun being called in. These guys are actually quite good against Tzeentch because of the fact they have a little bit of spell resist. So 25% spell resist against Tzeentch and magic can be a big difference maker. And they have enough DPS to actually kill the Marauders and the other units much quicker than the Empire Knights. So now the battle is going to be erupting on the side objective. We see some shooting in the trees. Free Company Militia ripping shots into Kairos, who's going to be cackling up on his pillar. And now you're going to see some dreaded blue fire spam on the Greatswords, which will do a lot of damage. Zangors move again. If Tim the Wilder makes the mistake of allowing his Zangors to fight Greatswords, he is going to really regret it. Harmonic Convergence, sure, but the Greatswords are still probably going to win that fight. They're bonus versus infantry, armor piercing, and the fact that Greatswords are armored and Zangors aren't, yeah, you guys get the idea. The fact that Zangors will just get beaten down by the armor piercing anti-infantry is brutal. Cactus, thank you for becoming a channel member. And you see, even with Harmonic Convergence, Greatswords do dominate Zangors. It's an extremely one-sided fight. So immediately Houseplant goes up to a pretty substantial little value lead with 1,600 against 900, give or take. More Zangors flanking around the side, but the Greatswords are basically being given the fight they want. Huntsman shooting up and over the trees, now unleashing fire into the Mutalith Beast, and The Empire is very good at killing monsters. It has plenty of Jacka, plenty of focus fire. And overall, the Muty Beast is going to be a very juicy target for the Sons of Sigmar. Now it's moving over after the other greatswords. Couple Marauder Horsemen moving in to press the objective. Chromatic Abominations. Definitely want them shooting at the Free Company Militia, or even the greatswords wouldn't be a terrible idea. But overall, the Sons of Sigmar have a pretty good frontline trade. They bash through those Zangors, and those floppy Hats of Doom have now gotten into melee combat versus Blue Horrors. So overall, they're being allowed to do their job, which is really, really not good for Tim. In the back, Outriders with grenade launchers being called in, one of the best units that Sigmar has to offer. And they do get nailed by quite a bit of focus fire from these pinks back here. And also the Tzeentch army ability coming down nukes those grenade launchers. Nice focus by Tim on that. But in the side, we do see the Mutalith Beast running away. If Regrowth is able to stabilize the Mutalith Beast and that Mortis Engine can really live and come back into the fight, that could be pretty big. Earthblood going down here from Houseplant. Going to be topping off these State Troopers here. Not topping them off, but certainly helping them fight. Meanwhile, Tzeentch going to be playing the home objective. Grenade launchers peeling apart these Zangors. And a couple State Troopers trying their best to fight here, but definitely need some reinforcements. Tim does not want to be, not Tim, but Houseplant does not want to be losing the back objective. Knights of the Blazing Sun look like they're going to be giving it up. They're pulling back and around. Not sure. Nope, they're going to be rerouting. So we does see the riding on the walls. Moves his 2 State Troopers back to the objective. Perhaps could be a little bit late on that. I don't think that was necessary to lose that one, but it happens to the best of us. Screamers dive in the backfield. Knights of the Blazing Sun don't want to fight Screamers one-on-one, but if they can get the charge on the Screamers, and that is a bit of a different story. Mutalith Beast here on the flanks, able to get some nice Mortis Engine play, dragging down the Sigmar Suns. Its positioning is nice too because of the tree line here. So when the Sigmarites try and shoot at it, a lot of their shots are being lost in the trees. A couple greatswords fighting up in the point, but probably going to be overwhelmed by the Mutalith Beast and Kairos. Really nice earth growth, yes, regrowth right there on the Muty Beast is going to be doing a ton of HP healing. But Sigmar looks like they were able to collapse the middle and might actually be able to go take the home objective. So Spearmen chasing back pinks, Spearmen and Greatswords heading towards objective 1. That's going to be pretty hard to deal with. And now Houseplant here, most likely going to get his State Troopers here and is going to be grabbing his home objective back. It's going to take a moment, but grenade launchers are excellent at clearing out these type of units. A little bit of friendly fire damage, but at the end of the day, it's enough to clear out the Marauders, which means the State Troopers will be able to take objective number 3 back. Meanwhile, in the middle, the Greatswords fighting well, but they do not like Mortis Engines, and probably not bad value on them. Yeah, they paid for themselves so far. A couple of Spears moving in, Wagons parking behind the old Muty Beast, and they're putting some nice DAC on that thing. In the backfield, Kairos causing a little bit of havoc, but he does get intercepted by some big Knights of the Blazing Sun, which will do good damage against him. Kairos only has 50 armor, so he's not going to want to stay there for too long, especially with all the Huntsmen nearby that could shoot him. Or the Wagons, honestly, if Houseplant gets the Wagons right now and starts sniping, and he does, so Houseplant gets the Wagons and he starts shooting at Kairos, he might be able to get a Lord kill here, which losing a Greater Demon is extremely punishing. Extremely punishing. The War Wagons aren't even the carry this game. I mean, they're doing okay. It's only 600 value, and this one's at about 800. But there's other things in the Empire that is doing way better. Kairos Fate Weaver definitely needs to be sniped right now, though. That has got to be the priority. He's vulnerable. He blundered a little bit into the backfield, and the Sigmarite Cavalry are staying hot on his tail. Houseplant spam clicking to make sure this thing doesn't get away. And Kairos Fate Weaver at 20 leadership, 2,000 HP. He is having a rough time. Back objective retaken by the Empire. Knights of the Blazing Sun going to be coming out with grenades, charging through the fire. Epic Sigmarites. I love it, baby. Just pounding through those bad boys. And those grenade launchers are just doing the work of the gods. Massive value lead here for Houseplant. It looks like the forces of Tzeentch are looking very, very dead in the water as the State Troopers come back to resecure objective number 2. The points lead does slightly favor Tzeentch, but I don't know if it's going to matter that much. And Kairos, I believe, just barely got away. So the chicken is not fully cooked. Now, he was put in the fryer, but he was able to escape. So he's hanging in there as the Mutalith Beast able to get some nice routes. And honestly, very impressive hold here by Tzeentch. Tzeentch able to kind of stabilize on this point a little bit. Greatswords getting attacked by the big chicken. No, looks like they were thinking about it for a second, but Tzeentch army ability going down. Houseplant does notice it, which pretty much means that the army ability is not going to be doing a whole lot. Might do maybe 15-20% damage tops to these Greatswords. If they had a Gaze of Fate there, that would have been very nasty. Kairos getting shot by the Wagons from downtown, ladies and gentlemen. Nasty stuff right there. We got 1,200, and the Greatsword's going to be hustling across, but this Muty Beast is going to be accruing some good value now, as it has double Mortis, or it has a Mortis Engine on 2 Greatswords, which is just foul. Awakening of the Wood getting popped. On the backside, the Empire looking pretty stable. A couple idle troopers definitely need to get busy. Knights of the Blazing Sun will finish off Screamers in their current state. The Screamers are, normally a good trade there, but they're very low, so it's not going to be able to do it. Huntsmen and Free Company Militia, a couple unsummons. A little housekeeping needs to be done here by Houseplant. Looks like the housekeeping has not been fully handled. Now, as far as Objective 2 goes, the Great Swords are fighting well, suffering against the Mortis Engine, which has gotten about 400 value since I last looked, but there's a lot of State Troopers there. And Houseplant better start unsummoning a little bit. He could start running out of assets. That can happen to you sometimes when you're really ahead on value. Sometimes you'll realize that you need to get those units unsummoned, or else you're going to have a bunch of beat units on the battlefield. A couple of Forsaken make their way in. These guys disoriented, unfortunately. Their stats debuffed as the old Muty Beast continues doing a lot of work. Certainly has been one of the carries for Tzeentch so far. Has almost paid for itself, and it still has a little bit of life to give. Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in for a big charge, but good intercept by Tim the Wilder. He uses his Screamers to intercept the Knights of the Blazing Sun and breaks their charge, which was a beautiful, beautiful play right there. Now the Knights are going to get wrecked. They're going to attack the Anti-Large Beast, and also the Screamers are going to have their way here, and that is going to be rough. Now remember, a lot of the damage is on Kairos as well as the Muty Beast, so Tzeentch probably is in a losing position still, but you know, you got to take that into account when you're thinking about it. Knights of the Blazing Sun running through the Chromatic Abominations. Grenade launchers clearing things out. State Troopers on all sides looking relatively healthy. We have a couple units here that could push back up to the top. And yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end. I think that the Muty Beast is going to be taken down here. Now that we get the Demogryph Knights with Halberds, hell yeah, baby, let's go. Demi's coming in. Probably my favorite unit in Total War. I love Demogryph Knights and Greatswords. My tabletop army is mass Demogryph Knights and Greatswords. So, but they got their Halberds out, and they're going to be chopping through that Muty Beast pretty effectively. Granted, the Beast will give it back as well. But yeah, overall, they are going to be able to get some nice anti-large attacks. Grenade launchers clearing out many of the advancing heretics, as the other grenades do clear out the returning marauders. Anti-large shots from the Huntsman weighing in there, up to about 600 value, so they paid for themselves. You can see the Muty Beast is great. Like, it's able to fight these full health Demi Halberds and drag them down, but at the end of the day, it's only got 1600 HP. 3000 value on the Mutilith Beast. That thing is going bananas. Trying to pull this game back, but I just don't see it happening. I mean, Houseplant's so far ahead. Tim is kind of closing that value gap, though, a little bit, guys. He's scrapping hard. He does not want to go out quietly in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. As far as this objective goes, it looks like it's still Empire-controlled. We do have Knights of the Blazing Sun. Should be able to effectively help against these Zangors. Are there any Greatswords left? That Chicken is still going, too, man. He's bouncing back and forth with only a couple thousand HP. As far as the open field goes, we do see a couple wagons making their way towards objective number 1. Grenade launcher is doing good, but the pink horrors are also not a terrible counter against them. They do have better range, and we do see one grenade launcher getting punished, although not before it puts some big hurt on these Forsaken here. More spears coming up, and as far as reinforcements go, what do we got in the back? Those guys routing off. Looks like it's mostly free company. Demogryph Knights battling it out with the Screamers, and is Tzeentch going to be able to flip this objective back? This would be a wild, wild comeback, ladies and gentlemen. This would be wild. Well, the Mutilith Beast is an excellent anti-large monster, so of course it's going to shred Demogryph Knights, and the Demis weren't able to get a full surround on it, so not all the models were attacking. Demis up to 1000 value, which is a good performance for them, and they're going to probably cut through these Screamers and also threaten Kairos. Home objective under heavy, heavy duress here, as the War Wagons do provide their cap weight. They still have 3 models. Capture weight is based on models, not HP, so those guys are able to still capture well, and the Marauders of Tzeentch are going to be hustling up there to try and grab that, so we'll see what they can get done. Houseplant does have some grenade launchers and wagons that need to get active. More Greatswords are heading over to the point, and the Greatswords are going to intercept these Forsaken and butcher them. And Tzeentch is kind of scrapping back in this game, man. A lot of the Empire value is tied into those SEs, which lived for so long. But if that big chicken gets cooked, I think that's going to be the final nail in the coffin here. And here we do see the Greatswords getting a good fight versus the Forsaken. Greatswords will just absolutely plow through Forsaken. Their armor will mitigate most of the Forsaken DPS, and their bonus versus infantry and armor piercing will do the rest. Grenades doing their thing. Home objective is going to be secured here. It looks like the Marauders are going to get it, although 2 wagons there will outcap them. Oh, it's actually even capture weight. These 2 wagons together, they have the same cap weight. They have 5, which is pretty funny, so. This game's getting a little bit close, actually, guys. Could Tzeentch come back here? This would be a wild comeback. This would be absolutely nuts. Empire Knights screaming forward, running over the Popcorn Band. It seems like the Empire has a nice critical mass of healthy units if they could just get them online, right? Get them up and up on those points. Okay, so Empire Knights pulling over. Couple Spearmen also maneuvering over. Kairos Fateweaver is trying his best to put this game on his back. He's on his little bird wings, certainly doing an okay job. Empire Knights have gotten it. Big Empire positional break here. Knights of the Blazing Sun going to be coming in once again and salvaging what's left of these grenade launchers, perhaps, as they do get a good charge into the Zangors, also into the Screamers, so a little Royal Rumble there. Empire Knights charging into the chicken. His shields are going to go down very quickly against those Empire Knights, considering he's very damaged. Shields do scale with the current HP of a unit, so you got to watch out for that. So On the backside, the objective is secured by Tzeentch, a couple horsemen. Tzeentch going for a ninja here wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think. Like sending the marauders and the horsemen there to grab that point because Empire is going to secure the hell out of objective 1. Kairos running away, 1100 HP. If he gets crumbling, man, he's going to be in really, really bad shape as those Empire Knights are hot on his tail, trying to pin him down as the Lord of Change, the Lord of Trickery, continuing to move across the field. More grenade launchers in the back, nastiness as they do nuke down those Zangors. Zangors do not like grenades to the face. Even though grenade launchers don't have armor piercing on the tooltip, they certainly are pretty good there. Demogryph Knights with halberds, let's see what kind of value they got. So we have the demis here. They got 1400, so they've just about paid for themselves. A very, very square performance, which, you know, isn't bad. As long as the unit pays for itself, it's usually a pretty good feeling. And overall, it looks like the Empire is going to be grabbing this objective here. A couple Marauder Horsemen still scrapping it out. And, you know, if anything, this is a testament to not giving up, even if you're really behind on value. If the battlefield still kind of doesn't look bad, you got to give it the eyeball check. You know, there's the value check, and then there's like the eye check. With healing and shields and all those different variables in the game, you really, really got to be careful with it. So, Great Swords doing battle. Empire Knights do once again get an okay charge on Kairos, but he is shown to be very, very slippery. Zangor's on their way in, out of reinforcements, but we have some healthy Great Swords, I believe, nearby. So yes, the Great Swords will be able to dominate them. Kairos at 10 leadership. Again, if he starts crumbling, it's going to be tough. It is going to be absolutely tough. So Kairos is on the run, being pinned down by these Empire Knights to an extent. And they do get a nice surround, and now the Empire Knights are in front of him, so they're going to start lancing the big chicken. He's at 945 HP. Could crumble if he takes a couple more shots. Okay, he's at 8 leadership. Very, very close. And now he's crumbling. Demonic Crumbling is going to seal the deal. And that is basically going to be GG. What a great series of games we had today, man. These were awesome, awesome matches. Kairos is going to go down. Demonic Crumbling is no joke. It's not like Undead Crumbling. It's a whole nother beast. Great Swords counted the Zangors. The grenade launchers clear off the last of these units. The Empire secures its back objective with some spearmen and some heavy cavalry. And Sigmar bless this ravaged body as Houseplant is going to be the champion of Total Tavern Season 4, our most competitive event in our community. He has done it. GG, well played. Houseplant showing why he is one of the GOATs of Warhammer 3. For sure. Great stuff. Great Swords, I'm telling you, I was telling you guys all stream, Great Swords are not bad. And here is where they shine. 1,500, 1,000, 1,200, and 1,000 here. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Zangors, you know, the Zangors got cooked. And you got to respect the Great Swords now. I think Tzeentch players will probably switch up their builds to not be as Zangor focused and maybe more missile focused to just shoot the Great Swords to pieces. So, GG, well played. That was a really fun match. Muty Beast almost carried him back in the game with 3,000 value. That was great. That was a great one indeed. All right. GG. Well played. Great game. Solid tourney. All right. So Houseplant's going to be winning the $300 cash prize. And Tim the Wilder's going to be winning the $200 cash prize. So shout out to that. Shout out to that. Really good games today. Great showcase of competitive Total War. Despite its issues, it still was a really, really good run of games, especially the first couple rounds. Those were great, too. And if you guys enjoyed this, before you head out, do drop a like. It helps keep Total War going. Helps keep more people discovering the old genre. And that's going to be it. We'll be back with more action. I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow we'll stream. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll take it off. Probably Monday, to be honest. Probably Monday. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the other side. Sigmar bless you, first and foremost. And that is going to be it for tonight. Congratulations to Houseplant, Warhammer 3 champ. He has won yet again, claiming another season finals. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. See you around. That's going to be it for today. And Sigmar bless this ravaged body.